Chapter 735. After witnessing Su Yan's extraordinary aptitude, Qianyu had gradually taken a liking to her and wanted to test her. How could she have imagined that Su Yan would be able to learn all of Ice Sect's martial skills and secret scriptures so quickly? Qianyu was pleasantly surprised, thinking she had picked up a treasure. From then on, she began to carefully teach Su Yan, taking great care of her. Ice Sect's restricted area, the Ice Cave, was even open to her, allowing her to freely enter and cultivate. After a few days like this, Qianyu proposed to accept Su Yan as a disciple, but to her surprise, Su Yan did not agree, causing her to feel a little disappointed. However, cherishing Su Yan's aptitude, Qianyu didn't blame her and instead continued to take care of her. Su Yan was very grateful to her, and although she didn't call her master, she still treated her as a junior. This child's aptitude is unquestionable, and her physique is very pure. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter she had, but it seems to be very close to the legendary ice crystal body, Qianyu slowly said. Her face filled with doubt, but after carefully reading some ancient books, I found that her physique is not the ice crystal body. Yang Kai snorted lightly. He had given Su Yan so much myriad drug liquid and myriad drug milk at the time. After so many years of consuming it, it would be strange if her physique wasn't pure. Moreover, I often see her alone in contemplation, and every time she does so, a happy smile will appear on her face. Qianyu glanced at Yang Kai coldly. There will also be a look of reminiscence in her eyes. Yang Kai sniffed. Qianyu pursed her lips and smiled, quietly sizing up Yang Kai, also somewhat puzzled, wondering what was so special about this little brat that he could actually make Su Yan so moved. My Ice Sect's disciples cultivate ice attribute secret arts, so they must be pure of heart and few desires in order to achieve great success. This child often shows such a look of yearning. It's all because of you. Qianyu said, her anger rising as she glared hatefully at Yang Kai, seemingly thinking that it was this guy who was hindering Su Yan's future development. Yang Kai curled his lips and said with disdain, "You old woman, how would you know the beauty of female love?" Qianyu was so angry that her body started to tremble. Her face turned pale and her yuan qi started to surge. It was as if she wanted to slap Yang Kai to death to vent her anger. "This child, what are you talking about?" Qianyu rebuked as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said impatiently, "Okay, go on." Qianyu clenched her teeth tightly, her chest heaving up and down. It seemed that she was quite angry, and her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred. After a long while, she finally calmed down under Qianyu's comforting words. She turned her head and said, "I'm not in the mood, let's not talk about it anymore." Yang Kai sneered and looked towards Qianyu with a questioning gaze. The ice master sighed helplessly and slowly said, "I'll tell you. Originally, Su Yan's aptitude was excellent and her progress was gratifying. Elder Qianyu wanted to accept her as a disciple, but after being rejected, he didn't pay her any mind. He only thought that one day he would be able to convince her with sincerity and one day she would willingly enter my ice sect and become a disciple. Unfortunately, good times don't last." Qianyu frowned slightly. "After coming here for a year, Elder Qianyu and I both discovered a problem with Su Yan." "What problem?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. "She seems to be cultivating more than one kind of secret art. Inside her body, there is another kind of secret art that coexists with her original ice attribute secret art." Qianyu slowly shook her head. If she didn't have this kind of secret art, Su Yan would have no hidden dangers if she only cultivated the ice attribute secret art, but this unknown secret art seems to be hindering the progress of her original secret art. Hindrance? Although there is no problem for the time being, if this situation continues for a long time without proper guidance, not only will Su Yan's strength not make any progress, it will instead be in danger of regressing. Qianyu looked at Yang Kai. "Since you and this child are senior sister, and she is so devoted to you, you should know what kind of secret art she cultivates, right?" "I know," Yang Kai nodded. "What kind of secret art?" Qianyu and Qianyu both asked quickly. "A dual cultivation secret art," Yang Kai said bluntly. The two women blushed at once, Qianyu cursing in disdain. "You bastard, you really are the culprit behind Su Yan's misfortune. If you hadn't taken her virginity early on and allowed her to maintain her natural body, how could she have achieved so little now? What do you know? Yang Kai snorted disdainfully. This woman seemed to want to put all the blame on him, causing Yang Kai to be very dissatisfied. From the time he had met Su Yan until now, cultivating the joyous unification art had not only brought her no harm, it had instead brought her many benefits. The reason why Yang Kai and Su Yan's strength had progressed so quickly was because of the joyous unification art. A dual cultivation secret art? Qinya frowned. How could you cultivate such a vulgar secret art? Although a dual cultivation secret art can allow one to grow quickly, generally speaking, one's foundation will not be stable. Sooner or later it will become a hidden danger on your path to growth. How is a dual cultivation secret art? Isn't your thinking too conservative? Yang Kai glanced at her. Besides, Su Yan and I both have a stable foundation, you should be clear about this. Qinya's expression suddenly became suspicious. Indeed, if she had really cultivated a dual cultivation secret art, it would have been impossible for Su Yan to have her current foundation and cultivation. With her strength reaching such a level, all the hidden dangers she had buried in the past should have erupted long ago. But she was still outstanding. This little brat in front of her was also the same. Being able to contend with a master like Qian Yu with just a first-order transcendent cultivation was not something just anyone could accomplish. The only explanation was that the dual cultivation secret art these two were cultivating was definitely very high-end, and not only was it not harmful to the two of them, it also had various benefits. It wasn't that such a secret art didn't exist in this world, but when people heard of a dual cultivation secret art, it was inevitable that they would think it was some kind of dirty trick. Let's not talk about this for now. After all, we haven't seen a dual cultivation secret art, so it's not appropriate for us to comment on it. Qinya's face flushed red as she changed the subject, but when Elder Qianyu discovered this problem, she hoped that Su Yan would abolish that unknown secret art and devote herself to cultivating her ice attribute secret art. If she abolishes that secret art, my ice sex other supreme secret art can also be cultivated, which will only bring her benefits, no harm. My senior sister refused, right? Yang Kai stared at her coldly. Qian Yu and I didn't know why she refused so bluntly, but now it seems that this secret art should be the connection between you and her, so she refused to abolish it. Qinya sighed faintly. This child can be considered an infatuated person. Unfortunately, some people aren't worthy of her. Qian Yu's words were laced with sarcasm, her face filled with disdain. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll have your ice sex 200 disciples die right now. Yang Kai glared at Qian Yu coldly, causing Qian Yu to grit her teeth, a ferocious expression appearing on her face as if she wanted to swallow Yang Kai alive. Qinya continued. Elder Qian Yu tried to persuade her several times, but she refused. In the end, Elder Qian Yu tried to forcibly abolish her secret art, but unfortunately, she seemed to be aware of this, and before Elder Qian Yu could act, she used her ice body sealed heart and sealed herself in ice, not giving Elder Qian Yu a chance to act. Yang Kai grinned maliciously. So, the reason my senior sister became like this is all this woman's fault? As he spoke, his yuan qi surged violently, overflowing with murderous intent. Qin Ya's expression changed as she quickly said, "Don't be angry. Although I also feel that Qian Yu's approach was somewhat wrong, wanting to act without Su Yan's consent. In truth, she had good intentions. My ice sex secret art isn't something anyone can learn. It can only be said that her good intentions led to the wrong thing and harmed Su Yan. That is truly a great kindness. I thank you on behalf of my senior sister." Yang Kai grit his teeth and coldly snorted, his voice as cold as the wind blowing from the depths of hell, causing one's hair to stand on end. Qian Yu surprisingly didn't refute Yang Kai and instead wore a look of shame and indignation, her eyes darting around as she wore a pained expression. If she continued to argue, Yang Kai really might not be able to restrain himself and attack her here. Seeing her regretful and ashamed appearance, Yang Kai's murderous intent suddenly lessened. This woman was certainly hateful, but it seemed that she genuinely cared about Su Yan. Based on this point, Yang Kai didn't want to tangle with her anymore. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai calmed the monstrous anger in his heart and slowly said, I understand what happened. Qinya frowned and softly said, in fact, this isn't a bad thing. The ice body locked heart isn't harmful to Su Yan. In fact, if she remains in this state, she will be able to rapidly improve her strength. When she wakes up again, her cultivation will have greatly increased. Wait for her to wake up? Yang Kai sneered. When will she wake up? 10 years? 20 years? Or even longer? Qinya and Qianyu remained silent. Yang Kai's question was too tricky for them to answer. There had never been an ice sect disciple who had used the ice body sealed heart to such an extent. Su Yan hadn't even considered whether or not she would be able to wake up. If she didn't find a way to solve this problem, perhaps she would remain in this state forever. Now that I've explained the situation to you, my ice sect's 200 disciples. Qinya asked. You can rest assured, in the name of Ice Sect's sect master, as long as those 200 disciples are out of danger, no one here will embarrass you again. Yang Kai stared at her deeply for a moment before nodding lightly. Once again following Qinya and Qianyu out, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense, covering a large area and retrieving all the soul-devouring insects he had released. However, the two Saint Realm elders of Ice Sect who had been struck by these exotic ancient insects didn't ask Yang Kai to help them and instead returned to their own residences to enter retreat. They were confident that with their powerful cultivation and spiritual energy, they could kill the insects that had invaded their knowledge seas, so naturally, they didn't want to owe Yang Kai a favor. Qianyu and the others carefully examined the disciples and after confirming that they weren't in mortal danger, they relaxed. Chapter 736. Half a month had passed since Yang Kai arrived, and during this time he had been accompanying the sleeping Su Yan in her ice room, not leaving her side at all. In another ice room, the Ice Master and the 4 Saint Realm elders were gathered together, seemingly in a heated discussion. The 4 of them were each expressing their own views while the Ice Master, Qinya, sat silently on a crystal-clear ice chair. One of the Saint Realm Masters whose knowledge sea had been invaded by those soul-devouring insects shouted angrily, "That little brat doesn't seem to be anything good. I don't know what kind of special method he used to control those exotic ancient insects, but from the way he acted against my Ice Sect disciples, it's clear he is a vicious and merciless brat. Such a person needs to be expelled as soon as possible." Another Saint Realm Master who had suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Kai also nodded quickly, "I agree." Saying so, he turned to Qianhao and asked, "Brother Qianhao, what do you two think?" "He must leave." Qianhao hesitated for a moment before quickly saying, "My Ice Sect is a pure land. The moment he arrived here he brought so much strife. Such a person is always a scourge and cannot be allowed to remain." Qianyu didn't say a word, but from her expression, it was obvious she didn't want Yang Kai to remain in Ice Sect. "Sect Master." Qianhao looked up at Qinya. "It's time for him to leave. Staying in my Ice Sect all this time isn't proper." Qinya smiled lightly. "Why are you in such a hurry to drive him away?" Although his previous methods were indeed a bit extreme, from his standpoint he was forced to do so. On top of that he showed mercy to my Ice Sect disciples. The souls of those disciples who were injured weren't damaged and will only need to rest for a few days to recover. We can't just burn the bridge after crossing the river. Qianyu's beautiful eyes flashed as she sighed. Besides, he came here looking for his senior sister. Now that Su Yan has fallen into a deep sleep and we don't know when she will wake up, if we insist on driving him away, I'm afraid it will only backfire and force him to release those exotic ancient insects again. Then what do we do? Do we just let him stay in my Ice Sect forever? There's no harm in letting him take Su Yan away. Qianhao proposed. When that old man came here, didn't he say that if someone came looking for Su Yan, we were to let them pass? We wouldn't embarrass them, nor would we bother with their previous mistakes. How about we just let him take Su Yan away? Qianyu frowned. Big brother, with Su Yan's current condition, if you let that little brat take her away, I won't feel at ease. Although she hated Yang Kai, she still loved Su Yan from the bottom of her heart. Naturally, he had to do everything in his power to protect him. He shook his head decisively. "I won't agree to this." All right. Qinya waved her hand and said, Let's not talk about this for now. From what I can see, that brat is also an infatuated person. For the past few days, he has been staying in the ice room without moving at all. How about this? I'll go talk to him first and see what he thinks. Perhaps he doesn't intend to remain in my ice sect forever. When the 4 elders heard this, they could only nod. The 3 male elders quickly left, but Qian Yu stayed behind. Sect leader, I'll go with you. Qian Yu lightly nodded. The 2 of them got up and walked towards the ice mountain where Su Yan was. A short time later, the pair arrived in front of the ice room and gently knocked on the door. There was no response from inside, but Qian Yu felt some unusual energy fluctuations. Frowning, Qian Yu pushed open the door and entered. At this moment, inside the ice room, not only was there a biting chill, but there was also a scorching heat. Glancing forward, Qian Yu couldn't help covering her mouth. Yang Kai's hands were actually covering the layer of ice around Su Yan's body, his yuan qi surging. "You idiot, what are you doing?" Qian Yu immediately shouted, her figure flickering as she arrived in front of Yang Kai and waved her hand towards him. Yang Kai didn't try to resist, instead just turning his head and staring at her coldly. Qian Yu's heart clenched and the palm that was about to hit Yang Kai suddenly stopped, grit her teeth and shouted, "What are you doing?" "It's none of your damn business." Yang Kai snorted. Qian Yu also hurriedly walked over and worriedly said, "Don't do that, you'll hurt Su Yan." "I know what I'm doing." Yang Kai responded faintly. He didn't want Su Yan to be hurt more than anyone else, so naturally he would be careful when he acted, making sure no accidents would occur. "Are you trying to contact Su Yan?" Qian Yu asked thoughtfully. Yang Kai nodded. He and Su Yan both cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. The joyous unification art had 3 stages. At the very beginning, one's body had to be merged before they could dual cultivate, but at the second stage, there was no need for physical contact. One only needed to be close to each other and not too far away from each other to be able to fuse their yuan qi and sublimate their mind and soul. Whether it was cultivation or battle, this was greatly beneficial to both parties. Currently, Su Yan's body was wrapped in a thick layer of ice, so there was no hope for the first stage. This layer of ice was extremely solid and had been condensed from Su Yan's yuan qi, so Yang Kai didn't want to break it. He only hoped to use the second stage to dual cultivate with Su Yan and see if he could use this opportunity to communicate with her. However, even after trying for so long, he still hadn't made any progress. Su Yan's yuan qi didn't respond to his calls. The 2 simply couldn't merge. "Don't waste your energy. I don't know what kind of dual cultivation technique you're cultivating, but the ice body locked heart is one of my ice sect's secret arts. Once you use it, you'll lose all sensation. I don't think your dual cultivation technique will be any better than the ice body locked heart and be able to break through this shackle." Qian Yu splashed cold water on Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her words, his brow furrowed. He had been experimenting for half a month but hadn't made any progress, so now it seemed that he could only try using the 3rd stage of the joyous unification art. If it still didn't work, then Yang Kai would be helpless and could only wait for Su Yan to wake up on her own. Yang Kai didn't expect to wake Su Yan up right now. Using the ice body locked heart wouldn't do her any harm and would instead benefit her, so there was no need to wake her up now. Yang Kai just wanted to be able to communicate with her and see what she was thinking right now. If Su Yan didn't want to stay in Ice Sect, Yang Kai would immediately take her away, but if Su Yan said she wanted to stay here, Yang Kai would comply. This place was simply a cultivation paradise for Su Yan. Even though the world was so big, it was difficult to find such a suitable environment. Seeing him contemplating, Qian Yu coldly snorted and no longer tried to provoke him. Qian Yu sighed softly and said, "Yang Kai, there is a saying that haste makes waste, you shouldn't be too impatient." Yang Kai grinned, raising his head and asking, "Since your ice sect has such a secret art, is there no way to dispel it?" Qian Yu shook her head. Unless the user dispels it themselves, outsiders have no way to do so, let alone establish a connection with it. It is precisely because once the ice body locked heart is used, one will lose all perception, so it can be used to assist my ice sect's disciples in their cultivation. "I understand," Yang Kai nodded. "Yang Kai, there's something I want to ask you." Qian Yu hesitated for a moment, her expression somewhat embarrassed. You want to know when I'll be leaving? Yang Kai showed a playful smile, asking directly. Qinya was startled, not having expected his thoughts to be so astute, calmly saying, It's not that I want to drive you away, it's just that my ice sect doesn't accept outsiders. Su Yan is one thing, but your arrival here is a violation of my ice sect's rules. Don't worry, I don't plan on staying here forever. This place is so cold that the secret art I cultivate is somewhat suppressed. Yang Kai curled his lips, but for the time being I don't plan on leaving. I want to enter retreat for a while, I hope no one will disturb me. Enter retreat here? Qinya keenly noticed something. You don't want to try to establish a connection with Su Yan, do you? Little brat, I advise you to give up and leave as soon as possible, Qianyu said with obvious disdain. Qianyu said with a look of disdain towards Yang Kai. No one can form a connection with someone who has used the ice body sealed heart, so don't waste your efforts. Su Yan is here, whether she joins my ice sect or not, I will take good care of her, there's no need for you to worry about her. She doesn't need your care. Yang Kai glanced at her coldly before turning to Qinya and saying, Sect Master, please agree to this little brat's request. Qinya nodded helplessly, I'll allow you to enter retreat in my ice sect, but only once. When you emerge, no matter what happens to Su Yan, you must leave. At that time, whether you want to take Su Yan with you or leave her here is up to you. My ice sect will not interfere. Many thanks, Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Qinya was much easier to talk to than Qianyu. She was young and beautiful, and her voice was soft and gentle. He couldn't help wondering if she and Treasurer Meng were old friends. However, when he thought of her standing together with that old man Meng Wuya, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of regret. As he thought of this, the expression in his eyes became strange. Qinya frowned but didn't ask any more questions, quickly leaving with Qianyu. After they left, Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at the jade figure sleeping inside the ice, his eyes softening. After staring for a while, Yang Kai closed his eyes and placed his hands on the ice covering Su Yan's body, his divine sense bursting forth. The third stage of the joyous unification art was the fusion of soul and soul. When Yang Kai and Su Yan parted ways in the past, they had already reached a level of mutual understanding, but they had never tried to dual cultivate through soul fusion. Now, he could only use this method to see if he could reach a connection with Su Yan. Constantly calling out to Su Yan with his divine sense, Yang Kai's true qi also burst forth from his hands, penetrating the thick layer of ice and entering Su Yan's body, pouring it into her meridians. There was no response, as if Su Yan had really lost all consciousness. Not only was there no movement from her body, but even her consciousness was also completely still. At this moment, she was simply a sleeping ice doll. Yang Kai didn't become anxious, nor did he feel discouraged, constantly repeating this monotonous action. He believed that with the deep bond between him and Su Yan, there was a high chance he could break through the ice body-locked heart and achieve resonance with Su Yan's consciousness. Chapter 737. Time flew by and Ice Sect's usual tranquility was restored. Although the Saint Realm Masters could clearly feel a burning hot aura emanating from one of the icebergs, all of them had received Qinya's orders and none of them dared to disturb it. 10 days passed, 1 month passed, 2 months passed, the burning hot energy aura never ceased, blooming from time to time. Although they didn't really like Kai Yang, his perseverance made them look at him in a new light. From time to time, Qinya and Qianyu would stare towards the direction of the icebergs and sigh faintly. Inside the ice room, Yang Kai seemed to have been bewitched, mechanically repeating his actions, Yuan Qi and Divine Sense constantly transmitting messages to Su Yan. In the first few days, he didn't get any response. But gradually, he seemed to feel some unusual movements. It was as if there was a divine sense that was trying to respond to him but was unable to find the direction to respond. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's spirits rose and he began sparing no effort. After an unknown amount of time, even Yang Kai felt a deep sense of exhaustion. Suddenly, Yang Kai's divine sense was plunged into darkness, as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss, losing all sense of direction. A bone-chilling chill spread from his soul, causing Yang Kai to shiver uncontrollably. Looking around, all he could see was endless darkness. Without a trace of light, the only thing he could clearly feel was an intense chill. Here, a kind of loneliness and longing spread, and faintly, Yang Kai heard a subtle voice calling out to him. His heart trembling, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this was Su Yan's spiritual world. After using the ice body-locked heart, she had sealed off all her senses, so her consciousness was completely dark, but she still had a trace of her own subconsciousness. Just as she was about to respond to Yang Kai, it was as if she had fallen into a nightmare, unable to break free from the shackles of darkness. Yang Kai searched desperately, his footsteps never stopping, but the road under his feet seemed endless. His divine sense surged wildly, piercing into the dark space, transmitting his emotions in all directions. Somewhere, Yang Kai received some unusual feedback, so he stopped in place and closed his eyes to sense. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes and saw a faint light blooming in the darkness in front of him. Yang Kai grinned as his soul avatar quickly rushed towards the direction of this light. As he approached, a familiar aura was transmitted to him from this light. It was none other than Su Yan's spiritual energy. The light grew brighter and brighter, and when Yang Kai passed through it, the darkness around him, the surrounding area. Seeing this scene, he found this scene, he was extremely familiar with it. High Heaven Pavilion. Scanning his surroundings with his divine sense, Yang Kai found his old house, Su Yan's small loft, the contribution hall, and many other familiar buildings. Everything was there, even the roads leading to the contribution hall. The only difference from High Heaven Pavilion was that there was no one here. It was very peaceful, and it was extremely cold, with ice everywhere. This was Su Yan's spiritual world. Everything could be constructed according to her thoughts. Just like in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the 5-colored soul-warming lotus had transformed into a 5-colored island. Su Yan's spiritual world presented the scene of High Heaven Pavilion. The only explanation was that she missed the time in the sect, so she subconsciously arranged her spiritual world like this. This wasn't something she had deliberately created. Yang Kai was well aware of this. Unfortunately here, Yang Kai still could not find any trace of Su Yan. Standing in place and thinking for a moment, Yang Kai smiled slightly, soon knowing where Su Yan was. His soul avatar set foot on the path he had not set foot on for a long time, passing through the various paths in the sect and arriving at the coiling dragon stream behind High Heaven Pavilion. Beside the huge coiling dragon stream, there were several fruit trees swaying in the wind, with several red fruits hanging from them. These fruit trees were personally planted by Yang Kai. When the demon lord escaped from the coiling dragon stream, these fruit trees had been destroyed, but now they reappeared in Su Yan's spiritual world. Standing beside the fruit trees, Yang Kai reminisced for a while before suddenly jumping down. Once he was in midair, he quickly turned around and drilled into an immortal's cave on the cliff face of the coiling dragon stream. This was Kai Yang's secluded cave mansion. When he was very weak, he had spent a great deal of effort to carve out this secluded cave mansion. Every piece of rock in this secluded cave mansion was carved out by him using his true chi. The cave mansion was not big, only about the size of 2 rooms. The outer room was where Yang Kai usually meditated and cultivated, while the inner room had a stone bed where he rested. Little senior sister Xia Ningchang often took a nap on this stone bed. Passing through the outer room, Yang Kai came to the inner room and saw a familiar and beautiful figure lying on the stone bed. Even in her spiritual world, Su Yan was still asleep. After using Ice Sect's secret art, she had even sealed off her divine sense. If not for this, she would have been able to sense Yang Kai's existence. Slowly walking over, Yang Kai stopped beside the stone bed and slowly squatted down, looking at the sleeping beauty, his face filled with tenderness. Seemingly aware that someone had arrived, Su Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly and her brow furrowed slightly, but after a moment, a smile appeared on her face, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Her long eyelashes trembled even more, and suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was squatting beside her bed. Yang Kai was stunned. Staring at each other, he still seemed to be in disbelief. Su Yan, on the other hand, pursed her lips and giggled, the surrounding chill quickly reducing by a lot. Su Yan. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Breaking into someone's knowledge sea without their permission, junior brother, your courage isn't small. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai reproachfully and gritted her teeth. How did you wake up? Yang Kai was extremely excited. Didn't you use the ice body locked heart? Su Yan slowly sat up and smiled. Yes, but when I used it, I placed a seal. What seal? Yang Kai asked. If your divine sense breaks in and finds me, I will wake up for a moment. Wake up for a moment? Yang Kai frowned. Su Yan gently nodded. Only my divine sense will wake up. My body will remain in the state of ice body locked heart. This, I'm afraid Elder Qian Yu doesn't know. Ice body locked heart, Su Yan had thoroughly comprehended it and had many advantages when using it. Qian Yu had only thought that Su Yan could use the lowest level of ice body locked heart, but she had not expected that she had already thoroughly comprehended this secret skill. Why do you want to do this? Yang Kai was puzzled. It's faster to cultivate like this. Su Yan swept her eyes over Yang Kai. You seem to have become stronger. If I don't cultivate properly, won't I become a burden to you in the future? Yang Kai laughed dumbfoundedly, only now understanding why Su Yan had gone to such great lengths. What if someone breaks into your knowledge sea? Yang Kai suddenly thought of a terrible possibility. Su Yan was sleeping here, unaware of the outside world, so if someone broke in with bad intentions, she wouldn't be able to resist. What others can't do, only you can. Perhaps those powerful masters can break through my divine sense defenses, but if that's the case, I will take them down with me and won't let them get away with anything, Su Yan said resolutely. You're making trouble. Yang Kai couldn't help reprimanding her in fear. Su Yan didn't care, reaching out her hand and gently stroking Yang Kai's cheek, softly saying, You seem to have suffered a lot. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. No, I haven't. I've been taken care of all this time. That's good. How long has it been outside? Only about a year has passed since you fell asleep. Only a year? You found me so quickly. Saying so, Su Yan's face was filled with a happy and sweet smile. Then shouldn't senior sister give me a reward? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. What kind of reward do you want? What do you think? Su Yan's white neck instantly became flushed red, and her pair of beautiful eyes became watery. We haven't tried the third stage of the joyous unification art yet. Yang Kai stared at Su Yan with a burning gaze, his eyes filled with a strong sense of aggression. Junior brother? Su Yan couldn't bear it and became extremely shy. The third stage was the fusion of their souls. Su Yan naturally understood this point. Although she and Yang Kai had already done the deed of husband and wife, if their souls really merged, she still couldn't let go. Once their souls merged, it meant that they would open up all their secrets to each other, no longer hiding anything from each other. Su Yan. Yang Kai unceremoniously grabbed Su Yan's small hand and kept stroking it, his eyes like a wolf hunting for food in the snow, glowing with a green light. Su Yan struggled to break free but didn't move, biting her red lips and sitting on the stone bed without saying a word, her face still red. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai no longer had any scruples and directly jumped onto the stone bed, sitting down cross-legged facing Su Yan, his hands pinching her soft hands as he grinned meaningfully. Soul intercourse, he had only heard about it in rumors. Yang Kai had never tried it before. It was said that it could provide a more pleasurable feeling than physical contact, and it was also very easy to become addicted to it. Once you tried it, you would never be able to get rid of it. Let's begin, Yang Kai said in a serious tone. Su Yan nodded gently. The two of them simultaneously circulated the joyous unification art, and in the next moment, their soul avatars suddenly turned into fluorescent light and dissipated into the stone room. These fluorescent lights intertwined and chased after each other. Faintly, a kind of erosive sound resounded between the heavens and earth. Yang Kai was drunk. He felt as if he had fallen into a honeypot and was unable to extricate himself. The comfort and pleasure that came from his body and mind caused him to rise up and down. This kind of carefree feeling was almost impossible to describe with words. Although there was no physical contact, this kind of pleasure was just like the legends, countless times more intense. He could perceive that Su Yan's soul was wrapped around him, and as their souls collided, neither of them could control themselves. Both of them had penetrated deep into the depths of the other's soul, but neither of them spied on the other's secrets, even though both of them had opened their hearts to each other. No matter who it was, both of them were completely immersed in the feeling of soul intercourse, experiencing the beauty of transcending the physical body. As their souls merged, both of their soul avatars underwent delightful and subtle changes. Chapter 738. The Art of Yin-Yang Joyous Unification. During dual cultivation, not only would it allow a man and woman to fuse and converge their yuan qi, but even their divine sense would undergo earth-shaking changes. While experiencing this sensation, Su Yan also felt a profound and mysterious energy being transmitted from Yang Kai's soul avatar to her. Yang Kai shared all of his insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao with her. Su Yan didn't dare neglect and opened her heart to accept this energy, imprinting it into the depths of her soul. Yang Kai's soul also benefited greatly. Although Su Yan's insights were no longer of much use to him, under this fusion he could clearly feel that his soul was rapidly becoming stronger and his spiritual energy more condensed. Inside the ice room, as the two souls converged, the yuan qi in their bodies also involuntarily burst forth, fusing and interacting, flowing through each other's bodies according to the art of yin-yang joyous unification. Every time it flowed, the yuan qi would become purer. This time's dual cultivation allowed both of them to obtain unimaginable benefits. Suddenly, behind Yang Kai, the phantom of a giant dragon appeared. At the same time, on the surface of Su Yan's body, the phantom of an ice phoenix also appeared. The two ice phoenixes absorbed the two's yuan qi and rapidly expanded, filling the entire ice room in just a moment. A resounding dragon's roar rang out, and a resonant phoenix's cry echoed. The 3,000 glacial worlds shuddered, and the icicles hanging at the bottom of the ice peaks instantly turned into fine powder. Ice cubes rustled as they fell down. Kong Hong. Two sensational energies of diametrically opposed nature burst out from inside the ice mountain and soared into the sky. From Ice Sect's Ice Master Qinya to the ordinary disciples, all of them were alarmed, their expressions changing greatly as they rushed out of their respective ice mountains. Qian Yu was also startled. She had been meditating in her own ice mountain when she felt these two unusual energy fluctuations and naturally rushed out to see what was happening. As far as the eye could see, the other three elders of the sect were all standing in the void, staring up at the sky with dignified expressions, their eyes trembling. Even Ice Master Qinya's pretty face was solemn. "Sect Master." Qian Yu hurriedly approached them and called out, but she didn't get any response. Looking in the direction they were looking at, Qian Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed. In the sky, there was a giant dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long and shone with golden light like a blazing flame. It was a magnificent and bizarre scene, and beside the giant dragon, there was a huge ice phoenix that was sparkling and translucent, and its entire body was ice blue in color. It spread its wings and fluttered in the air. A dragon and a phoenix chased each other playfully, creating a grand scene. From the body of the dragon and phoenix, everyone could feel a pressing heat and a biting chill. This kind of heat and chill was not something that anyone present could underestimate. What shocked Qinya and the others the most was that there were two somewhat familiar auras coming from the Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix. These were the auras of Yang Kai and Su Yan. Just when everyone was shocked, the chasing dragon and phoenix suddenly changed direction and flew straight towards Qinya and the others. The several Saint Realm elders all paled and quickly condensed their yuan qi, secretly raising their guard. The Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix flew 1,000 meters in front of the group and slowly came to a stop, the Golden Dragon in front and the Ice Phoenix behind, the two closely intertwined, as if they were husband and wife. The Golden Dragon's two gong-sized eyes stared at Qinya and the others with interest, giving off a human-like aura. Everyone couldn't help feeling nervous. Looking at these two eyes, they couldn't help feeling inexplicably small, as if they could be destroyed at any moment. This was especially true for Qian Yu. She always felt that when this golden dragon stared at her, there was a strong sense of warning. Qinya frowned as she circulated her yuan qi to resist the oppressive aura coming from the Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix, tentatively asking, "Yang Kai." A hint of astonishment flashed through the golden dragon's eyes. It suddenly turned around and left with the ice phoenix. Amidst the resounding dragon's roar and phoenix's cry, the dragon and phoenix gradually moved further and further away. Soon they disappeared. It wasn't until they had left that everyone from Ice Sect couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. As the cold wind blew, everyone discovered that their backs were soaked with cold sweat. Looking at the disappearing backs of the dragon and ice phoenix, Chinya fell into deep thought. She could feel that they hadn't simply left, but had instead decided to play around in this ice world for a bit. Sure enough, a moment later, a rumbling sound came from the distance, obviously caused by the dragon and ice phoenix. Chinya shook her head and smiled bitterly before waving her hand. "Let's go back, it's fine." "Sect Master, could this have been caused by that little brat?" Qian Hao frowned and asked uncertainly. When the dragon and ice phoenix first appeared, it was indeed above the ice mountain where Yang Kai and Su Yan were, but with the strength of these two juniors, how could they have created such a huge disturbance? "Probably," Qinya smiled lightly, "they'll come back." "They'll come back?" Qian Hao's expression changed. "Didn't you notice? The souls and consciousnesses of those two children are inside that dragon and ice phoenix. That dragon and ice phoenix are manifestations of their condensed yuan qi. Their bodies are still in my ice sect. If they don't come back, where can they go?" So he woke Su Yan up. Qian Yu heard this and asked happily. "I don't know, we'll ask them when they come back," Chinya smiled. "That little brat is really hateful, making such a big disturbance. Is he trying to warn my ice sect not to mistreat Su Yan?" Qian Yu ground her teeth, thinking back to the warning look in the golden dragon's eyes when he looked at her just now. She couldn't help feeling angry. But Sect Master, with their cultivations, their bodies can't store such a huge amount of true essence, right? Qian Hao was puzzled. If what Chinya said was true, and the dragon and ice phoenix were manifestations of Yang Kai and Su Yan's yuan qi, how much yuan qi would that have cost? Did they really have such a huge amount of yuan qi in their bodies? Su Yan cultivated an ice attribute secret art, so if her body didn't have enough yuan qi, she could easily supplement it by mobilizing the surrounding ice attribute energy. So how did Yang Kai do it? Unable to understand, Qian Hao shook his head. In the distance, while the dragon and ice phoenix were chasing each other, Yang Kai and Su Yan's consciousnesses were constantly communicating. During their recent dual cultivation, it seemed that every time a dragon and ice phoenix would appear, but Yang Kai and Su Yan had never thought that their souls would be able to enter this dragon and ice phoenix. But this time, because their souls were fusing, they were able to achieve such a feat. This inadvertent discovery made Yang Kai realize that the dragon and ice phoenix diagrams engraved on his and Su Yan's backs were not just simple diagrams, they also contained a huge amount of energy that could be transformed into powerful soul skills. Deliberately running over to Ice Sect's people was indeed what Yang Kai's intention was, as Qian Yu had guessed, to deter and warn Ice Sect's people not to meddle in Su Yan's affairs in the future, lest they make a mistake again. Regarding this, Su Yan seemed to feel a little apologetic and scolded Yang Kai, saying that he shouldn't have acted like this. While chasing after each other, the pair continued to communicate. After transforming into the dragon and ice phoenix, the world they saw was very different from before, as if the entire world was under their control, causing their state of mind to sublimate greatly. Somewhere, Yang Kai came to a stop and stared at a towering iceberg in front of him. He felt that there seemed to be some kind of enormous energy inside this iceberg. If it were any other time, even with his divine sense, it would have been impossible for him to sense this, but at this moment his soul had entered the golden dragon's body, so his senses were particularly sharp. Su Yan apparently also noticed this and stopped beside Yang Kai, staring at the iceberg in a daze, transmitting her divine sense to him. "I've heard that some ancient icebergs are prone to producing precious treasures. Senior Ice Master once obtained one. Qian Hao and Elder Qian Yu also obtained one. Could it be there is such a thing inside this iceberg?" "What is it?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. "Cold ice jade crystal. It's a saint-grade material that is of great help to those who cultivate ice attribute secret arts." Yang Kai's spirit shook. "Whether or not there is one, we'll know when we see it." Saying so, the golden dragon's body slammed straight into the iceberg, exuding a scorching heat that seemed capable of melting all things. The iceberg shook a few times, and the giant iceberg that had existed for who knows how many millennia cracked open, spreading out like a spider web across its surface. Although the iceberg was damaged, its sturdiness still exceeded Yang Kai's expectations and it did not collapse. Su Yan did not say a word as she stood beside Yang Kai, the four of them exchanging glances. In the next moment, the two of them exerted their strength at the same time and the golden dragon and ice phoenix disappeared like lightning. The two of them working together was several times more destructive than Yang Kai's single attack. Without the slightest sound, Yang Kai and Su Yan passed through the iceberg and arrived on the other side. After waiting quietly for a moment, a rumbling sound rang out and the huge iceberg collapsed. At the same time that the iceberg shattered, the energy fluctuations Yang Kai felt before also became clearer. But before he could search for them, his vision suddenly shook and a strong sense of fatigue spread out from the depths of his soul. Not only did he feel this way, but Su Yan also seemed to feel the same, her ice phoenix body constantly fluctuating, as if it could collapse at any moment. "Junior brother, I seem to be a little tired. Let's go back first," Yang Kai hurriedly said. This was the first time they had merged their souls into their dragon and phoenix bodies, so it was inevitable that they would not be able to adapt. At this time, it was necessary to return to their bodies and recuperate for a while to avoid any serious damage to their souls. Hearing this, Su Yan nodded gently and quickly returned with Yang Kai. Ice Sect, after a short period of silence, once again became restless. As the two huge energy fluctuations approached, the Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix really returned, and in a hurry, they disappeared into one of the icebergs. Looking at the position they disappeared from, Qianya shook her head and smiled bitterly. "It's them, those two children. Qianyu, come with me and take a look." Qianyu quickly responded. Chapter 739. Inside the ice room, Yang Kai and Su Yan's souls returned and after a short conversation, Su Yan fell into a deep sleep again, sealing off her five senses. After receiving Su Yan's instructions, Yang Kai calmed down. This time, when she used the ice body locked heart, she would need to directly break through a minor realm before she would awaken. In other words, when she broke through to the second-order transcendent realm, Su Yan would voluntarily release herself from her current state. This was also one of the restrictions she had placed on herself when she used this secret technique. After learning the truth, Yang Kai was no longer worried about taking Su Yan away from Ice Sect. The environment here was very suitable for her cultivation, allowing her to stay here would be more beneficial for her. Moreover, Ice Master Qianya and Qianyu were really good to her. Although Yang Kai somewhat disliked Qianyu, Su Yan had put in a lot of good words for her, so Yang Kai didn't hate her as much. After adjusting his breathing, the fatigue in his soul gradually faded. Feeling the two life auras outside the ice room, Yang Kai got up and opened the door to his room. Sure enough, Qianya and Qianyu were standing outside, and after seeing Yang Kai, a complicated light flashed across the two women's beautiful eyes. Su Yan didn't wake up? Qianyu glanced over and asked in surprise. She woke up for a while then fell asleep again, Yang Kai explained faintly. Qianyu looked at him and frowned slightly. She found that this little brat's hostility towards her seemed to have reduced significantly, but she didn't know why. "You should have talked about it in detail, right?" Qianya asked softly. Yang Kai gently nodded. "We did." "Then what was your decision?" "Su Yan will remain here. I ask Senior Sect Master to take care of her." Qianya smiled lightly. "Rest assured, although my Ice Sect does not accept outsiders, out of respect for Meng Wuya, I won't treat her unfairly." "Many thanks, Sect Master," Yang Kai said solemnly. "And, in fact, even I didn't expect that someone would be able to awaken a disciple who had used the ice body locked heart. You really are an eye-opener. This also proves that the feelings between you and Su Yan are not ordinary." Qinya's pretty face flashed a look of admiration. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't explain further. Although part of the reason for this was because he had summoned them, the most fundamental reason was that Su Yan had set up a barrier in advance. If it wasn't for her restriction, Yang Kai reckoned that even if he was lucky enough to break into her spiritual world, he wouldn't be able to find her soul. I still have one more thing to ask you, Qinya suddenly said with a solemn expression. Seeing her so serious, Yang Kai couldn't help but become serious and nodded. Sect Master, please speak. What kind of dual cultivation technique are you and Su Yan cultivating? What happened? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit strange. Ice sect's disciples cultivated ice attribute secret arts, and they had always been pure-minded and few desires, so they had nothing to do with dual cultivation. Yang Kai didn't understand why Qingyo was suddenly interested in this. Even if she knew about this secret art, she probably didn't have anyone to dual cultivate with. Don't be so vigilant, I'm not trying to inquire about your secret art, I just have some concerns. Qingya's brow furrowed slightly as she pondered for a moment before slowly saying, do you know, a long time ago, there were several top forces in Tongxian realm. What kind of forces? Great forces that could cover the sky with a single hand. Qingya quickly said, these forces were once the strongest in Tongxian realm. In their era, the demon race, the monster race and other races didn't dare act too presumptuously. That was the era when humans were the masters. Today's demon land, the territory of the monster race, was also human territory at that time. There were such forces? Yang Kai was extremely surprised. Qingya nodded lightly. Qingya nodded slightly, however, some kind of unforeseen event happened later on. All of these forces suffered a great loss in strength, and some of them even lost their most fundamental inheritances. After losing their inheritances, these forces were unable to recover from this setback and gradually declined. However, a centipede dies but never falls down. Although these forces have declined, there are still a few that have flourished to this day and have yet to be destroyed. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Ice sect is one of them? Qingya was stunned for a moment before revealing a wry smile and nodding. My ice sect is one of them. Back then, ice sect had tens of thousands of disciples and was prosperous for a time, but after that incident, our elders moved ice sect here and lived in seclusion, no longer paying attention to the disturbances of the outside world. Yang Kai was stunned. What kind of unforeseen event happened that caused such a great force to suddenly decline? Qingya shook her head. I don't know, too much time has passed. All I know is bits and pieces of the past. Why is Sect Master telling me all this? Yang Kai asked curiously. These past events probably had nothing to do with him, right? Because I remember that at that time, there seemed to be a disciple of one of these forces who improved their strength through dual cultivation. The top masters of this force were known as the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. When the two of them joined forces, they were almost invincible. What's more, the two of them also held the most fundamental inheritance of that force. When they fought, a dragon and a phoenix would appear. Saying so, Qingya stared at Yang Kai with a scorching gaze. Yang Kai's expression brightened. Sect Master means, Qingya smiled softly, I'm just guessing, I don't know if it's true or not. However, a general dual cultivation secret art is one that neglects the fundamentals and focuses on the details. The dual cultivator's foundation is unstable and their true qi is impure, making it difficult for them to achieve great things. However, you and Su Yan are different. The secret arts you both cultivate are obviously extraordinary, and with the strange phenomenon that occurred today, I can't help but wonder if that legendary force is somehow related to you. I don't know. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Qingya looked at him with a smile and didn't ask any more questions. What Yang Kai thought was his own business, asking any more questions would seem like meddling in other people's business. Sect Master, do you remember what that force was called? I remember, it was called the Dragon Phoenix Rift. It should still be active today. If you want to find it, it shouldn't be difficult. Yang Kai nodded lightly, thinking for a moment before suddenly remembering something and asking suspiciously, something's not right, Sect Master. I once heard people say that a long time ago, the strongest master in the world was the great demon god of the demon race. How could those sects be able to cover the sky with one hand? Qingya pursed her lips and smiled. The great demon god was a legend of his generation, but that was even longer ago. What I'm telling you is from the era after the great demon god disappeared. So it's like that, Yang Kai nodded, also having some speculations in his heart. With the disappearance of the great demon god and the ancient demon clan being sealed, the demon race naturally wasn't a match for the human race. The Tongxian continent had a long history and was rich in legends. This was something the central capital couldn't compare with. Sect Master, I'll go out first, I'll leave when I come back, Yang Kai informed her before leaving the ice room. Looking at his disappearing back, Qinya slowly shook her head. I didn't want to drive you away. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll be safe. Qian Yu snorted, quickly rushing into the ice room to check on Su Yan's current state, only relaxing after finding that she wasn't seriously injured. Inside the ice, Su Yan's mouth was still blooming with a happy smile. Yang Kai sprinted all the way, following the path he had taken with Su Yan before, heading towards the direction of the destroyed ice mountain. Half a day later, the collapsed ice mountain finally came into view. Without even releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai could clearly feel that under the collapsed ice mountain, there was an abundant energy fluctuation. Smiling happily, Yang Kai hurriedly rushed over. After a brief moment of bustling about, Yang Kai found a crystal-clear ice bead about the size of a longan fruit. The energy fluctuations were coming from this ice bead. Is this the cold ice jade crystal that Su Yan mentioned? Yang Kai held it in his hand and carefully examined it, quickly discovering that the energy contained inside it was truly extraordinary. What made him feel strange, though, was that inside this ice bead, there was a thick transparent liquid. This liquid exuded an extremely cold aura, and when Yang Kai released his divine sense into it, he felt as if he was about to be frozen. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of surprise. His current divine sense was not an ordinary divine sense, but rather a conflagrated knowledge C variant. If even he couldn't withstand this cold, it was easy to imagine how cold the liquid inside this ice bead was. Not continuing to investigate further, Yang Kai put the ice bead into his black book space and was about to return home when suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an unusual piece of ice. Fixing his eyes on it, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Inside this ice block, there was actually a dark skeleton. Atop this skeleton, the meridians were still there, but there was no flesh or blood, giving it a terrifying appearance. Could it be that one of Ice Sect's disciples had accidentally encountered an accident here? Yang Kai thought to himself. With the ice bead inside this ice mountain, this person must have been trying to find some kind of treasure when he was alive and accidentally froze inside it. However, what Yang Kai didn't quite understand was why this person's meridians were still there, but there was no flesh or blood. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to this, but after thinking about it for a moment, he reached out and picked up the ice block that sealed the skeleton, hefted it onto his shoulder, and flew back to Ice Sect. In any case, Su Yan would be taken care of by Qinya and the others in Ice Sect in the future, so if this person was really an Ice Sect disciple, Yang Kai should bring him back and let Ice Sect bury him. A day later, Yang Kai returned to Ice Sect. Just after arriving at the 3000 glacial world, Yang Kai ran into the Ice Sect elder named Qian Hao. This man frowned and stared at Yang Kai coldly, shouting in dissatisfaction, "Boy, why are you still in my Ice Sect? I'm leaving soon." Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of this man and replied coldly, tossing him the ice block he was carrying on his shoulder and shouting, "Right, this may be one of your Ice Sect's disciples who encountered some kind of accident outside." Qian Hao frowned and caught the ice block, but after glancing at it, his complexion suddenly changed greatly as his eyes trembled violently, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. The ice block that sealed the skeleton slipped from his hand and fell to the ground below. Hong, with a loud bang, Yang Kai stood midair, frowning as he stared at Qian Hao, not knowing why he was showing such a fearful expression. Chapter 740. Above Ice Sect, Qian Hao's expression fluctuated, appearing particularly complex while Yang Kai frowned as he stared at him. "Boy, where did you find this thing?" Suddenly, Qian Hao raised his head and asked Yang Kai. "About half a day's journey from here, inside an ice mountain," Yang Kai replied casually. "What's wrong?" Qian Hao didn't answer, his expression instead becoming more dignified. Suddenly, he lifted his head to the sky and let out a loud roar, one that conveyed a strong sense of warning. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he realized that he seemed to have made a mistake, or perhaps he had inadvertently implicated one of Ice Sect's most sensitive nerves. What kind of skeleton was sealed inside that block of ice? Why did Qian Hao look like he was facing a great enemy? While issuing this warning, Qian Hao's divine sense was still locked onto the block of ice on the ground, seemingly not daring to relax in the slightest. Hearing his roar, Ice Sect's transcendent realm masters and above all rushed out under the leadership of Ice Sect's sect master Qinya. What happened? Qinya hurriedly asked as soon as she arrived. If it wasn't something important, Qian Hao wouldn't be so nervous, so she immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Come with me, Qian Hao said before quickly flying down, his yuan qi quietly condensing, ready to erupt at any moment. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he too followed the Ice Sect group in confusion. On the ground below, everyone from Ice Sect was gathered around the block of ice that sealed the black skeleton, many of them frowning as they stared at it suspiciously, obviously just like Yang Kai. On the other hand, Qinya and the other Saint Realm elders all paled when they saw the skeleton. All of you stand back, Qinya quickly ordered. The Transcendent Realm Masters all glanced at each other but didn't ask any questions, simply following Qinya's instructions and retreating. Soon, only Qinya, the 4 elders and Yang Kai's group of 6 were left standing around the block of ice. Where did you get this? Qinya asked solemnly, her pretty face dignified. This little brat found it, Qian Hao pointed to Yang Kai and replied. Yang Kai, where did you find this? How did you find him? Qinya hurriedly asked in detail. Seeing her serious expression, Yang Kai also knew that something was wrong. He quickly explained everything that had happened. As everyone listened, their expressions became heavier. What? Is he not a disciple of your Ice Sect? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Originally, he had come here with good intentions, but now he had brought trouble to Ice Sect, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat embarrassed. How could such a vicious beast be a disciple of my Ice Sect? Qian Hao coldly snorted, a crazed hatred flashing across his face. Fierce Ho! Yang Kai was stunned. I didn't know he had some kind of grudge with your Ice Sect. I just thought he was one of your missing disciples. How about this, I'll bring him back. Don't move. Qinya hurriedly stopped Yang Kai and slowly shook her head. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. Aren't you making too much of a fuss? No matter what kind of person he was when he was alive, he's dead now, what's the point of being so vigilant? Who said he's dead? Qian Hao coldly snorted. The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly disappeared as he frowned. What do you mean? He's not dead, he's still alive. Qian Yu's pretty face went pale as she muttered in a low voice. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and turned to look at the others, quickly discovering that none of them had any intention of refuting, apparently agreeing with Qian Yu's words. He's not dead? But this person doesn't even have a trace of flesh and blood, only bones and meridians, how? Qinya took a deep breath before interrupting Yang Kai's words, softly saying, In this world there are many strange life forms, many of which you have never heard of. No one knows how they were born, but these strange life forms all possess tyrannical strength that surpasses that of flesh and blood. Yang Kai immediately thought of the Jade True Spirit. The Jade True Spirit was also a kind of life form. It didn't have a body of flesh and blood, but if it were to mature, it would possess the strength to destroy the world. Therefore, although Qinya's words were a little difficult for him to understand, he was able to quickly accept them. But you don't need to be nervous, this one doesn't seem to be too strong, Qinya smiled faintly. Hearing her words, Qian Hao and the others relaxed. Yang Kai, you're the one who brought this thing back, you have to help me deal with it, Qinya looked at Yang Kai. Please give your orders, Sect Master. Burn him, Qinya pointed at the ice block in front of her. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply circulated his yuan qi, directly wrapping the ice block with a scorching hot energy. The ice block melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon, the frozen skeleton was exposed. Just as Yang Kai was about to increase his strength and incinerate the skeleton in one fell swoop, an extremely fierce and violent aura suddenly spread out from the skeleton. Yang Kai was startled, his expression changing greatly because he discovered that the skeleton's two eye sockets were actually flashing a green light, like a pair of human eyes, giving off a dangerous light. At the same time, the skeleton began to move strangely. It seemed to be struggling. Qin Ya's pretty face became cold and she quickly took action, sending out a few bursts of energy to fix the skeleton to the ground. Yang Kai's yuan qi surged out even more violently. In everyone's ears, there seemed to be a howling sound as a cruel and violent divine sense roamed around, penetrating everyone's minds in an attempt to interfere with their state of mind. Ice Sect's Saint Realm Masters remained indifferent, and Yang Kai's expression also remained unchanged. This caused Qin Ya, who had been paying close attention to him, to look at him in a new light. She had thought that Yang Kai would be somewhat affected by this, but he actually ignored it completely. The howling sound in their ears became more and more shrill, more and more urgent, giving off a strong sense of arrogance. Gradually, the howling sound weakened until it disappeared completely. The dark skeleton was finally ignited and was reduced to a fine powder, completely disappearing from this world. Looking at this bizarre scene, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit surreal. He had never thought before that without a body of flesh and blood, one could still exist and have their own consciousness. Sect Master, can you explain what this thing is? Yang Kai frowned as he looked at Qin Ya, his own confusion making him feel very uncomfortable. Why ask so many questions? Qian Hao coldly snorted. Qin Ya waved her hand and lightly opened her mouth. How do I explain this? In fact, I don't know much about this. All I know is from the mouths of Ice Sect's seniors. This should be a race called the Bone Race. Bone Race? Yang Kai frowned. And they don't have flesh and blood, only bones and meridians, but the masters among them have extraordinary abilities. The reason why my Ice Sect is so weak is related to this race. No one knows where this race came from, but in addition to the Bone Race, there seems to be some other strange life forms that mysteriously appeared on Tongxian Realm a long time ago. Remember I told you before that because of some unforeseen event, the great forces of Tongxian Realm all declined? This has a lot to do with all of this. The reason we are living here now is also partly because of them. Our seniors said that some of the Bone Race had fled here, so we have been searching for them here. Over the past countless years, we have found many frozen Bone Race masters and killed them, but since I took over Ice Sect, this is the first time I have encountered such a group. It seems that some of them have slipped through the net. That's quite interesting. Yang Kai's expression was extremely strange. This isn't interesting at all. What you found this time was just a very weak Bone Race master. If it were a powerful existence, my Ice Sect would likely have suffered a great loss. Qian Hao said coldly. Then why are you still here? Yang Kai was stunned. Although the Bone Race has masters, not every one of them is so strong, and we are not weak either. We are guarding this place for their sake, to prevent them from having the opportunity to go out and cause trouble. Qin Ya smiled slightly. Yang Kai's expression shook. So you mean to say that you are silently contributing to the entire continent? We are simply following the wishes of our ancestors. Besides, the outside world is too noisy, we don't want to leave here, Qin Ya smiled. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling awe. Elders, I'll have to trouble you to take some people and carefully search the surrounding area to see if there are any Bone Race survivors. Qin Ya turned to the 4 elders and ordered. Yes. The 4 elders responded in unison, calling out to the Transcendent Realm Masters before dispersing in 4 different directions. Yang Kai stood in place and pondered for a long time before asking worriedly, Su Yan isn't in any danger here, right? Don't worry. Qin Ya stared off into the distance. As long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to her. Besides, even if there are Bone Race survivors, they won't be able to cause any trouble here. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling relieved, quickly taking out the ice bead from the black book space and handing it to Qin Ya. This is what I found in that ice mountain. Su Yan said it may be of great use to those who cultivate ice attribute secret arts. Cold ice jade crystal? Qin Ya raised her brow in surprise, quickly calling out, No, cold ice jade essence? What do you mean? The outer layer is cold ice jade crystal, but the liquid inside is cold ice jade essence. You're really lucky, you even found this. Qinya stared at him in amazement. With this thing, Su Yan's strength will improve even faster. This is a supreme treasure for those who cultivate ice attribute secret arts. Saying so, she turned to Yang Kai with a smile. You giving this to me, aren't you worried that I'll take it for myself? It will also be of great use to me. Yang Kai chuckled and said freely, if you want to take it for yourself, then so be it. Su Yan has also received a lot of care from Sect Master here, so consider this a gift from Junior to Sect Master as thanks. You only know how to say such cheap words. Qinya shot him a disdainful look before sternly saying, don't worry, when Su Yan wakes up, I'll give this to her. I won't covet the belongings of a junior. In any case, I'll have to trouble Sect Master to take care of Su Yan. Yang Kai cupped his fists sincerely. Seemingly aware of something, Qinya asked, you're not going to see her again? No, as long as she's safe and sound. Yang Kai shook his head. Junior will take his leave. Saying so, he turned around and left. If you see Meng Wuya, tell him for me that the favor he owes me will be repaid sooner or later. Qinya's voice came from behind. Yang Kai waved his hand vigorously and said goodbye. Chapter 741. On the surface of the sea, a small iceberg the size of a room was drifting along with the waves. Atop this iceberg, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, feeling quite comfortable. After finding Su Yan and knowing that Meng Wuya and his little senior sister were safe, Yang Kai relaxed a lot. Although he had not been able to take Su Yan away and had instead left her in Ice Sect, with Qinya and the others taking care of her, Su Yan would only grow stronger and stronger. The next time they met, Yang Kai estimated that Su Yan would be even more powerful. With such a good mood, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to continue his journey, simply sitting on top of this iceberg and circulating his yuan qi slightly, urging it to move in the direction he wanted to go. Now that he no longer had any worries, the only thing he needed to do was return to Soaring Heaven Sect and improve his alchemy skills as soon as possible. After refining the Saint Pill that could save the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai would then go to the Snow Mountain Range to find Coffin Slave. After receiving some pointers from Li Lao, Yang Kai's understanding of alchemy had become much more profound. Using his conflagrated knowledge C to perform alchemy was much faster and more convenient than using his yuan qi. Moreover, with the help of his soul fusion with Su Yan a few days ago, combined with the insights he obtained from the other masters through his demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai seemed to have gained some new insights. Sitting on top of the iceberg, Yang Kai felt as if he had been enlightened. The various truths of the heavenly way and martial Tao flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. His thoughts intertwined faster than a beam of light as Yang Kai comprehended his own Tao, his expression constantly changing. The sea was vast and boundless, so Yang Kai did not encounter any disturbances along the way. He also forgot the passage of time and even forgot where he was, simply immersing himself in this profound world, growing stronger little by little. Below the iceberg, occasionally a large sea beast would pass by, but Yang Kai concealed his aura so these sea beasts did not discover him, so naturally he did not cause any trouble. The clouds in the sky dispersed and the waves beneath his feet rose and fell. Since arriving in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai felt for the first time that the world was so beautiful. After a month or two, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and exhaled softly. A faint smile appeared on his face. This time's enlightenment had greatly improved his strength, but he also realized just how difficult it was to break through to the next realm after the Transcendent Realm. It could be said that every Transcendent Realm master had experienced all kinds of hardships, struggling on the edge of life and death, experiencing countless life or death battles in order to achieve a cultivation that transcended the mortal realm. Those who couldn't achieve these things would only be mediocre or die early. This deep enlightenment allowed Yang Kai to gain a considerable understanding of the wonders of the conflagrated knowledge C. Conflagrated divine sense was a variant of divine sense. Whether it was used for attack or defense, it was much more useful than ordinary divine sense. Moreover, it could also be used to deceive others. Yang Kai's divine sense was already powerful enough. By using this powerful divine sense to cover his body, Others would be able to misunderstand him and even underestimate his strength, allowing him to obtain some unexpected gains. After a little experimentation, Yang Kai found that this method was quite convenient. All he needed to do was restrain the circulation of his yuan qi and create some illusions with his divine sense to deceive others. However, Yang Kai estimated that this method of his wouldn't be able to deceive those with stronger divine senses than him. If their divine sense was stronger than his, they would be able to see through his disguise. Overall, Yang Kai was very satisfied with his gains this time. Standing atop the iceberg and stretching his muscles, Yang Kai gazed into the distance, but all he could see was the boundless ocean and nothing else. His face went black as he cursed silently. Although Yang Kai had consciously avoided the sea beasts and unknown dangers while he was comprehending, he had also become completely immersed in his divine sense, causing him to be unable to distinguish his bearings. His original plan was to first return to Water Spirit Temple and meet with Xue Ling. In any case, Xue Ling had helped him this time and was one of Yang Kai's few friends, so it was only right for him to meet her and say thank you in person. Then, using Water Spirit Temple as a transit point, he would return to Soaring Heaven Sect. But now, his plans were a bit messed up. Standing atop the iceberg for a while, Yang Kai sorted out his mood and calmed down. As long as he could see someone alive and ask for directions, he would be able to figure out everything. Considering all this, Yang Kai simply sat down cross-legged and watched the rolling sea, his mood relaxed. Under the blue waves of the sea, schools of fish swam past, appearing to be full of vitality. Some colorful corals also opened Yang Kai's eyes. 3 days later, just as Yang Kai was looking at the clouds in the sky in boredom, the divine sense he released suddenly detected a life aura breaking into his alert range. Kai Yang's spirit immediately shook as he stood up and looked over. In the distance, there was a small black dot that was sailing a few dozen kilometers to the side. It was a large ship, and even from such a distance, Yang Kai could clearly see how extraordinary this ship was. These ships sailing the sea were not ordinary ships, but rather ones that had been specially refined with some precious ores. These ships had traces of artifacts on them, and their defensive power was comparable to that of precious artifacts. Only such a large ship could withstand the violent attacks of the sea beasts. There were many such ships in Water Spirit Temple. At this moment, this ship was even more magnificent than the one Yang Kai had been on before, its bow like a dragon's, cutting through the waves at an extremely fast speed. On this big ship, there were many brightly colored flags fluttering in the wind. Yang Kai slightly estimated the speed and direction of the big ship and the ice mountain he was sitting on and felt that after a while, the two would pass by each other a dozen kilometers apart. Immediately increasing the output of yuan qi, Yang Kai increased the speed of the ice mountain he was sitting on. A moment later, Yang Kai took back his divine sense. Although he didn't dare to carefully investigate, Yang Kai was basically certain that there were no Saint Realm Masters on this ship, only a few Transcendents and even a few Third-Order Transcendents. With his soul-devouring insects in hand, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to stand up on the ice mountain and shout out loudly, trying to attract the attention of the other party. Sure enough, after a while, several figures appeared on the bow of the ship, all of them pointing towards him, apparently having noticed Yang Kai. However, looking at their indifferent figures, it seemed they didn't intend to pay attention to Yang Kai's shouts, the speed and direction of the big ship not changing in the slightest. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Such a big ship had finally passed by, so of course he wouldn't let it go so easily. Now that he was lost at sea, he really needed to find someone to help him find his bearings. Thinking so, the ice mountain he was sitting on suddenly increased its speed and slammed straight into the big ship. The faces of the people standing on the bow of the ship immediately changed as they shouted out. On the big ship, the crew who heard the commotion were all alarmed and quickly ran to the deck to watch, some of them even being Transcendents. After figuring out what was going on in front of him, the Transcendent Realm Master immediately became angry and waved his hand. Where did this brat come from, acting so recklessly? Shatter the iceberg under his feet for me, actually daring to act against my Holy Land's ship. And let's keep him alive for now, capture him and interrogate him about the situation. Let's see what kind of person he is. Receiving the order of this transcendent realm master, the disciples were immediately filled with righteous indignation, the several people standing at the bow of the ship immediately displaying their martial skills and artifacts. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk several energy beams shot out from the bow of the ship. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected the other party to be so impolite, quickly dodging into the sea. With a loud rumble, the iceberg that had been carrying Yang Kai on the sea for 1 to 2 months suddenly turned into dust. As the pieces of ice scattered on the sea, the people on the ship all looked around, carefully searching for Yang Kai's figure, but unfortunately for them, they couldn't help glancing around at each other. Where is he? The Transcendent Realm Master had also lost track of Yang Kai just now, and when he tried to search again, he couldn't find him, so he couldn't help asking with an ugly expression. Everyone shook their heads. Another disciple muttered, "Could it be he was smashed to pieces? From what I can see, he's quite young and his strength isn't high." Nonsense. The Transcendent Realm Master shouted, daring to wander the sea alone. How can his strength be bad? At the very least, he should be an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. If he was really smashed to pieces, why isn't there any blood on the sea? This little brat must be hiding somewhere. Search carefully for him. There's no need to search. A slightly annoyed voice suddenly came from the side of the ship, and in the next moment, Yang Kai climbed up and jumped directly onto the deck, frowning as he stared at the people on the ship, his expression ugly as he asked, "Everyone, we have no enmity between us. Why are you suddenly attacking me?" "We didn't want to attack you, we just wanted to break the iceberg under your feet." The Transcendent Realm Master coldly snorted, "If we really wanted to attack you, would you still be standing here calmly?" Yang Kai frowned but didn't say anything more. He had also seen the attacks just now and knew they weren't aimed at him, nor did they contain any killing intent. It was likely that his approach had caused some misunderstanding. However, Yang Kai didn't intend to let the iceberg hit their ship. Explaining this now was useless, so Yang Kai simply didn't mention it. "Little brat, I'll ask you a few questions, answer them honestly. If you dare to conceal anything, I'll throw you overboard to feed the fish," the Transcendent Realm Cultivator said solemnly. Yang Kai nodded, circulating his yuan qi to evaporate the seawater on his body, putting on a docile appearance with no hostility. "Who are you? How did you end up on this iceberg?" Junior is just a nobody. He accidentally lost his way at sea and had no choice but to land on this iceberg, otherwise he would have drowned long ago. "Oomph." The man coldly snorted, Yang Kai not answering his question directly, obviously making him somewhat dissatisfied. "Then why did you come to my Holy Land's ship?" "I had no choice. I've been waiting for many days and only saw your ship, so I just wanted to come here and ask you for directions. And, if it's convenient, I'd like to ask you to take me away from the sea and find a place to settle down." Chapter 742. "Don't worry, I'll pay you well," Yang Kai finished and added. The cultivators standing on the deck seemed to have heard a good joke and burst into laughter, each of them showing an amused expression as they stared at Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across their eyes. Even the Transcendent Realm Master couldn't help smiling and nodding. "Boy, what kind of reward can you offer?" "How about 10 crystal stones? That's the price I can afford." Yang Kai tilted his head, simply pretending to be a country bumpkin. He could also see that the owner of the ship was either rich or powerful, so naturally he wouldn't care about such a small reward. The people around him laughed even harder. The Transcendent Realm Cultivator nodded lightly. "I didn't expect you to have some spare cash, boy. However, you can keep those 10 crystal stones for yourself." Saying so, he waved to a nearby cultivator and ordered, "Give him a small boat and tell him to scram." Yang Kai's previous answer had made him somewhat vigilant. Although Yang Kai's strength wasn't high, he wasn't prepared to leave Yang Kai on the ship, only wanting to send him off as quickly as possible. "That's fine." Yang Kai didn't insist, "But can you point me in a certain direction?" "No matter where it is, as long as I can reach land as quickly as possible." "What's the use of pointing you in a certain direction?" The other man coldly snorted, "With your cultivation, you won't be able to reach land, you'll just have to prey on the sea. You can consider yourself lucky to have met my 9 heavens holy land. If it were any other great force's ship, I'm afraid you would have already been chopped up and thrown into the sea. 9 Heavens Holy Land? Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Daring to use the word Holy Land, this great force was no small matter. After arriving in Tong Xian realm, Yang Kai had also seen a variety of forces, big and small, such as Bold Independent Union, Water Spirit Temple, Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, Soaring Heaven Sect, and so on. Among them, Bold Independent Union and Bright Thunder Spirit Religion were relatively weak, Water Spirit Temple was in the middle, and Soaring Heaven Sect was the strongest, but this 9 Heavens Holy Land should be even stronger than Soaring Heaven Sect. As they spoke, a small boat that could accommodate several people was lowered from the ship and a cultivator called out, "Uncle Qian, the boat is ready." The Transcendent Realm cultivator called Uncle Qian was about to answer, but his brow furrowed as he quickly turned around and bowed, "Young lady, why are you out here?" The other cultivators standing on the deck also hurriedly saluted in that direction, their expressions extremely respectful. Following their gazes, Kai Yang's eyes lit up. From the cabin, a young woman wearing a white dress walked out. This woman was very young and extremely beautiful, her skin as white as mutton fat, her eyebrows curved like crescent moons, and her pair of beautiful eyes exuded a lively charm. Her figure was exquisite, tall, and straight, and her buttocks were round and supple. Her entire body exuded the aura of a noble young lady, pleasing to the eye. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's unbridled gaze, the woman couldn't help frowning slightly as she glanced over at him casually. Uncle Qian turned his head and sneered coldly at Yang Kai, his tone full of warning. Yang Kai responded calmly. "It was a bit stuffy inside, so when I heard some noise outside, I came out to take a look." The woman's lips parted slightly, her voice crisp and pleasant as she glanced around and asked, "What happened here?" Uncle Qian immediately reported everything that had just happened, no matter how big or small. The woman couldn't help looking at Yang Kai with some surprise before nodding lightly, indicating that she understood. "I didn't expect such a trivial matter would disturb young lady. This subordinate deserves 10,000 deaths." Uncle Qian showed quite a bit of fear. "Uncle Qian, you're too serious." The woman slowly shook her head, staring deeply at Yang Kai, smiled slightly, and said something shocking, "But he should be lying." Yang Kai was stunned, curiously looking at the woman, not understanding why she was so sure. This subordinate also has some guesses, so I was thinking of making him leave." Uncle Qian glanced at Yang Kai darkly. "There's no need to drive him away. He is an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. If we drive him away, he will have no way to live. Although he lied, he has no malice towards us. Perhaps he has some difficulties that he can't speak of, so we'll take him with us on the road, and when we arrive at our destination, we'll let him leave." "Since young lady says so, this subordinate will do as you say." Uncle Qian respectfully responded. "I'll go back first, you all be careful," the woman ordered, turned around and left. After she left, Uncle Qian walked over to Yang Kai and coldly said, "Young lady is merciful, not letting me drive you away. You'd better behave. If you dare to plot against us, I'll let you know what it means to be in so much pain you'll wish you were dead." Yang Kai grinned, "Rest assured I'll be very safe, I just want to return to the mainland." "That's for the best." Uncle Qian nodded heavily, waving to a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, "Cheng Fei, keep an eye on him, don't let him have a chance to cause trouble." A tall and sturdy man hurriedly responded. After giving his orders, Uncle Qian also went to do his own things. The cultivator named Cheng Fei walked over to Yang Kai, looking him up and down, his eyes full of contempt. Yang Kai was only showing his immortal ascension boundary 7-stage cultivation at the moment, so unless a Saint Realm Master came to spy on him, no one would be able to see his true cultivation. This kind of cultivation at this age was very common in Tong Xian Realm, so it wouldn't arouse any suspicion. This Cheng Fei was a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, so he naturally felt superior. "Little brat, behave yourself, Uncle doesn't have so much free time to take care of you. If you make Uncle angry, I'll make sure you suffer. I'll be very, very honest." Yang Kai nodded quickly. Everyone in 9 Heavens Holy Land had a sense of pride, probably related to the transcendent status of their force in Tongxian realm. Just like in the central capital, the disciples of the 8 great families also had a sense of superiority when they went out, feeling that no one in the world was inferior to them. Yang Kai had seen this many times, so he didn't care. "Come with me, I'll arrange a place for you to live." Cheng Fei sneered, beckoning Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly kept up with his pace, asking as he walked, "Friend, who was that girl just now? Why does it seem like you're all very respectful to her? Boy, you're quite curious." Cheng Fei glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, coldly snorting, "Why are you asking about this?" "Nothing, I just thought she was very beautiful." Yang Kai showed an expression of gentleness and gentleness. "Hehe, Her Highness the Saintess is naturally beautiful." Cheng Fei's face flashed a trace of fanaticism, seemingly quite obsessed with Her Highness the Saintess, but soon he snapped back and angrily shouted, "Smelly brat, the next time you dare look at Her Highness the Saintess, this uncle will dig out your eyeballs. Do you think a toad can eat swan meat? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Her Highness the Saintess is gentle and kind, the one who can match her has yet to be born. Just you, being able to look at her is a blessing left over from your previous life." This big man snorted disdainfully towards Yang Kai, his words causing Yang Kai to feel as if he had nothing left to hide. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, thinking that although he couldn't compare to that little white boy Zhai Yao, he was still a heroic and extraordinary man. How could he be described as a wretched person by this guy? Immediately losing interest in talking, Yang Kai followed behind Cheng Fei silently. However, this woman was actually the Saintess of 9 Heavens Holy Land, a fact that surprised Yang Kai. It was said that saintesses were holy and noble existences. Under normal circumstances they would not appear in public. Yang Kai didn't know why this Saintess of 9 Heavens Holy Land was floating on a ship at sea. Soon, Cheng Fei led Yang Kai to a room at the bottom of the ship's cabin. With a look of annoyance, Cheng Fei said, "Go in until we arrive at our destination. You'll have to stay here. Your 3 meals a day will naturally be sent to you. You're not allowed to go out without permission. If you dare go out, you'll be thrown into the sea." Looking at the small space where even turning around would cause him to run into a wall, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. However, he didn't ask for too much and simply walked in without saying a word. Cheng Fei saw Yang Kai act quite meekly and was very satisfied, immediately closing the door after Yang Kai entered. This room wasn't really a room at all, it was probably just a small warehouse used to store things, covering an area of about 2 meters and emitting a strange smell. Yang Kai was extremely helpless. There was nothing in the room, so he could only sit cross-legged on the floor and open the window behind him, allowing the clear sea breeze to blow in. Only then did he feel much better. The big ship continued to sail on the sea, the entire journey uneventful. Yang Kai didn't want to cause trouble for himself, so he didn't spy on the movements of the people on the ship. Every day, he just sat down in the cabin and cultivated, waiting for the big ship of 9 Heavens Holy Land to dock so he could leave. During this period, Cheng Fei also delivered 3 meals a day, all of which were sea fish that Yang Kai didn't have much taste in his mouth. Uncle Qian, who was a transcendent realm cultivator, also came to inquire about Yang Kai's situation several times, and after seeing Yang Kai behave himself, he was very satisfied. Occasionally, some sea beasts would cause trouble, but under the siege of the ship's masters, they were quickly killed. After several battles, Yang Kai was secretly shocked by the heritage of 9 Heavens Holy Land. There were at least 6 transcendent realm masters aboard the ship, 2 of which were third-order transcendents, Uncle Qian being one of them. The remaining 4 were all second-order transcendents. However, what made Yang Kai feel slightly strange was that there weren't any Saint Realm Masters here. Logically speaking, the status of the Saintess was very important, so if such a character was drifting on the sea, there should be a Saint Realm Master stationed here to guard against any accidents. Unable to understand, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Inside a huge room in the ship's cabin, the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess sat at a table, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Compared to Kai Yang's room, this room was 1,000,000 times better. The room was lit with the highest grade of incense. The fragrance was pleasant and filled with warmth. The room's decorations were also incomparably exquisite, with a noble aura flowing through every corner of the room. Chapter 743. Young lady, what are you thinking about? A maidservant standing next to the saintess saw her remain motionless for 1 or 2 hours and couldn't help asking. Nothing. The saintess slowly shook her head, a faint trace of sadness appearing on her brow. Young lady, are you thinking about whether or not you can find the Holy Master this time? Bay Air smiled. I don't want to find the Holy Master. The saintess sighed softly. But this is young lady's duty. Bay Air's face also became gloomy. I know, I'm looking for him right now, but he hasn't appeared. What can I do? It would be best if he never appears, that way young lady won't have to worry about anything. Shoo! The saintess quickly raised a jade finger to her lips and quietly glanced outside, whispering, You can only say this to me, don't say it outside, it won't be good if Uncle Qian and the others hear. I know, Bay Air stuck out her tongue. But young lady doesn't need to worry too much, my 9 Heavens Holy Land has a total of 4 saintesses, in addition to you, the other 3 are also looking for him, perhaps they will be able to find him. No matter who finds him, it won't be good. The saintess sighed slightly, stood up, and said, I'm tired of sitting here, let's go out for a walk. Bay Air nodded quickly. Outside the cabin and looking around for a while, the saintess' mood improved greatly. Suddenly remembering Yang Kai, she quickly asked one of the disciples on the ship about him. Learning that Yang Kai had been hiding in the cabin and hadn't come out, the saintess couldn't help frowning. Because she was born with a special ability, she could basically spy on the true thoughts of others. When she met Yang Kai before, although she understood that he didn't have any hostility or malice towards her, she still felt that he was a bit strange, as if he was shrouded in a mysterious aura that made the saintess, who had always been good at observation, unable to see through him. After learning that he was safe, the saintess didn't have any intention of talking to him and after resting for a while, returned to the cabin. Days passed, and the ship had been sailing on the sea for about a month when Yang Kai, who was meditating under the cabin, suddenly smelled a scent that made him feel nostalgic. It was the smell of soil. He hurriedly looked out of the window and saw that in the distant horizon, there were some irregularly arranged islands. Shocked, Yang Kai stood up. During this period of time, he had been cooped up in the cabin, and it had suffocated him to death. Now that he saw land, he could finally leave this small space, and his mood instantly became happy. Half a day later, the large ship stopped at the side of an island, and a wave of footsteps came from outside the door. Not long after, the robust man called Ching Fei pushed the door open and shouted, Kid, we've arrived, come out. Yang Kai nodded slightly and followed him out. On the deck of the ship, the disciples of 9 Heavens Holy Land were disembarking in an orderly manner. On the edge of the island, there were also some cultivators who seemed to be local tyrants who were respectfully greeting them, all of them wearing respectful smiles. When Yang Kai saw the saintess of 9 Heavens Holy Land on the deck, he thought for a moment before walking towards her. His movement immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators. Uncle Qian's yuan qi surged as he glared at Yang Kai. It seemed that as soon as Yang Kai made the slightest move, he would immediately be mercilessly killed. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't notice this and leisurely strolled over to the saintess, cupping his fists and saying, Many thanks for young lady's rescue this time, this one will remember it in his heart. I wish young lady eternal youth, health, and longevity. The saintess' eyelashes trembled slightly before she suddenly smiled. Yang Kai's words were quite different from others, causing her to be a bit surprised. Nodding lightly, she said, You're too polite. In the future, you should pay more attention to your surroundings, don't drift out to sea again. Many thanks for young lady's concern, farewell. Saying so, Yang Kai jumped off the ship and quickly left. Smooth talker. Uncle Qian seemed to dislike Yang Kai very much and couldn't help coldly snorting. I think he's quite sincere. The saintess looked at Yang Kai's disappearing back and smiled. Below the ship, many cultivators, whether old or young, were attracted by this smile and were momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Uncle Qian let out a heavy snort that everyone recovered and couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. Yang Kai got off the ship and walked around the island. There were also many cultivators coming and going on this island, but the world energy aura here was a bit thin, not as rich as the other islands occupied by Water Spirit Temple. Moreover, there didn't seem to be many masters on this island. Among the local masters who had come to greet Nine Heavens' holy land just now, the most powerful one was only a second-order transcendent, a white-haired old man with 1 foot in the grave. From the looks of it, the nearby islands weren't very good and should be occupied by some small forces, completely incomparable to Water Spirit Temple. From the scene of people coming and going, it was obvious that on Water Spirit Temple's side, outsiders were not allowed to enter, but on this island, there seemed to be many outsiders. After wandering around the island for a while, Yang Kai walked into an inn, chose a table by the window, and ordered the waiter to bring him some food and drink. The waiter nodded and soon returned with many exquisite dishes, but just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Yang Kai. "What other instructions does honored guest have?" the waiter asked with a smile. Yang Kai didn't say a word, simply taking out 2 crystal stones and placing them on the table. The waiter's eyes lit up and he immediately flattered, "Honored guest, these dishes won't cost more than 2 crystal stones. I'll ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, the extra is yours. If honored guest has any questions, please feel free to ask. This humble one will answer to the best of his ability." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Where is this place?" The waiter stared at Yang Kai in amazement for a moment before smiling. "Honored guest doesn't know where this place is? Then how did you get here?" Before he finished speaking though, he saw the look in Yang Kai's eyes and quickly stopped and explained, "This is Sea Green Island. Then what kind of forces are there here?" "Here, there is the Chung family, Wang family, Hai family." The waiter reported one by one. After listening to the waiter's description, Yang Kai understood that these nearby islands belonged to a force called the Seven Family Alliance. There were about 20 to 30 islands nearby, and a total of 7 families occupied these islands. These families were all fairly equal in strength, but none of them were too powerful. As for the masters in these families, as Yang Kai had seen before, the most powerful one was only a second-order transcendent, and there weren't many transcendents, each family only having 4 or 5. After inquiring about the distance to Water Spirit Temple, the waiter's answer left Yang Kai dumbfounded. He seemed to have followed Nine Heavens' Holy Land's ship in the opposite direction and was now several tens of thousands of kilometers away from Water Spirit Temple. Learning this, Yang Kai could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that there was no way for him to return to Water Spirit Temple and thank Shui Ling in person, so he could only wait until they had a chance to meet. As for the mainland closest to these islands, it would take at least a month to reach by boat. "Is there an alchemist guild here?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. The waiter shook his head. "What a remote place." Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Even the Alchemist Guild headquarters didn't establish a branch here. Obviously this place was quite desolate. "Is little brother an alchemist?" The waiter was a shrewd man, so from Yang Kai's question, he was keenly aware of something. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai glanced at him. "The Seven Family Alliance is vigorously recruiting alchemists and the benefits are first class. If little brother wants to make some money, you might as well apply." Yang Kai quietly curled his lips, obviously not interested in this. He didn't care about the benefits, all he wanted right now was to improve his alchemy skills. But looking at the Seven Family Alliance's forces, it was obvious they didn't have any good herbs for him to refine. "Right, what are the guests you're talking about? Why do I see them all dressed up so well? Why do they look so elegant and elegant?" Kai Yang asked again. Since arriving on this island, Yang Kai had noticed this problem. Basically, as long as one was a young man, they would dress up like dogs. Not only were they particular about their clothing, but when they spoke, they were also very polite. It seemed like all of them were very well educated. Not only young people, but even some middle-aged people were like this, always paying attention to their manners, as if there was a pair of invisible eyes observing their performance. This made Yang Kai quite puzzled, not understanding whether this was the custom of this place or some other reason. "Little brother, you don't know?" Hearing Yang Kai's question, the waiter suddenly showed a smirk, his expression becoming ambiguous. "Should I know?" Yang Kai glanced over at him before taking out 2 more crystal stones and placing them on the table without any trace of politeness, saving this waiter from continuing to talk nonsense with him. The waiter's eyes were sharp and his hands were quickly grabbing the crystal stone and thanking him profusely. Sure enough, he didn't waste any more time, glancing around before whispering into Yang Kai's ear, "The 9 heavens Holy Land saintesses are here today. All of them are deliberately showing off." Yang Kai frowned. What does the saintess coming here have to do with them? Of course it has something to do with them. The waiter saw that Yang Kai really didn't seem to know the inside story and couldn't help being surprised, quickly explaining, "The saintess is out on an inspection tour. She is looking for the next holy master of 9 heavens Holy Land. If one can catch the eye of Her Highness the saintess, that person will be like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, flying to a branch and transforming into a phoenix." Just based on them? Yang Kai swept his eyes around and saw all these crooked and pretentious people, causing him to feel nauseous for a moment before sneering disdainfully, that saintess would have to be blind to take a fancy to this group of trash. "Shoo." The waiter's face changed as he became vigilant, whispering, "Honored guest, please don't say such things, you'll only provoke public anger. Besides, who Her Highness the saintess will choose, we don't know. Every time the 9 heavens Holy Land's saintess goes out on an inspection tour, it will cause such a disturbance. Half a year ago, 9 heavens Holy Land released news that the saintess was going out on an inspection tour, shocking the world. Countless young geniuses have been secretly preparing. Our Clear Sea Island has been lively since half a month ago. Everyone has been waiting for the saintess to arrive. If it were before, how could this place be so lively?" Chapter 744. Although Yang Kai had been in Tongxian realm for 3 or 4 years now, he was still in a state of ignorance. After listening to the waiter's explanation, Yang Kai realized that the saintess of 9 heavens Holy Land going out on an inspection tour was a world-shaking event. Moreover, it wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized that 9 heavens Holy Land had more than one saintess. There were a total of 4 saintesses who had gone in different directions. The itinerary of these saintesses covered almost all of the human territories. These saintesses had grown up in 9 heavens Holy Land from an early age. After 10 or 20 years of cultivation and numerous selections, each one of them was young and beautiful and had cultivated the special secret arts of 9 heavens Holy Land. Their biggest purpose for going out on an inspection tour was to find the next holy master of 9 heavens Holy Land. Currently, the current holy master of 9 heavens Holy Land was very old and likely would not live for long, so these 4 saintesses had decided to go out on an inspection tour. As for what method they would use to find the next holy master, no one knew, only that every holy master of 9 heavens Holy Land had been found by the saintesses. According to historical records, before the first 9 holy masters were discovered by the saintesses, they had done all sorts of things. Some were young talents who had become famous throughout the world, some were just ordinary peddlers, some were mediocre people, but once they were found by the saintesses and entered 9 heavens Holy Land, they would blossom into a dazzling brilliance and undergo earth-shaking changes. And when these 9 people were found, their ages ranged from 10 to 60 years old. The saintesses seemed to have a unique vision that was different from ordinary people. Because of this, when the saintesses of 9 heavens Holy Land arrived, those who had illusions in their hearts would carefully display themselves. If they were really chosen by the saintess, it would be a blessing to them. That was why there were so many pretentious people on this island who were deliberately trying to show off. None of them knew what method the saintesses would use to select the next holy master, nor did they know whether the masters around the saintesses were monitoring the entire island, so they could only strive to be perfect and not make any mistakes. Yang Kai listened in amazement. Before this, he had never thought that such a bizarre thing could exist in this world. "Second brother, you know a lot." Yang Kai was impressed. The waiter chuckled. "It's something that everyone knows. It seems that you're the only one who doesn't know." "Then you don't have any ideas?" Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. According to what he said, the Saint Master was most likely a mediocre person before he was found. The waiter also had a chance. "Of course, why not?" As expected, the waiter nodded heavily. But I don't think I'm good enough for someone like the Saintess. If she takes a fancy to me, it's my fortune. If she doesn't, it's only natural. I'll just live like before. I don't know how to act. Respect. The indifferent attitude of the waiter surprised Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Well, good luck to you, brother waiter." "Thank you for your auspicious words, sir." The waiter beamed and went back to his own business. After eating and drinking in the inn for a while and obtaining the information he wanted, Yang Kai left. Now that he didn't have anything urgent to do, he naturally wasn't in a hurry to leave. The matter of the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess looking for the Saint Master was something he was quite curious about. Naturally, he wanted to stay and watch the show. Each of the 20 or so nearby islands was extremely lively. Since the arrival of the Saintess, all the young men seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and were extremely excited. Yang Kai stayed here for 10 days, running around the various large and small islands, appreciating the local customs and buying a lot of herbs. Unfortunately, the matter he had been paying attention to didn't appear. After the Saintess arrived here, it was as if she had disappeared without a trace, so there was no way she could find the mysterious Saint Master. While Yang Kai was touring the archipelago, inside a palace on one of the islands, the Third Order Transcendent Uncle Qian respectfully came up to the Saintess and asked nervously, "Young lady, is there still no response?" The Saintess slowly shook her head. Uncle Qian's expression became gloomy as he sighed slightly. "This is already the 8th place we visited. It seems the Saint Master isn't here. In a few days we'll leave and head to the next place." The Saintess nodded slightly, not refuting. She knew what kind of responsibility she shouldered since she was a child and had always strived towards this goal. Between her and her 3 sisters, one of them would eventually find the next Saint Master in this vast sea of people. "Uncle Qian, we've been here for a few days and haven't gone out yet. Today, I want to go out with her to enjoy the scenery. Is that all right?" The Saintess suddenly asked. Uncle Qian hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Good. But young lady should dress up a bit first." "Rest assured, I have a sense of propriety." With Uncle Qian's approval, the Saintess' mood seemed to improve greatly. After dressing up, the 2 women happily went out, 2 second-order Transcendent Masters quietly following behind them in case something unexpected happened. On the island, Yang Kai was searching for rare herbs in a shop when suddenly, a sensational energy fluctuation spread out from nearby, accompanied by a loud bang that seemed to shake the entire island. Everyone on the island paled, not knowing what was happening. Yang Kai's expression also became solemn as he quickly rushed out of the medicine shop and flew up into the air to look in the direction of the source of the sound. Above the sea, a pillar of water was slowly descending, as if something terrible had happened in the depths of the sea just now. Some people were hurriedly flying back from the sea while many cultivators who didn't know what was going on were also rushing over. At the same time, Yang Kai noticed an aura that made him feel very comfortable. It was the aura of Yang attribute energy. Obviously, because of the accident just now, this aura had leaked out from the depths of the sea. Immediately shaking his spirits, Yang Kai rushed over. The water attribute aura in the sea was extremely rich, so under normal circumstances, it was impossible for anything with Yang attribute to form, but once it did, it meant it was extraordinary. Yang Kai really wanted to know what kind of thing could actually emit such an aura. But before he could approach, he was stopped by a group of people. These people should be cultivators from the 7 Family Alliance who had formed a line of defense on the coast, not allowing anyone to approach. Although there were many foreign cultivators, everyone adhered to the principle of not looking for trouble and didn't try to force their way in, all of them stopping a short distance away and staring towards the sea, whispering to one another. Yang Kai listened for a while but didn't hear any useful information, only that this accident had happened very suddenly. Soon, many masters arrived on the island. Yang Kai had seen these people before. They were the group of people who had come to greet the Saintess when 9 Heavens Holy Land's ship docked. They were all masters from the 7 Family Alliance. These people had gathered together and were discussing something in low voices, their expressions dignified, from time to time glancing towards the place where many outsiders were gathered. Yang Kai had been observing all this time and felt that the Yang attribute aura leaking out from the depths of the sea seemed to be getting richer and richer, causing him to become more and more curious. After waiting for half a day, just as Yang Kai was considering whether to sneak into the depths of the sea to investigate before nightfall, the masters from the Seven Family Alliance seemed to have come to a decision. One of the Transcendent Realm yellow-faced old men walked over to the crowd and stopped a short distance away before lightly coughing. I'm sure everyone has heard about the accident just now and has even seen it with their own eyes. My Seven Family Alliance won't hide anything from you. In line with the principle of sharing good news with all of you, we're guests from afar, so I'd like to inform you that below this island, somewhere in the sea, there seems to be an ancient ruin. Cries of alarm rang out. Yang Kai's expression also changed slightly. Ancient ruin, these 4 words were like a thunderclap in everyone's ears, shocking them all. The yellow-faced old man glanced around and was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, smiling lightly as he said, "There's no need to doubt, that is indeed an ancient ruin. Before this, my Seven Family Alliance was aware of it and sent some people down to investigate. It was precisely because they triggered the spirit array that such a big commotion occurred. The people who returned have confirmed this." "Old man, what are you planning? Do you want us to go down and help you explore so your Seven Family Alliance can take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of us?" Immediately, some of the people who thought they were smart shouted. Hearing what he said, everyone couldn't help becoming a little vigilant as they stared at the yellow-faced old man vigilantly. With such a great opportunity, the Seven Family Alliance had no reason to tell these outsiders about it for no reason. Obviously, they were trying to entice them to go down and investigate. If that wasn't the case, then there must be a great deal of danger down there, otherwise, the Seven Family Alliance would have already gone down themselves. The yellow-faced old man chuckled and unexpectedly admitted, "I did have such an idea, but that's not all of it. My Seven Family Alliance knows our limits. If you want to forcibly go down and take a share of the loot, we can't stop you." "You old man, it seems you still have some self-awareness." Someone laughed loudly. Because of the arrival of the Saintess, there were too many outsiders here, and although most of them didn't have high cultivation, it was impossible for them to stop all of them. It was possible that as soon as they stepped foot down, someone would follow them. The yellow-faced old man's words were quite honest and won many people's goodwill. "So, after some discussion, my Seven Family Alliance has a proposal. I hope you'll listen to it." "Old man, if you have something to say, then say it quickly. My Seven Family Alliance will take the lead and go down to investigate what is hidden inside the ancient ruins. If there are any friends who want to come along, please register and register. When the time comes, if there are any benefits, my Seven Family Alliance is willing to share them with you. This way, everyone will benefit and avoid any unpleasantness." The yellow-faced old man shouted in a deep voice, "However, this old master must remind you that we don't know what the situation inside the ancient ruins is like, but where there are benefits, there are also risks. If you want to act together with my Seven Family Alliance, please have a certain level of awareness. If you lose your life, we will not be responsible." Chapter 745. After the yellow-faced old man finished speaking, he no longer said anything, stroking his beard as he stood to the side and waited quietly. Although his words couldn't be completely trusted, the words ancient ruins still touched everyone's nerves. As long as it was an ancient ruin, there were bound to be treasures inside. The world was bustling with activity for profit, so the foreign cultivator gathered on the shore couldn't help but be tempted. What's more, when the barrier was triggered, everyone was aware of it. Everyone gathered together, frowning as they discussed. There were also many people, like Yang Kai, who stood alone and vigilantly observed the situation. The Seven Family Alliance had no choice but to make such a decision, but it was clear that they wanted to use these outsiders as a pawn in order to avoid any losses to their own side. This also meant that they had some understanding of the ancient ruins below, but not much. Kai Yang's thoughts raced through his mind, and he soon understood the gist of it. Should I go or not? There was definitely a risk down below, but the source of the rich Yang attribute energy was something Yang Kai was very concerned about. Now that he had reached the transcendent realm, he didn't have any decent artifacts on hand. His bone shield had been destroyed by the storm in Star Field, so the only artifact he could use was the small soul-type sword in his knowledge sea. However, this small soul-type sword was only a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, and while it had some value in the central capital, it didn't have much use here. If it was a powerful artifact that exuded such a strong yang attribute aura, it would complement Yang Kai. After obtaining it, his strength would increase significantly. Even if it wasn't an artifact, it would still be of great help to him. Considering all this, Yang Kai came to a decision. There were many others who had made the same decision as him. Not long after the yellow-faced old man finished speaking, someone strode out from the crowd and walked towards the place where the Seven Family Alliance was gathered. Soon, the scattered cultivator gathered together, Yang Kai also walking over. However, more people were still watching, hesitating, some unable to make up their minds. Seeing this scene, the yellow-faced old man who had been silent all this time suddenly said, "Right. There is one more thing I must tell you. Although my Seven Family Alliance is leading the way, there is a limit to the number of people who can participate. It is impossible for my Seven Family Alliance to accept everyone without limit. And each family will only accept 30 friends. As for strength, the higher the better. Those below the immortal ascension boundary won't be able to join in the fun." F***CK, you old man, why didn't you say so earlier? A wave of angry curses came from the crowd. The cultivator who was still observing was afraid that they would lose their position if they were too slow. All of them scrambled to be the first to rush over. The yellow-faced old man stroked his beard with an indescribable smile on his face. He was immensely proud of his trick. Each of the Seven Family Alliances sent a representative to stand at the front. Any cultivator who wanted to work with them could freely choose which sect they wanted to cooperate with. There were at least 2,000 people gathered in the 7 long lines. Yang Kai had arrived early and casually reported his name. Showing his disguised immortal ascension boundary 7-stage cultivation, he easily passed and was arranged to wait in another place. Time passed slowly as one cultivator after another arrived in front of the Seven Family Alliance's masters. Most of them were politely rejected because of their low cultivation, but there were many who, like Yang Kai, were accepted. In less than 2 hours, everyone had finished their inspection. However, the number of cultivators who remained far exceeded the yellow-faced old man's expectations. There were nearly 300 of them, the weakest of whom was an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage master. Among them, there was no lack of transcendence, but there weren't many of them. Of these 300 people, there were less than 10 transcendents. The Seven Family Alliance's cultivator gathered together to discuss for a while before the yellow-faced old man declared, "This old master has felt everyone's enthusiasm. Those who pass will follow my Seven Family Alliance into the sea, the rest of you must remain on the coast. If you dare not listen to my advice, don't blame my Seven Family Alliance for not showing mercy." The remaining cultivators weren't very strong, so the yellow-faced old man's words were no longer as polite as before. Obviously, he was certain they wouldn't dare act rashly here. After all, this was the Seven Family Alliance's territory. Seeing him change his attitude so quickly, the excluded cultivator could only curse a few times in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. After they finished speaking, the masters from the Seven Family Alliance gathered together again, seemingly preparing for the upcoming battle. Yang Kai stood in a remote corner, coldly observing the strength of the people around him. Most of them were doing the same thing as him, as if everyone here was his competitor. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. They hadn't even found any treasure yet, but the smell of gunpowder was already so strong. If they really found something good, this group of people would likely immediately start fighting. The Seven Family Alliance had played a good game. They knew that they couldn't prevent these outsiders from exploring the sea, so they had adopted a conciliatory strategy. On the surface, they were willing to share the secrets of the ancient ruins with outsiders, but in fact, even if they took them down, they would only become a hindrance to each other. Such a state of disunity would make it difficult for them to achieve anything in the ancient ruins. When the time came, the Seven Family Alliance's cultivator would only need to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight while reaping the benefits of the fishermen. In this way, They would be able to reap most of the benefits, avoiding losses as much as possible while also reaping great benefits. Yang Kai secretly shook his head. While he was observing, a fragrant wind suddenly blew in from the side, bringing with it a somewhat familiar scent. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to find a woman standing next to him with a faint smile on her face. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously for a moment before his expression suddenly changed. "You, Shu?" The woman quickly raised a jade finger and signaled to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he quietly released his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, a strange smile appeared on his face as he whispered, "Young lady, why are you here? Are you sure it's me?" The woman smiled faintly, seemingly a little surprised. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. There is a saying that one can recognize a woman by smelling her fragrance. Every woman's fragrance is different, although you've changed your appearance. And I don't know what method you used to conceal your original aura, but this fragrance can't be changed. You really have a dog's nose. The woman's face blushed slightly as she glared at Yang Kai. Seeing how experienced you are, you must have seduced a lot of women, right? Nope. Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. I've always been a clean and honest person. I would never do such shameless things. The woman giggled and shook her head. I don't believe you. Yang Kai glanced over at her before glancing over at the two second-order transcendent masters who were hurriedly flying away. The two of them were releasing their divine senses and scrupulously, seemingly anxiously searching for someone, but after failing to find anything, they could only dejectedly leave. Isn't this inappropriate? No matter what, you're still a saintess. What are you doing here? Yang Kai quietly pointed in the direction the two masters had left. They seem to be looking for you. Don't look at them. They're still vigilant. If they discover you, it won't be good. The woman quickly tugged at Yang Kai's clothes. When he realized the true identity of this woman just now, Yang Kai was truly shocked. She was actually the Nine Heavens Holy Land saintess on that ship. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of exquisite method she had used to perfectly conceal her aura and even change her original appearance. If she hadn't taken the initiative to approach him, Yang Kai wouldn't have discovered her. The skills of this Nine Heavens Holy Land saintess were truly bizarre. No wonder she was able to escape from those two second-order transcendent masters and secretly hide here. You haven't told me yet, what are you doing here? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Joining in the fun. There are so many people here. This kind of fun isn't easy to join. If you make a mistake, you'll lose your life. Yang Kai snorted, shooting her a strange look. The saintess immediately became annoyed. Do you think I don't understand anything and will only die in vain? If an immortal ascension boundary 7-stage cultivator like you can go, why can't I? My strength is much higher than yours. Hey, don't you have the manners and upbringing of a saintess? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. The woman in front of him at this moment was very different from the gentle and quiet saintess from before, as if she was the real her. Why do you care? In any case, I won't choose you as holy master. The woman snorted disdainfully. I don't want to be holy master. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. The woman suddenly frowned and said, Don't expose me, I only approached you because I believe you. Don't worry, I won't meddle in other people's business. Yang Kai nodded, but soon became vigilant again. Why would a saintess like you approach a nobody like me? The saintess' long eyelashes fluttered as she smiled and said, How do I say this? I always feel like you're hiding something, like there's a mysterious aura around you that I can't see through. I'm a bit curious. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he grinned meaningfully. Same here. What kind of cultivation did this woman have? Yang Kai couldn't see through her. Even if he was in close contact with her, it was as if there was some kind of mysterious power around her that prevented him from prying. Your smile is quite evil. The saintess looked at Yang Kai timidly before sighing. I grew up in the Holy Land since I was a child, and this was the first time I had ever left the Holy Land, but wherever I went, there were always people following me. It was so annoying. I just wanted to be able to be my own master for once, so I was able to shake them off. You don't need to explain yourself to me. Yang Kai said lightly, I have no interest in the affairs of outsiders. And when we arrive at the ancient ruins, don't get entangled with me. If you really encounter any danger, you can only pray for yourself, don't expect anyone to come and save you. Chapter 746. Today, seeing Yang Kai's attitude suddenly become cold, the saintess snorted, "I don't expect you to save me, just take care of yourself." Saying so, she angrily walked away, apparently unwilling to communicate with Yang Kai any longer. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what the situation below was, but perhaps there really was some kind of great danger. If this saintess had been by his side all this time, he really wouldn't have been able to act freely. It was far better to be on his own and not care about the life or death of others. Although this woman had allowed Yang Kai to stay on the ship, they were only strangers who had met by chance, so Yang Kai had no obligation to protect her safety. In Yang Kai's opinion, this was just a little girl who had grown up in a greenhouse and wanted to prove her ability just because she had some skill. He needed to make her suffer a bit so she would understand how dangerous this world was. After waiting for a long time, the cultivator from the Seven Family Alliance finally finished their discussion. Under the yellow-faced old man's command, the selected outsiders gathered into 7 teams. When Yang Kai had signed up before, he had also chosen a random family, but only now did he discover that the family he had chosen was actually the high family this yellow-faced old man belonged to. There were about 40 outsiders in this team, each one of them looking quite strong, with one of them even being a transcendent. The 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess was not in this team, instead she was with another family. The yellow-faced old man came to the front of the crowd, cleared his throat, and swept his eyes over them. This old man is untalented, but he is Hai Wang Gu, the protector of the 7 Family Alliance's high family. This time, this old man will lead everyone into the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. I ask everyone to listen to this old man's orders and not act rashly to avoid unnecessary casualties. And in addition to all of you, my high family will also send a dozen capable masters to cooperate with you. Since all of you have chosen my high family, then this high will definitely do his best to protect all of you. But let me warn you first, if any of you end up harming everyone's interests, then don't blame this high for being ruthless. Saying so, he swept his eyes over the crowd in a dignified manner, causing everyone to remain silent, not saying a word. Hai Wang Gu nodded with satisfaction, then, "Life or death is up to fate, let's go." While he was talking, he was the first one to fly out. More than 40 foreign cultivators gathered together with the dozen or so cultivators from the Fair family. They closely followed his footsteps and rushed towards the surface of the sea. At the same time, the remaining 6 families also made their moves. While flying, Yang Kai secretly observed the group of people dispatched by the Hai family. There were only a dozen or so of them, but if he counted Hai Wanggu, there were 3 transcendents while the rest were all peak immortal ascension boundary masters. Although their numbers were small, their overall strength was undoubtedly much stronger than this group of outsiders. The Fair family could be considered to have dispatched all of their elites. They had completely occupied the initiative. The other 6 families also had the same lineup. After a short while, everyone arrived at the surface of the sea. Hai Wang Gu waved his hand and summoned out a disc-shaped artifact. This artifact was shrouded in a silver glow and exuded a rich energy fluctuation, clearly a spirit-grade artifact. "Everyone, please come closer, this old man will take you down," Hai Wang Gu shouted to the crowd. Everyone hurriedly moved closer to him. Hai Wang Gu poured his true qi into the disc artifact, and suddenly, a silver light curtain appeared around him, wrapping up a 200-meter radius around him. Under his control, this light curtain quickly sank, bringing everyone down to the seabed. Seeing him reveal such a skill, many people's expressions became solemn. Although Hai Wang Gu did not display any powerful artifacts or martial skills, just his ability to bring dozens of people into the sea with him was enough to impress many people. Secretly observing everyone's expressions, Hai Wang Gu's face showed a faint smugness. All around them was blue sea water, and below them was a sea of darkness. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. Many of the martial artists who had never entered the sea before couldn't help but gulp. They quietly moved closer to Hai Wang Gu, as if they could find more safety. Yang Kai glanced around and found that there were bright lights all around. It was the cultivator from the other 6 families, all of them using different methods to rush towards the bottom of the sea. The silver light curtain created by Hai Wang Gu was extremely tough. Even when the sea water flowed outside, it was unable to penetrate. Around it, there were also a number of colorful fish swimming around. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help pointing at it curiously. As they dove deeper, the expression on Hai Wang Gu's face gradually became less relaxed. The depths of the sea were unfathomable, and the deeper they went, the greater the pressure. Even if he was a transcendent realm master, maintaining such a large-scale artifact required him to consume a huge amount of yuan qi. The silver light curtain also seemed to be under great pressure and was no longer as smooth as before, slowly shrinking in size. Noticing this, the cultivator's expression couldn't help changing, frowning as he stared at Hai Wang Gu, wondering if he could keep going. After diving for a while, Hai Wang Gu suddenly said, "Everyone, this old master would like to ask for your help. Can you use your yuan qi to help this old master maintain the operation of this artifact? If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the bottom of the sea." Hearing him say this, many people couldn't help cursing in their hearts. This old man clearly still had some strength to spare, but he was putting on an extremely difficult expression. Obviously, he didn't want to consume too much yuan qi and wanted to maintain his condition, so he wanted everyone to help. Seeing the silver light curtain shrink to the edge of their bodies, the cultivator had no choice but to act, all of them quickly circulating their yuan qi and sending it towards the artifact in Hai Wang Gu's hand. Hai Wang Gu smiled and nodded, accepting this yuan qi and transforming it into his artifact's power. Yang Kai also followed suit and sent out a few yuan qi bursts. Everyone snorted in their hearts. Everyone was holding the idea of saving yuan qi and was unwilling to contribute, hoping that others would waste their energy in order to gain the upper hand in the upcoming exploration. They hadn't even reached the bottom of the sea yet they were already scheming against each other. Who knew what would happen once they reached the bottom of the sea? After accepting everyone's yuan qi, the silver light curtain really did expand a lot. But after a while, Hai Wang Gu once again asked for help. After repeating this process many times, they still hadn't seen the so-called ancient ruins. Everyone's yuan qi consumption was too great, so they suddenly became impatient and began to ask questions. Hai Wang Gu calmly explained, "Don't worry, we're almost there. The depth of the seabed is not something you can imagine." This continued for about the time it would take to burn a stick of incense before someone suddenly exclaimed and pointed down, "Look down there." Following the direction he was pointing, everyone looked down and couldn't help shaking their spirits. Down below, there were flashing colorful lights, and surrounded by these lights, a huge and boundless ruin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ancient ruins. Everyone couldn't help feeling excited. "It looks like we've finally arrived." Hai Wang Gu smiled faintly, leading everyone down at a much faster speed. Not long after, the group arrived at the periphery of the ancient ruins. Looking from the outside, the ancient ruins covered a vast area, about a few dozen miles in radius. Inside the ancient ruins, it was desolate. There were many palace-like existences and neatly arranged houses, but most of them had already collapsed, leaving behind only broken walls and ruins. Moreover, the periphery of this huge ancient ruins seemed to be wrapped in an inexplicable barrier, so even at the bottom of the sea, the ancient ruins were abnormally dry, without the slightest trace of moisture. At the edge of the ancient ruins, countless corals swayed back and forth with the flow of the sea. These corals exuded a colorful light, illuminating the ancient ruins with a gloomy aura. Everyone couldn't help feeling frightened, not knowing if there was some kind of danger lurking inside. Hai Wang Gu, on the other hand, continued to maintain the operation of the artifact as he led everyone directly into the ancient ruins. The barrier around the ancient ruins blocked the sea and turned a blind eye to everyone's intrusion, allowing the group of a few dozen people to easily enter the ancient ruins. Hai Wang Gu took back his artifact and took a deep breath, his old face filled with excitement as his eyes flashed with expectation. "Since we're here, let's hurry up, the other 6 groups should also be here soon," Hai Wang Gu said. Everyone's face went black as they looked at Hai Wang Gu's relaxed appearance, realizing that they had all been fooled by this old fox. In order to maintain the operation of the artifact, most of the people here had consumed a lot of energy, but Hai Wang-gu was still full of energy. Now that he had made such a proposal, it was obvious he didn't intend to give everyone time to recover. As they spoke from different corners, the other 6 groups of people arrived one after another. Not having the time to curse, these cultivators quickly took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths, following Hai Wang-gu's pace while secretly circulating their secret arts to dissolve the medicinal efficacies and replenish their yuan qi. In order to avoid suspicion, Yang Kai also put on an act and casually tossed a pill into his mouth. After entering this ancient ruin, Yang Kai felt an extremely rich yang attribute energy flowing out from a certain direction. This yang attribute energy filled the entire ancient ruin, causing it to not only not feel cold, but instead feel warm. However, Yang Kai didn't leave the group and head in that direction. The ancient ruins were mysterious and unpredictable, so he planned to follow the group and explore the situation first. As everyone walked, they couldn't help exclaiming in amazement. Because the things in this ancient ruins were extremely old, at least a few thousand years old. It was unknown which great force it belonged to, but in the end, it had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Everyone was paying close attention to their surroundings, releasing their divine senses to search for any possible treasures. As Hai Wang-gu walked, he said, "If you find anything, please give it to this old master. Rest assured, after we leave this place and return to the surface, this old master will share everything with you. My Hai family will never take anything here for itself. Of course, the more effort you put in, the more benefits you will receive in the end. My Hai family is no exception." Hai Wang-gu's words were righteous, but after suffering such a loss, no one dared to believe him. Chapter 747. After walking for a short time, a few people suddenly jumped out of the group and ran towards the collapsed houses on both sides. At the same time, many people noticed that inside the houses on both sides, there seemed to be something emitting energy fluctuations. Hai Wang-gu waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop and wait quietly. The people who rushed out were the cultivators of the Hai family. After all, this was their territory, so even if a foreign cultivator noticed something unusual, he wouldn't act first. If there were benefits, the Hai family wouldn't mind drinking the soup, but if there was danger, the Hai family would be the one to test it out. That was what everyone was planning. A moment later, the Hai family cultivator quickly returned from the left and right sides. The 2 who returned from the left side were dejected and slowly shook their heads towards Hai Wang-gu. Obviously, they hadn't gained anything. On the other hand, the one who returned from the right side had an extremely excited smile on his face as he handed over a seemingly simple object to Hai Wang-gu. Everyone's eyes were like locusts biting into this object. Hai Wang-gu took it and carefully wiped the dust off its surface, releasing his divine sense to investigate it, and couldn't help raising his brow as he nodded. It's an artifact, but with the passage of time, it has lost most of its spirituality. Now, it's only mysterious grade low rank. What a pity. If it was in perfect condition, I'm afraid it would at least be a spirit grade top rank artifact. Listening to him say this, everyone couldn't help showing a look of regret. What he said this time was the truth, because everyone's eyes were focused on this artifact. Under the prying of their divine senses, it was impossible for him to lie. However, they had only walked a short distance before obtaining an artifact, which could be considered a good thing, so everyone was looking forward to this trip. This artifact will be kept by this old master for now. When we return, I'll have an artifact refiner repair it. Perhaps it can restore some of its spirituality and improve its grade, Hai Wang-gu said as he put the artifact into his universe bag. He had made it clear that everything he found would be kept by him and shared with everyone after they returned. On top of that, this thing was found by the Hai family cultivator. At this time, naturally no one said anything. With such a harvest, everyone became more focused on their search. Moreover, in order to expand the search range, Hai Wang-gu divided everyone into 3 small teams, each led by a transcendent from his Hai family, each of them heading off in 3 different directions. Yang Kai still followed behind Hai Wang-gu, but after the team split up, there were less than 20 people left. Besides Hai Wang-gu, Only Yang Kai was a transcendent while the rest were all immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Among the collapsed houses on both sides of the road, from time to time, everyone would find something that made their eyes light up. Most of these things were artifacts, although occasionally there were also secret arts and martial skills. But because too much time had passed, these martial arts manuals were not well preserved. The moment they entered the hand, they turned into fine powder, causing people to wring their wrists in pity. There were also some medicinal pills, but similarly, because too much time had passed, their medicinal properties had completely evaporated, and only some residue remained. They could no longer be used. Half a day later, the group only managed to obtain a few incomplete artifacts that had lost most of their spirituality. This made them somewhat dissatisfied. These gains were far from what they had expected. Yang Kai had been following the team from the beginning, neither showing off nor deliberately concealing himself, only displaying the performance of an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator, not attracting anyone's attention or suspicion. Among the dozen or so artifacts they had found, he had also contributed, but he wasn't interested in them. What made him slightly puzzled was that this ancient ruin should have belonged to a great sect from a long time ago. Such a sect should have many layers of barriers placed around it. Inferring from the barrier that blocked the seawater, these barriers should still be functional, but until now, no one had encountered any danger. This made him even more vigilant. As he was walking, a thin man suddenly approached him. Yang Kai frowned and glanced over at him casually, only to find that the other party was grinning at him silently and strangely. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. "Boy, you're quite smart." The man glanced over at Hai Wang-gu, who was leading the way, and determined that he wasn't paying attention to them before lowering his voice. "Am I?" Yang Kai suddenly felt interested. This man was also a foreign cultivator following Hai Wang-gu, a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. He wasn't very old, probably only in his 30s, but his pair of small and narrow eyes were like those of a poisonous snake, giving off a shrewd and insidious aura. Him suddenly coming to find him for no reason made Yang Kai somewhat confused, not knowing what this man was planning. "I can see it." The man nodded lightly. "Although you're taciturn, your eyes are shining brightly, which is a sign of your shrewdness. You want to hide your true strength so you can make a big move?" "No, you're thinking too much." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Don't deny it, that's what everyone is thinking." The skinny man chuckled and said, "That old man kept all the spoils in his own Qiankuan bag. Who knows what he's thinking? If we really go up there, he might not give us anything at all, or just give us a small profit. This is the territory of the Seven Family Alliance. In the end, it's up to them to decide. They eat the meat, I'll just drink the soup." Yang Kai chuckled, "My requirements aren't high." "You don't look like someone who's so easily satisfied." The thin man curled his lips, his voice becoming even lower. "How about it? Are you interested in joining forces with me?" "Join forces for what?" The thin man's expression was one of utter disdain. "There doesn't seem to be any danger here, so we might as well leave this team and search for it ourselves. If we find something good, we can keep it for ourselves. Why follow behind them?" "Good idea." Yang Kai's eyes lit up, a look of interest appearing on his face. "You also think this is a good idea?" The thin man saw Yang Kai was tempted and quickly struck while the iron was hot. "Let's act together, and if we really find something good, we'll split it evenly, no one will cheat the other. I've always been a fair person. Although the idea is good, I'll follow them, the more the safer." Yang Kai seemed hesitant and slowly shook his head. The thin man anxiously tried to dissuade him. Yang Kai stubbornly refused to budge, so the thin man couldn't help but scorn, "You stupid bird, if you follow them, sooner or later you'll suffer a great loss." Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. This guy obviously wasn't a good person, so he was trying so hard to pull Yang Kai into his group. Obviously, he wanted to find someone to bolster his courage, so if they really encountered any danger, it would be easier for the two of them to deal with it together. Once they found the treasure, with his peak immortal ascension boundary strength, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Yang Kai? At least that's what he thought. "Do you really think I'm stupid?" Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. Those few houses in front of us, send a few people to check them out. Hai Wang-gu suddenly stopped and pointed to a few houses in front of them. Everyone nodded, and the team quickly dispatched a group of 3 to 5 people, heading towards the houses. Yang Kai also followed behind them, heading to the right. A total of 5 people had entered together, and outside the house, the 3 cultivators were rummaging through the cabinets. Yang Kai glanced around and felt that there wasn't much to gain here, so he lowered his head and walked inside. But before he could enter, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. The thin man who had been talking to Yang Kai before had actually rushed in ahead of him. Yang Kai secretly shook his head but didn't care, following his footsteps into the house. Most of the things inside had already decayed into dust, but in a corner of the house, there were a few jade bottles scattered on the ground. At this moment, the thin man helplessly grabbed one of the jade bottles and casually opened it to take a look. Everyone had discovered many of these jade bottles before, all of which were used to hold pills, but the pills inside had long since lost their medicinal efficacies and were now nothing more than trash. But now, after the thin man took a look, his expression suddenly changed, a trace of fanaticism flashing across his eyes. Something good. Yang Kai's expression changed. The thin man seemed to recall that there was still Yang Kai next to him and quickly nodded, "Take a look." Saying so, he handed over the jade bottle. Yang Kai took it and lowered his head to look at it, but after seeing the somewhat different pill inside the jade bottle, he couldn't help feeling shocked. That medicinal pill was very different from ordinary medicinal pills. The round body of the medicinal pill seemed to be covered by a dense cloud, and this cloud was purely composed of spiritual energy. It was like a layer of transparent protective film that enveloped the entire medicinal pill. Although Yang Kai didn't know how many years had passed, the medicinal efficacies of this pill not only had not dissipated, but had instead become even richer. The fragrance wafting from it was enough to make one feel enlightened. With just a sniff, Yang Kai determined that this was a saint-grade pill. The grade of the pill was secondary, but what shocked him was the cloud-like world energy surrounding the pill. "Pill cloud!" Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. Now Yang Kai was also an outstanding alchemist, and when refining pills, he would often see lines similar to the human body's meridians appear. These were the meridians of a pill, known as pill veins. Once a pill formed pill veins, its value would increase several times over, and no matter how long it was stored, as long as the conditions were right, its medicinal efficacies would never dissipate. Every outstanding alchemist pursued the birth of pill veins and tried every means possible to make the pills they refined appear with pill veins, but unfortunately, there was no effective method to ensure that every pill would have pill veins. This had a lot to do with luck. Above pill veins was the legendary pill cloud. When Yang Kai was refining pills, pill veins would often appear, but pill clouds had never appeared. Now, for the first time, he finally saw what a pill cloud was. According to legend, when a pill cloud appeared, not only would it increase a pill's medicinal efficacies several times over, but it would also constantly gather world energy for the pill, nourishing it. It could be said that the longer a pill with pill clouds was stored, the greater its medicinal efficacies and value would be. Chapter 748. Yang Kai did not know how many years this saint pill in the jade bottle had been stored here. Throughout the countless years of the flowing time Great Emperor, the pill cloud had been gathering world energy for this pill, nourishing it. Such a saint pill was no longer a simple pill, its value was immeasurable. Especially for an alchemist like Yang Kai, it had great research value. If he could figure out the mystery behind the formation of pill clouds, Yang Kai would be able to refine pills with pill clouds in the future. All kinds of thoughts quickly intertwined in Yang Kai's mind, his expression fluctuating. Inside the jade bottle, the pill cloud exuded a subtle attractive force, drawing in the surrounding world energy. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and glared coldly at the thin man. The other party was also grinning at Yang Kai, but the moment he turned his head, a green light suddenly burst out from the thin man's hand and in an instant, the entire room was wrapped in a poisonous mist. "Heh, you stupid bird, don't blame father for being ruthless." The thin man saw Yang Kai motionless as he was surrounded by his poisonous mist and chuckled in a low voice. Saying so, The thin man formed a blade with his fingers and sent out a surge of yuan qi, stabbing straight towards Yang Kai's chest. At this moment, the thin man erupted with all his strength, vowing to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. A saint pill with pill clouds, and one that had been stored here for at least 1,000 years, not only did Yang Kai want such a treasure for himself, but the thin man also had the same idea. As long as he could obtain this saint pill, this trip to the sea would be a great harvest. Even if he could not obtain anything in the following journey, it did not matter. Inside the green poisonous mist, the thin man's face was filled with fanaticism and ferocity. Keng Chang. Yang Kai's figure did not move, but a spark burst out from his chest, not even breaking his skin as he stared coldly at the thin man. The smile on the thin man's face quickly disappeared, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Soon his face distorted. He had used all of his strength in that attack, but not only did he fail to kill Yang Kai, his finger was also fractured. The moment he poked Yang Kai's body, he felt as if he was poking steel. His opponent's body was unbelievably hard. Idiot! Yang Kai calmly patted his chest and smoothed out the creases on his clothes. If you don't do it, I have no reason to kill you. You're courting death, my friend. How did you? Even a transcendent can't resist my bone-eroding poison smoke. How did you manage to escape unscathed? The thin man's eyes trembled violently as panic filled his heart. Nothing is impossible. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Seeing the thin man make a gesture of fleeing, his figure flickered and blocked his path, sending a palm strike towards the thin man's throat. The thin man's eyes bulged out as he covered his neck with both hands. His throat made some noises, but he couldn't say a single word. After staggering a few steps, he fell to the ground and died. A peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, Yang Kai could easily deal with him now. Without waiting for the thin man to die, Yang Kai grabbed the remaining jade bottles and hurriedly opened them, confirming that there were no pills with pill clouds inside before quickly rushing outside. What happened? What happened inside? The three cultivators outside just happened to rush in and ran into Yang Kai, so they hurriedly asked. Although the confrontation between Yang Kai and the thin man had been concealed, Yuan Qi's sudden burst of power had alerted them, so naturally they had come to investigate. Run! The barrier inside has been triggered. Yang Kai's face paled as he shouted. The three cultivators glanced behind Yang Kai, and upon seeing the green poisonous fog, their expressions became solemn and they didn't dare to rush in, hurriedly following Yang Kai. What happened inside? Hai Wang Gu saw the four of them in a hurry and couldn't help asking. There was a barrier in that room. When my friend and I were investigating, he accidentally touched it, Yang Kai quickly explained, his face turning green as he spoke. Where is he? Hai Wang Gu's expression changed. He's dead. The group of people suddenly became horrified. After arriving here, everyone had been walking for more than half a day without encountering any danger. Originally, they thought that this ancient ruin was extremely safe, but now that one of them had inexplicably died, it made them feel slightly uneasy. How come you're fine? Hai Wang Gu's pair of bright eyes stared closely at Yang Kai as he asked in a deep voice. I was a little far away, but it seems that I was also poisoned. Yang Kai coughed lightly, the green color on his face changing even more rapidly. As soon as they heard him say this, everyone quickly moved away from him, afraid that they would be implicated. Yang Kai secretly observed the situation and his heart suddenly calmed down. Just now, before the thin man had attacked, he had first released a cloud of poisonous fog, so it was likely that he had been prepared to give the same explanation as what Yang Kai had just said. Yang Kai was just borrowing his means to explain the cause of his death. The room was still filled with poisonous fog, so it was likely that no one would investigate it carefully. Moreover, Yang Kai had deliberately inhaled a little of the poisonous fog, making his explanation even more convincing. There must be a barrier inside. Hai Wang Gu muttered in a low voice before suddenly turning to look at Yang Kai. Did you obtain anything? Only these few jade bottles. I quickly brought them out before leaving, Yang Kai said as he handed the jade bottles to Hai Wang Gu. Everyone had a disappointed look on their faces. They had found too many jade bottles, but they had never found any useful pills inside. Hai Wang-gu's expression was also not very good, looking at Yang Kai with some distrust. They had not encountered any barriers along the way, but now that they had encountered one, it was very likely that there was some kind of treasure inside this room. Otherwise, why would the original owner have placed such a barrier? You didn't hide anything? Hai Wang-gu narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't have a universe bag, so even if I did, where would I hide anything? Hai Wang-gu swept him with his divine sense, and after confirming that he was telling the truth, he nodded lightly. Although a universe bag was a very convenient storage artifact, not everyone on Tongxian realm could possess one. When he was in Bold Independent Union, of all the people Yang Kai had met, only a few captains from Bold Independent Union were qualified to be equipped with universe bags. This time, most of the cultivators who had followed the Seven Family Alliance into the sea didn't have such a storage artifact. Does Senior not trust me? Yang Kai looked at Hai Wang-gu coldly. Hai Wang-gu explained lightly, it's just a routine question, little brother doesn't need to mind. Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai and instead opened the jade bottles with some helplessness. Originally, he didn't expect to find anything in these jade bottles, but when he opened them, Hai Wang-gu couldn't help showing a shocked expression, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing, carefully inspecting one of the jade bottles. At the same time, everyone smelled a pleasant medicinal fragrance. Hai Wang-gu was surprised as he poured out all the pills in the jade bottle. There were about a dozen of them, most of which were already wasted, but there were still 2 pills that stood out from the rest. These 2 pills had pill veins on them and were filled with rich world energy. It was because of these pill veins that they had not lost their medicinal efficacies and were still in good condition. Spirit pills! Hai Wang-gu exclaimed. The group of people was also extremely excited as they stared towards the pills in Hai Wang-gu's hand, their eyes flashing with ecstasy. These 2 pills were not only spirit-grade pills, but also spirit pills that had formed pill veins, making them several times more valuable than ordinary spirit-grade pills. Yang Kai stood to the side, coldly observing the expressions of the crowd, his expression indifferent. He had also checked these jade bottles just now and knew what was inside, but he didn't take them away. To him, these spirit pills with pill veins weren't of much value, he could refine them himself, but the saint pill with pill clouds was something he needed to obtain. Throwing out these jade bottles successfully attracted everyone's attention, making them no longer pay attention to him. Hai Wang-gu's pair of old hands trembled as he quickly opened the other jade bottles. Sure enough, he lived up to everyone's expectations and found a few more pills with pill veins. There were spirit-grade pills and mysterious-grade pills, all of them perfectly preserved. Sure enough, there are good things in that house. Hai Wang-gu kept nodding as he laughed heartily. Their Seven Family Alliance was just a small family, they couldn't afford to hire powerful alchemists, so naturally they couldn't obtain spirit-grade pills with pill veins. Now that he had obtained a few, he couldn't be happier than ever. If you find more jade bottles later, don't turn a blind eye to them, there may be some pills inside. Hai Wang-gu said as he put away his harvest. Everyone quickly nodded, none of them had considered this aspect before, only now did they remember the legendary pill veins. Little brother has done a meritorious deed. There was also a foreign cultivator who patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately, praising him. No one mentioned the thin man who had died. All of them had just met by chance, so even if he died, no one would cry for him. Yang Kai kept coughing, his expression pained as he said sadly, "It's a pity that the friend who went in with me didn't come out." Hai Wang-gu looked at him, and although he didn't agree in his heart, he still said, "Little brother can rest assured, after we return, we will give him a share. If we can find out where his friends and relatives are, this Hai will definitely send them his share. Let's not talk about this for now, take this detoxification pill, this is a pill refined by my Hai family's chief alchemist, it should be of some help to your injuries." With this harvest, Hai Wang-gu not only no longer doubted Yang Kai, he even began to care about him, handing a pill to Yang Kai as he spoke. "Many thanks." Yang Kai took the pill and examined it a little to determine that it was indeed a detoxification pill, and that it had not been tampered with before directly popping it into his mouth. Sitting down cross-legged, he pretended to circulate his secret art and said, You go first, I'll catch up later. Chapter 749. Although with Yang Kai's current strength, he didn't put these people who had come to the ancient ruins this time in his eyes. With his soul devouring insects, anyone below the Saint Realm was no match for him. However, because he wanted to use the strength of this group of people to explore the situation inside the ancient ruins, Yang Kai had concealed himself and followed behind them. Now that he had a good grasp of the situation, Yang Kai planned to leave this group and act on his own. He was very curious about the source of the Yang attribute energy and wanted to find out what it was. And right now, there was an opportunity. Yang Kai felt that with Hai Wanggu's temperament, he shouldn't care about his own life or death. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Hai Wanggu slowly shook his head. That won't do. How can I leave you here alone? It seemed that because of Yang Kai's performance just now, Hai Wanggu had become somewhat concerned about him, his face filled with concern as he turned to one of the Hai family cultivators and ordered, "Fourth brother, stay here and take care of him. When his injuries are stable, catch up." The cultivator who was ordered quickly nodded and stood beside Yang Kai, assuming a defensive posture. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, only able to say, "Many thanks for senior's kindness." Hai Wanggu gently nodded. "Good, heal yourself as soon as possible, then catch up with fourth brother, we'll rest up ahead and wait for you." Saying so, he led the others forward. Yang Kai was helpless and could only pretend to circulate his secret art. The cultivator called fourth brother also remained silent, standing not far from Yang Kai like a wooden stake. After half an hour or so, Yang Kai stood up again. "How is it?" Fourth brother quickly asked. "It shouldn't be a problem." "Then let's catch up," fourth brother quickly said, his face filled with urgency. Following the tracks left behind by Hai Wanggu along the way, after a stick of incense worth of time, the two of them caught up with the rest of the group. However, when Yang Kai saw the situation of the group, his expression couldn't help becoming solemn. Originally, there were about 20 people in the group, but now there were 6 or 7 missing. Furthermore, the remaining people had a look of lingering fear on their faces. While he pretended to be recuperating from his injuries, it was obvious that they had encountered some sort of danger. As for the 6 or 7 people who had disappeared, it was easy to guess what had happened to them. This ancient ruin was indeed not a safe place. Seeing Yang Kai and the cultivator called fourth brother return to the team, Hai Wanggu just gently nodded, his expression ugly. He didn't say much. What happened just now? That fourth brother walked to the side of a cultivator from the Hai family and asked softly. There was still a look of fear on his face as he explained softly, "There seem to be many inexplicable restrictions here. I accidentally triggered one of them and several people died." The fourth brother's expression suddenly changed, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions. While they were talking, suddenly, a sharp howl came from afar. Hai Wanggu, who had been sitting in place, quickly opened his eyes and stared suspiciously in that direction, muttering softly, "Cheng family?" Saying so, he hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. "Everyone, please come with me, there seems to be some movement over there." About 5 kilometers away from where Hai Wanggu and the others were resting, a large group of people had gathered, all of whom had heard the howl coming from this direction. Many cultivators had rushed over. These cultivators were led by the masters from the 7 Family Alliance. Wave after wave of cultivators arrived here. After arriving here, everyone stared at the scene in front of them. Everyone was shocked and inexplicably excited. In front of them, there was a huge transparent ball of light that was exuding shocking energy fluctuations. It was unknown what material this transparent ball of light was made of, but inferring from the energy fluctuations it was emitting, it was definitely a high-grade artifact. And it was completely intact. However, at this moment, in front of everyone, there was an invisible barrier that blocked everyone's path, making any cultivator who wanted to approach the ball of light unable to do so. One cultivator after another tried to approach it, but all of them were pushed back by a gentle force, none of them able to get within 500 meters of the light ball. When Hai Wanggu led Yang Kai and the others to this place, the scene was lively, with at least a few dozen people gathered. Looking at the light ball, Yang Kai's brow rose as he secretly paid attention to it. A familiar aura came from the crowd, And when he followed this aura, Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. Over there, the Saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land was smiling towards him with a strange expression on her face. Yang Kai turned his eyes away and pretended not to notice. This woman seemed to have some skill, not even a speck of dust on her body. Moreover, her beautiful eyes were brimming with excitement. She looked particularly happy. It seemed that this underwater adventure had allowed her to enjoy excitement and pleasure that she had never thought she would experience before. Silly girl. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. Brother Cheng, what's the matter? Hai Wang-gu stepped forward and asked a second-order transcendent old man. The roar just now was from this old man. The Seven Family Alliance had been established on this nearby island for a long time and had a special method of communication with each other, so when he heard the other party's roar, Hai Wang-gu knew he was calling for help. Many people had the same question as Hai Wang-gu, so one by one, the Transcendents gathered around Old Man Cheng and asked him questions. Let's wait for everyone to gather first, then I'll explain, Old Man Cheng said. No one asked any more questions and simply waited quietly. As time passed, more and more teams joined in. Obviously, they were all people who were searching for treasures in the vicinity. More and more people gathered. Soon more than 100 people had gathered. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was coming, Old Man Cheng said, "That's it, probably no one else is coming." Brother Cheng, can you explain why you called us here? Of course it's for that artifact. Old Man Cheng smiled faintly and pointed to the light sphere not far away. The power of this artifact is unfathomable. I don't know what kind of effect it has, but when we tried to find it, we were blocked by an invisible barrier. I believe all of you saw this clearly just now. With the strength of my Cheng family's team alone, we can't break through this barrier, so I want to ask all of you to work together to break through this barrier. Hai Wang-gu's brow wrinkled for a moment before chuckling. Brother Cheng, there is no problem in working together, but there is only one artifact. If we break through this barrier, who will obtain this artifact in the end? Everything can be discussed. Old Man Cheng didn't answer directly, instead pointing to the back of the light sphere and saying, "Behind that artifact is a palace. If I'm not mistaken, that should be a very important place for this ancient sect, otherwise, they wouldn't have used such an artifact to protect it. As long as we can break through this barrier and enter, what need do we have to worry about not finding anything good inside? Maybe there are even better secret treasures in there. In the end, this is just your guess." Hai Wang-gu frowned. But it is worth a try. Someone agreed with Old Man Cheng. Many masters quickly discussed this matter and after a short while, reached a consensus. Although Hai Wang-gu had raised some doubts before, it was undeniable that this artifact was extremely attractive to him. After reaching a consensus, everyone quickly set about making arrangements. Each of these transcendent realm masters led a team of varying numbers, ranging from 10 to 20 people. Hai Wang-gu returned to Yang Kai and the others and explained the decision he had just made. Everyone, we need to contribute our strength to see if we can break through this barrier. If we can, not only can we obtain this mysterious artifact, but we can also enter the palace behind it and search for it. There are many benefits to be had, so I ask all of you to do your best. Old Hai can rest assured, we will do our best to live up to your trust. Someone immediately shouted excitedly. Hai Wang-gu nodded with satisfaction. A moment later, all the arrangements had been made. More than 100 people all stood not far from the invisible barrier, each of them holding their breaths as they secretly prepared. The old man surnamed Cheng stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, please listen to my orders. This barrier's defense is a bit strange. It seems that we must use our greatest strength to break it in an instant. Otherwise, no matter how much we attack, it will remain unscathed." Everyone nodded. Old Man Cheng swept his eyes around and slowly raised his hand, his expression dignified. Everyone present also condensed their yuan qi, ready to act at a moment's notice. Suddenly, Old Man Cheng's large hand swung down fiercely. The moment he waved his hand, the power of his colorful martial skills and artifacts burst out and struck forward. Hong long long, the entire ruin seemed to shake. Of the cultivator present, although there weren't many transcendents, less than 10, the rest were all cultivators at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7 stage or above. Even so, the number of cultivators present was not small, so the combined power of their attacks was earth-shattering, shocking everyone present. Countless energy beams bombarded the invisible barrier, causing ripples visible to the naked eye to spread out in the air. It was as though hundreds of pebbles had been thrown into a calm lake, causing halos to ripple out. The invisible barrier seemed to be extremely resilient, and after being hit by these attacks, it caved in a lot but remained undamaged. After everything had calmed down, everyone's expression became ugly. The attack just now had failed to break the barrier in front of them. Old Man Cheng clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention, and shouted, "Let's do it one more time. Please don't hold back. The sooner we break this barrier, the better it will be for everyone. Everyone doesn't want to waste time here, right?" He could also see that although the attacks just now were quite powerful, most people had not used their full strength, undoubtedly underestimating the defensive strength of this barrier. Hearing him say this, the cultivator who had held back just now no longer dared to take any chances and simply waited for the next attack. After another round of preparation, Old Man Ching raised his hand again, his pair of eyes sweeping the crowd majestically. Everyone who was targeted by him immediately condensed their yuan qi. Chapter 750. After observing for a while, Old Man Ching gave everyone sufficient time to prepare before waving his hand once more. If this invisible barrier was in perfect condition, with the cultivation level of this group of people, even if they worked hard for a few decades, they probably wouldn't be able to break it. However, the primordial ruins had existed for too long, and all the restrictions had weakened greatly. The same was true for the barrier in front of him. When the second wave of attacks bombarded the barrier, it caved in even more, but this time, it seemed to have reached its limit. Kacha, many small cracks appeared in the air, and very soon, those cracks spread out in all directions, and even more cracks appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone cried out in surprise and paid close attention. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. With a crisp sound, like a mirror being shattered, the invisible barrier suddenly broke open. The moment the barrier was shattered, all the cultivator presence seemed to have been prepared. Without waiting for the orders of the Transcendent Realm Masters, all of them displayed their movement skills and rushed forward. The Transcendents leading the Seven Family Alliance were also the same. Every one of the Masters from the Seven Family Alliance stared greedily towards this light sphere, reaching out their hands to grab it before they could even reach it. Among the people who had just worked together, a torrent of open strife and covert struggle suddenly broke out. Yuan Qi was unrestrained, pushing and shoving each other, afraid of falling behind others. Yang Kai didn't move, just coldly observing the changes in the situation. The Saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land also didn't move. In addition, many of the more suspicious cultivator also stood in place. They were aware that they weren't strong enough and that even if they rushed over, they wouldn't be able to seize the mysterious artifact and instinctively felt that there was danger ahead. Naturally, he did not dare to act rashly. They could only wait for the others to rush over and check out the situation first. Sure enough, before those people could get close to the glowing ball, a pure white halo suddenly spread out with the ball as the center. That halo carried a mysterious energy fluctuation that was as fast as lightning. The cultivator who had been rushing forward saw this scene and all of their expressions changed. Their expressions changed greatly. Even though they were prepared, they were still caught off guard by this halo. No one was able to react. The moment they saw the halo, they were wrapped in it. In an instant, these people's movements became stiff and they tumbled to the ground. None of them had the strength to resist. Yang Kai's face went pale, and without even thinking about it, he quickly retreated. The moment the halo swept over the cultivator in front of him, Yang. But even with Yang Kai's current speed, he was unable to escape the pursuit of the halo. He had only just retreated a short distance before the halo enveloped him. Yang soul. Yang Kai's knowledge sea tumbled. Yang Kai only felt the earth in front of him shake, and he had the illusion that his soul was about to be stripped away. He didn't dare to neglect. Quickly stabilizing his figure, Yang Kai held his breath and stabilized his soul. Quickly, Yang Kai glanced around and found that the cultivator who had been vigilant and hadn't rushed forward to grab the artifact had all fallen to the ground like Hai Wang Gu and the others. Even the saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land was the same. However, she seemed to have held on for a while. Before she fell, she faintly glanced at Yang Kai, her red lips squirming a few times, but no one knew what she wanted to say. Yang Kai guessed that she was asking him for help. How could he have the leisure to pay attention to her? Yang Kai couldn't even protect himself right now. After being covered by that inexplicable halo, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was being grabbed by an invisible hand and was about to be pulled out of his knowledge sea. Shocked, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mystery was hidden in this situation, so he quickly immersed himself in his knowledge sea. Opening his demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai was unable to avoid this fate. After persisting for less than 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai's vision blurred as his soul left his knowledge sea and entered a white world. One figure after another appeared in front of him, each of them wearing a look of panic as they glanced around in shock, unable to understand what was going on. These people were all soul avatars and were the cultivators who had gathered together before. In fact, there were more than 100 of them here. "Hey!" A shout came from the side, causing Yang Kai to turn his head vigilantly only to find that the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess was hiding in a secluded corner and waving towards him. Yang Kai frowned, but under her continuous urging, he walked over to her. She was also a soul avatar now, so without the ability to change her appearance, she was able to reveal her original appearance. "Do you know where this is?" The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess looked around and asked quietly. "How would I know?" Yang Kai frowned. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he wasn't certain. "I can see that you've been resisting for longer than anyone else here. Your true strength isn't just at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, right?" The Saintess frowned as she looked Yang Kai up and down, suddenly a trace of surprise flashing across her beautiful eyes. "Hey, why is your soul avatar?" Closer to Yang Kai, she felt a burning aura emanating from Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at her coldly. The Saintess smiled lightly. "Rest assured I won't speak nonsense. Do you cultivate some kind of special soul skill?" Yang Kai nodded lightly, not explaining any further. Normally, he could hide the fact that he possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. Even when using his conflagrated knowledge sea to fight, as long as he didn't display his conflagrated knowledge sea's power, he could deceive others, but when his soul avatar left his knowledge sea, it would inevitably show signs of burning. Saying so, Yang Kai squinted towards the Saintess in front of him, his heart filled with surprise. This Saintess had a mysterious power on her body that prevented Yang Kai from prying, so Yang Kai didn't know what her cultivation was before. But at this moment, with only his soul avatar here, Yang Kai was able to see through the Saintess' cultivation at a glance. First Order Transcendent. She wasn't much older than him, but she also possessed such strength. This Nine Heavens Holy Land was really amazing. "I think it's best if we take care of each other, what do you say?" The Saintess suddenly suggested. Originally, she thought that with so many people going into the sea together, there shouldn't be a problem. However, on the way to the ancient ruins, some unexpected situations occurred one after another. Only then did she realize that there were dangers in the ancient ruins that she couldn't resist. Now that her soul avatar had been forcibly dragged here, the Saintess naturally wanted to find a helper to take care of each other. "I don't take burdens with me." Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. The Saintess curled her lips and said, "You're too arrogant. You haven't seen my methods yet, so how do you know I'm a burden to you? Perhaps you're actually a burden to me. When the time comes, if there's any real danger, it's hard to say who will take care of who." "Then why don't you let me see your methods?" Yang Kai smiled lightly, his expression indifferent. "Once I see them, I'll consider whether or not to cooperate with you." The Saintess' pretty face became cold as she snorted, no longer willing to talk to Yang Kai. From childhood to now, although she had very little contact with men of her generation, she had never thought that there would actually be such a bad-tempered and arrogant person like Yang Kai in this world. It was as if he was the most powerful person in the world and no one else was worth mentioning. "This guy is really annoying." While the two of them were talking, the Seven Family Alliance and the cultivator they had gathered were also whispering to each other, discussing the current situation. "Look up there." Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded. Hearing this, everyone raised their heads and looked up. What they saw was a few large golden characters floating in the white void, extremely dazzling. Soul Battle Hall. 4 large characters, each stroke bold and powerful, exuding an indescribable charm. What's more, these words were not written in an ordinary way, but instead were engraved with spiritual energy. Even after experiencing the flowing time Great Emperor for countless years, the thick majesty exuded from these 4 large characters had not been erased, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. After a single glance, they quickly averted their eyes, as if they continued to stare at it, their soul avatars would be destroyed. Soul Battle Hall? Could it be understood as a place for divine sense battles? So, is that ball of light a soul-type artifact? Our soul avatars were forcibly dragged here so that we could fight. Everyone began to discuss amongst themselves, and soon, they were able to sort out some of their thoughts, all of which were similar to Yang Kai's conjecture. Hai Wang-gu waved his hand, motioning everyone to calm down, loudly declaring, "If this is really the interior of an artifact, and our soul avatars were forcibly dragged here, then if we want to leave, we must first find an exit. Everyone, don't stay idle, look around and see if there are any hidden mysteries in this place." Hearing him say this, everyone quickly split up and began searching. This white and empty space seemed to be huge and vast, but when everyone began searching, they quickly discovered that this space was extremely strange. No matter how they moved, they could not escape from a radius of a few kilometers. After searching for a long time, no one was able to find anything suspicious, causing everyone to feel somewhat discouraged. The Seven Family Alliance's transcendents were also searching, constantly releasing their divine senses, but no matter how hard they tried, this white space was like a forbidden room with no blind spots, imprisoning everyone here and blocking their way out. "Did you find it?" The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess suddenly came to Yang Kai's side and asked as if nothing had happened, seemingly having forgotten all the unpleasantness she had with Yang Kai before. Chapter 751. In this vast white world, everyone was like a headless fly, so the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess once again came to Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, glancing over at her for a moment before suddenly chuckling. "What are you laughing at?" The Saintess frowned. "I just found that you really are a bit hateful." "Then why did you come here to talk to me?" "I don't know the people here, and if they recognize me as the Saintess?" Since arriving here, she had been hiding, not daring to appear in front of others. After all, the masters of the Seven Family Alliance who had received her on the island would definitely remember her appearance. The Saintess had always been a symbol of nobility and purity. If today's matter were to spread out, not only would her reputation be damaged, but the dignity of Nine Heavens Holy Land would also be damaged. As such, she was very afraid that someone would recognize her, so even if she didn't like Yang Kai, she could only seek him out to discuss this matter. "We probably won't be able to leave," Yang Kai continued to shake his head and sighed slightly. "Really?" The Saintess' beautiful face paled. "Are we going to be trapped here for the rest of our lives?" "It's very likely." Yang Kai nodded. "Don't scare me, I haven't even found the Holy Master yet." The Saintess really began to panic. After these few contacts, Yang Kai could see that this silly girl's mind was relatively simple and didn't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. This was probably related to her status. Unlike Yang Kai, who had wandered the world from a very young age and was accustomed to great winds and waves, no matter what he encountered, he was able to remain indifferent. "I heard that your Nine Heavens Holy Land's holy masters are all found by the Saintess? Do you have any special method to determine whether or not a person is the Holy Master?" Yang Kai suddenly became curious and asked. "Why do you ask?" "I naturally have my own methods." The Saintess couldn't help becoming a little vigilant. "This is something only the Saintess of our Nine Heavens Holy Land can do. Even if you ask, I won't tell you." "I'm just curious." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "If you don't want to say, then forget it." The Saintess remained silent, as if she was afraid that Yang Kai would continue to inquire about the secrets of the Holy Land, so she quietly moved away from him. As time passed, more than 100 cultivators continued their search, but to no avail. Gradually, he became anxious, panicked, and uneasy. All kinds of emotions began to spread in this vast white space. As the cultivators searched, they also cursed under their breaths. The masters from the Seven Family Alliance also wore ugly expressions. They also realized the seriousness of the problem. The ball of light had forcefully pulled everyone's souls into this inexplicable space. If they couldn't find a way out, then they could only wait for death here. Everyone present, all of them were at least at the immortal ascension boundary 7th stage. Their souls had left their bodies while their physical bodies were still outside. Although nothing would happen to them in the short term, once too much time passed, their physical bodies would inevitably die. When their physical bodies died, their divine souls would also become rootless trees. Like water without a source, if it couldn't find a suitable body to enter, it would quickly disappear. The fear of death spread, and the atmosphere in the crowd gradually became subtle. Yang Kai looked on coldly. Secretly feeling that something bad was about to happen, he quietly drifted around the crowd, secretly vigilant. The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess also acted strangely, seemingly determined to follow Yang Kai. Wherever he went, she followed him, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Kai Yang didn't pay any attention to her, letting her follow behind him. After an unknown amount of time, everyone gave up searching for a way out because there was simply no way out. Everyone stayed in place to rest, their faces extremely gloomy. Suddenly, the sound of quarreling came from a certain direction. It seemed that because two cultivators were quarreling, neither of them willing to back down, the more they quarreled, the fiercer they became, as if they were about to fight. This quarrel was like a fuse, igniting the irritation of many people. "Old man, if it weren't for your insistence on breaking that invisible barrier, we wouldn't have fallen into this situation today. Now that we're all trapped here, what do you think we should do?" Someone suddenly shouted at Old Man Cheng. Following his shouts, more and more cultivators began to join in the condemnation, as if everyone felt that the reason for this disaster was all because of Old Man Cheng. Even many people from the Seven Family Alliance were glaring at him with disgruntled expressions. Old Man Cheng's expression became gloomy as he sneered meaningfully, "Everyone, what you're saying isn't right. Although I was the one who gathered everyone here, before we broke that barrier, no one objected or tried to stop me. Didn't you all want to enter the palace behind the barrier to search for treasures? Now that things have come to this point, why are you all trying to pin the blame on this Old Man Cheng? Isn't this a bit unreasonable? No matter what, it was you who led everyone to this point. If you can't find a way out, you can only wait for death. That's right, your Cheng family must be responsible for finding a way out, otherwise you'll suffer. The Seven Family Alliance is responsible for this. We're all going to die here, so before we die, we won't let you off so easily." Everyone seemed to be filled with righteous indignation, as if they were facing a common enemy, all of them shouting out at the same time, as if they were ready to go all out if the Seven Family Alliance didn't take responsibility. Seeing that he was the source of all this trouble, Hai Wanggu's expression also became gloomy. "Before coming here, did this old master say that where there are benefits, there will be risks, and that life and death will be left to fate? You knew that this trip would be risky, yet you were still tempted by the benefits. My Seven Family Alliance has no obligation to protect your safety, so whether you live or die, what does that have to do with me?" With these words, everyone's mood was not very good, so Hai Wanggu's words immediately made the atmosphere even more tense. Old Man Cheng grinned as he glared at the cultivator who had just spoken to him and coldly said, "You want me to die? You don't have the ability." As he spoke, a sharp spiritual energy burst out from his soul avatar, and like a snake with fangs, it slammed into the cultivator's body. With a pitiful scream, the cultivator didn't even have the chance to fight back as his soul avatar was directly shattered. His cultivation was only at the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage, so under the attack of a first-order transcendent like Old Man Cheng, how could he possibly survive? Silence filled the air as everyone suddenly fell silent, their eyes trembling as they stared towards the spot where the cultivator had disappeared. None of them had expected that this old man Cheng would actually kill a cultivator without any warning. But soon, the expressions of the several people around the dead cultivator became strange, a look of comfort appearing on their faces, as if they had been greatly nourished, even their soul avatars becoming slightly thicker. Hai Wanggu raised his brow as he stared in amazement. At the same time, all the transcendents present discovered something that surprised them. The dead cultivator's soul avatar actually turned into a burst of spiritual energy that was absorbed by the several cultivators around him. It was because they had absorbed the spiritual energy of the dead cultivator that their soul avatars had visibly grown stronger. Yang Kai also saw this scene and couldn't help smiling inexplicably, muttering under his breath, "This is going to be fun." "What's wrong?" The Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess asked nervously. She had been following behind Yang Kai a moment ago and hadn't seen much, so hearing Yang Kai suddenly say this made her feel a little confused. "Many of the people here will probably die." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. As the two of them spoke, the expressions of the Seven Family Alliance's transcendence fluctuated, all of them glancing around at each other, all of them clearly interested. If an average person wanted to cultivate their soul, it was much more difficult than cultivating their physical body. If one didn't have a good soul secret art, they could only take pills to nourish their soul, and even then, they would have to take these pills over a long period of time to see the effects. However, in this strange space, there seemed to be some kind of inexplicable principle that allowed any soul avatar that died to be absorbed and swallowed by others. This was a huge temptation to anyone. However, this situation was also accompanied by risks. When someone's soul avatar collapsed and died, the remnant energy contained all the memories and experiences of that person's life. If one absorbed too much of this energy, it was likely that their mind would be affected, causing them to lose all sense of who they were. At that time, their mind would become chaotic and they would either go insane or lose their mind. When Yang Kai absorbed the soul avatars of others, he first used his demon eye of annihilation to purify the impurities, leaving behind only the pure energy. If not for this, he would have long since become someone else. Although the benefits obtained in this way were very small, they could avoid future troubles. On top of that, his enemies' insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao would be completely preserved. This was what Yang Kai needed the most. However, the people present obviously didn't think so much. There had never been a secret art that allowed a cultivator to directly absorb the soul avatars of others to strengthen themselves. Even if there was such a thing, it was extremely rare and precious. After seeing the few people around the dead cultivator reap the benefits, the masters from the Seven Family Alliance were inevitably tempted. Looking at each other, they all grinned. A series of transcendent spiritual energy burst out without warning. In this place, they didn't have physical bodies or artifacts to use, so the only thing they could use was their own soul skills. Various soul skills struck the crowd, and before the foreign cultivator could react, more than a dozen of them died, their soul avatars scattered. The masters from the Seven Family Alliance rushed out and arrived at the position of the dead cultivator, frantically devouring the remnant soul avatars they had left behind. Whether it was Old Man Cheng or Hai Wanggu, both of their old faces were filled with excitement and excitement. At this moment, they felt as if they had become stronger. Devouring a single person's soul avatar was equivalent to 1 or 2 of their years of cultivation. They didn't take the lives of these foreign cultivators seriously and were more than happy to see them all die. That way, they wouldn't have to share the treasures they obtained from the ancient ruins with outsiders. Now that such a temptation had appeared, they naturally wouldn't hesitate to kill without mercy. Chapter 752. In this vast white world, the temptation and ready-made conditions in front of them drew out the dark side of the Seven Family Alliance's masters, and without a word, they began a slaughter, killing more than a dozen people in an instant. After feeling the benefits they had obtained, the expressions of these people became even more restless. The foreign cultivator was silent for a moment before finally reacting, one of them roaring, "I knew you were up to no good. Brothers, let's fight them." In an instant, more than 100 soul avatars were divided into 2 camps, the the seven-family alliance on one side and the foreign cultivator on the other, a desperate struggle broke out inside the soul battle hall. Without artifacts, martial skills, or physical strength, the only thing everyone could rely on was the strength of their souls and the soul skills they cultivated. The two camps of cultivator collided with each other, constantly scattering soul avatars and transforming them into streams of energy that were absorbed by nearby cultivators. After swallowing the soul avatars of others, these cultivators also became more and more agitated, their murderous intent filling the air, as if each of them wanted to monopolize the benefits here and kill everyone else. After all, the seven-family alliance's cultivator was much stronger, each of them having one or two transcendents. When they took action, they could easily end the life of a foreign cultivator with a single blow. However, among the foreign cultivators, there were also several transcendents. These people joined forces with their own helpers and were more or less able to hold on for some time, causing the seven-family alliance no small amount of damage. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they continued to scream and disappear. This cruel and crazy scene was almost unacceptable to the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess, her tender body trembling as she watched the melee, not even noticing someone approaching her. Yang Kai frowned, wanting to see what kind of skill this woman had, so he didn't lend a hand, simply watching from the sidelines. When she felt the approaching crisis, the saintess awoke from her stupor and her seemingly delicate soul avatar suddenly erupted with a destructive force, destroying the soul of the cultivator who was approaching her. The saintess frowned when she saw the remnant soul energy of the dead cultivator circling around her. She didn't absorb it like the others. Instead, she took the initiative to distance herself from it. Her face was full of disgust. Yang Kai secretly nodded. He felt that this woman was more or less capable, and her judgment was not bad. She knew that if she received such benefits for free, there would be endless troubles. As if feeling that Yang Kai was observing her, the saintess secretly glanced at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with vigilance. She didn't know if Yang Kai would act like the others and suddenly attack the people around him. If that was the case, she felt that she wouldn't be able to resist. From Yang Kai's body, she felt a kind of pressure, especially that burning hot aura, which made her feel a bit of dread. Yang Kai, on the other hand, no longer paid attention to her and instead continued to watch the melee with great interest, his expression indifferent. At this moment, the battle had become one-sided. The foreign cultivator was originally a mass of scattered sand, so under the attack of the Seven Family Alliance's masters, they had no choice but to join forces to counterattack. Although they had achieved some results at the beginning, in the face of absolute strength, they were quickly defeated. After the few transcendents were killed, the remaining immortal ascension boundary cultivator couldn't do anything. Letting them scream and beg for mercy, the masters of the Seven Family Alliance simply turned a blind eye, smirking as they scattered their soul avatars and reaped the benefits from them. Gradually, the hundreds of cultivators were reduced to less than a dozen, all of whom were Seven Family Alliance's transcendents. It seemed that because they had swallowed too much of the soul avatars, at this moment, the drawbacks of their soul avatars finally broke out. All of them seemed a little anxious, each of their soul avatars exuding a chaotic and evil aura. After ignoring each other for a moment, the dozen or so people began fighting again. What do we do? What do we do? As Yang Kai was observing the situation, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess came to him for the third time, an anxious and helpless look on her face that made Yang Kai quite amused. What do you mean, what do we do? Yang Kai asked knowingly. What if they decide to attack us? The Saintess panicked. Although she was a first-order transcendent, there were still so many people left from the Seven Family Alliance. Once they all rushed over, she wouldn't be able to resist, so even if she was somewhat afraid of Yang Kai, at this moment she had no choice but to find a way to tie herself to him. You are you, I am me. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it slowly, keenly aware of her intentions. Aren't you afraid you'll die here? If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster, and if it's a disaster, it can't be avoided, so what's the use of being afraid? Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully, his indifferent expression causing the Saintess to be surprised, glancing over at him from head to toe. What do you want to do? The saintess immediately became vigilant. The malicious intent in Yang Kai's eyes gave her goosebumps, quickly saying, "Don't forget, I saved you before, you should know how to repay me." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "Don't worry, I don't want to do anything to you, there's no need to be so nervous." The saintess obviously didn't trust him, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at Yang Kai, seemingly trying to peer directly into Yang Kai's heart. After a moment, her expression relaxed. She could feel that Yang Kai really didn't have any malicious intentions towards her, but she was certain he was up to no good, causing her to feel a little uneasy. Her heart was filled with regret. If she had known that this trip would be so dangerous, she would never have come to the bottom of the sea. She had even used some tricks to shake off the two Holy Land Masters. She had simply dug her own grave. The saintess wanted to cry but had no tears. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to her and instead continued to pay attention to the divine sense battle. The dozen or so masters from the Seven Family Alliance knew each other very well, so their battle was also quite fierce. Moreover, under the influence of the spiritual energy they had swallowed, these dozen or so people no longer feared death, so after only an hour or so, victory and defeat had been decided. Of the dozen or so masters, almost all of them had died, leaving only two who were still struggling to survive. Hai Wang-gu of the Hai family and the old man surnamed Cheng who had gathered everyone here before were both second-order transcendents, so in this battle, they undoubtedly held the advantage in terms of strength. However, after such a fierce struggle, both of their soul avatars appeared somewhat weak, so after fighting for a while, both of them sat down cross-legged and began to adjust their breathing. Seeing this scene, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess immediately urged Yang Kai to take advantage of this opportunity to kill these two old men. Yang Kai kept shaking his head, indicating that his courage was too small and that he didn't have the strength to do so, causing the saintess' pretty face to distort in anger. From beginning to end, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest sign of fear. When he was watching these people fight, he even had a look of relish on his face. This kind of behavior was either because he had absolute confidence in himself or because he was stupid and ignorant. The saintess couldn't see him as the latter, so she had never expected him to give up such a good opportunity to launch a sneak attack. If she were to go up alone and launch a sneak attack, she wasn't sure she could win, so she could only stand in place and hesitate. For Yang Kai, killing Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Cheng wouldn't be difficult. In fact, it could even be said that it would be extremely easy, but he didn't want to expose his strength in front of outsiders. If it were someone else, it would have been easier to deal with, he would have just killed them to silence them, but this Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess had previously offered him a helping hand, even if that wasn't what Yang Kai needed. However, if he really wanted to kill this woman, Yang Kai really couldn't do it. He wasn't a vicious person who would kill without reason. Yang Kai was now having a headache over this issue, if only he could knock her out right now. While thinking about this, Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Cheng seemed to have finally discovered that there were still two outsiders left. Yang Kai and the Saintess had been hiding far away and hadn't participated in the melee, cleverly avoiding the previous chaos, but now that the number of people had been reduced, they couldn't hide even if they wanted to. Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Cheng glanced at each other and suddenly grinned. "Brother Cheng, why don't we deal with that side first, then we can decide who wins and who loses?" Hai Wang-gu seemed to still have some sense of reason and proposed. Old Man Cheng frowned for a moment before nodding slightly, a fierce look appearing on his face as he said, "That's a good opportunity to replenish our spiritual energy first." Saying so, the two men stood up at the same time and stared towards Yang Kai and Old Man Cheng. Neither of them seemed to be in a hurry, simply walking over step by step, their expressions filled with confidence. Not far away, the two men swept their eyes over Yang Kai and the Saintess, their expressions suddenly becoming dull as they stared at the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. Hai Wang-gu pointed his finger at the woman, his brow furrowed. "Aren't you Her Highness the Saintess?" Old Man Cheng also looked like he had seen a ghost, completely dumbfounded. The murderous intent and hostility between the two men dissipated the moment they recognized the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess. "It's me." The Saintess nodded lightly. "How come you're here?" Hai Wang-gu frowned and asked, seemingly thinking of something, Could it be you came here with my 7-family alliance? I just wanted to enjoy the scenery, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen, the saintess calmly replied. Then this is... Hai Wang-gu looked towards Yang Kai suspiciously. The saintess hesitated for a moment before quickly replying, He's my retainer. Yang Kai's expression flashed as he glanced over at the woman in front of him. Her answer seemed to indicate that she wanted to take care of him while also wanting to stand on the same side as him. As a retainer of the saintess, he must be a member of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. With such an identity, Yang Kai estimated that both Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Cheng would be wary of him. Sure enough, after hearing the saintess say this, the expressions of the 2 old men became strange, as if they wanted to flatter her but were also hesitating. Their mood was directly reflected in the fluctuations of energy coming from their soul avatars. These fluctuations were fluctuating, sometimes stable, sometimes dangerous. Obviously, they weren't as respectful as they appeared on the surface and were clearly plotting something. Chapter 753. Perceiving their malice towards her, the 9 Heavens' Holy Land saintess' beautiful face changed slightly, suddenly waving her hand and sending out a subtle force from her soul avatar. This force was quite strange and didn't carry the slightest murderous intent or malice, but when this energy appeared, it was like a shower of light falling from the sky, covering Yang Kai, Hai Wang-gu, and Old Man Cheng before disappearing into their soul avatars. The 3 old men all frowned, not knowing what the saintess was trying to do. But strangely enough, after she did this, Kai Yang suddenly felt his heart calm down a lot. His body gave birth to a comfortable feeling from the inside out. It was as if he had distanced himself from the troubles of the secular world, and from now on the thought of retreating into the mountains and forests. This made him lose interest in everything in front of him. His heart clenching, Yang Kai quickly focused his mind and expelled this feeling of laziness from his mind. Turning to Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Cheng, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the irritability in these 2 old men's soul avatars seemed to have been smoothed out and were no longer as violent as before. Both of them seemed to have become much more clear-headed. The soul skill the saintess had just used seemed to have the effect of calming one's mind. Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Cheng glanced at each other and frowned. After a moment of silence, Hai Wang-gu said, What happened just now? Your Highness saintess saw it, right? The saintess' pretty face changed as she forced a smile. Yes, but you can rest assured that I won't speak of it. I also don't want others to know that I was here. What we need to do now is find a way out of here as soon as possible. What do you think? Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Cheng both remained silent, their brow furrowed as if they were contemplating something. The saintess was a little uneasy. Although she had used her special soul skill to help Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Cheng temporarily stabilize their minds, these 2 people's natures weren't very good. Once they started having evil thoughts, even her soul skill couldn't control their thoughts and actions. Quickly turning her eyes to Yang Kai for help, she asked for help. Yang Kai pretended not to see her. The saintess couldn't help grinding her teeth in anger. After a while, Hai Wang-gu suddenly asked, Brother Cheng, what do you think? Old Man Cheng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Since it has come to this, either we don't do anything or we go all out. Hai Wang-gu grinned ferociously. Sure enough, Brother Cheng is worthy of his reputation, thinking the same thing as this Hai. As she spoke, she coldly glanced at the saintess. She snorted coldly, So what if she's the saintess? Here, no one cares about your status. Even if you die here, no one will know. The saintess' expression finally changed. She knew that these 2 old men were going to silence her in order to keep this secret. With so many foreign cultivators dead, the 7 family alliance's losses were not small. If the truth of the matter were to spread out, it would cause great damage to the Hai family and the Cheng family. Moreover, this was indeed the best place to silence someone. While talking, their soul fluctuations fluctuated again, revealing a violent and evil aura. Without saying a word, 2 pure and dangerous soul consciousness attacks suddenly attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai's strength seemed to be relatively low, so Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Cheng naturally wanted to deal with him first. Then they would find a way to deal with the 9 Heavens' Holy Land saintess. Yang Kai's expression became cold. The moment these two attacks were about to reach him, he suddenly dodged. Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Cheng were both surprised. I'll help you contain one. You should be able to win one-on-one, right? Yang Kai said to the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess before turning to Hai Wang-gu and smiling contemptuously, "You old dog, come with me. Little brat, you don't know death." Hai Wang-gu coldly snorted, easily angered by Yang Kai, hurriedly chasing after Yang Kai. If it was any other time, Hai Wang-gu wouldn't have been so obedient, but at this moment, whether it was him or Old Man Cheng, both of them had swallowed so much spiritual energy that their minds were somewhat muddled. It could be said that their actions were mostly driven by instinct, so when Yang Kai provoked them, they naturally chased after him. "Hey!" The Saintess anxiously shouted and was about to explain something to Yang Kai when suddenly seeing Old Man Cheng attack her, her pretty face paled and she hurriedly used her soul skill to defend herself. Yang Kai had already led Hai Wang-gu far away, not wanting to fight him, instead constantly avoiding his divine sense attacks while taking the opportunity to observe the situation of the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess. Yang Kai had originally intended to let this Saintess kill Hai Wang-gu so that he wouldn't have to expose his strength and the secret of his conflagrated knowledge in front of this woman. Moreover, he also felt that with the background and heritage of this Saintess, she should have the ability to do so. Although her cultivation was a minor realm lower than Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Cheng, Nine Heavens Holy Land and the Seven Family Alliance weren't on the same level. From the soul skill this woman had just displayed, it was clear she had the ability. However, after observing for a while, Yang Kai found that something was wrong. Under Old Man Cheng's relentless pursuit, the woman only knew how to dodge and defend, not even showing any intention of fighting back. From her demeanor and actions, it was clear she had the conditions and opportunity to fight back, but she simply didn't take advantage of it. It wasn't that she didn't grasp the opportunity, but rather that she didn't seem to have any desire to fight Old Man Cheng. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed and couldn't help shouting, "Fight back, why are you always running?" The Saintess wanted to cry but had no tears to shed, but before she could finish speaking, Old Man Cheng's killing move had already arrived, forcing her to dodge. "Little brat, you should worry about yourself." Hai Wang-gu chased after Yang Kai, not leaving his side even a single step as he snickered. Yang Kai glanced over at him coldly before his figure flickered and he changed direction, rushing towards the Saintess. A moment later, he caught up with her pace and anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you fighting back?" The Saintess grit her teeth and replied, "You already know the answer." "Why would I ask when I already know the answer?" Yang Kai was confused. "I am the Saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land." "I know, so what?" Yang Kai suddenly found this woman's words to be somewhat incomprehensible. "You don't know what the Saintess can't do?" As she rushed forward, the woman stared at Yang Kai with some amazement. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Where the hell did you come from, poor boy?" The Saintess saw that he didn't seem to be lying and her beautiful eyes flashed a strange light. "The Saintess of Nine Heavens Holy Land cannot kill anyone." "Who set that rule?" Yang Kai's face went black. He found that his wishful thinking was about to fail. "It's been this way since ancient times." The Saintess hurriedly explained, "We can't kill. Once we violate this taboo, a flaw will appear in our secret art." "What kind of bullshit secret art is that?" Yang Kai was furious. He had never heard of such a restrictive secret art. However, in other words, if the restrictions were too strict, then the secret art she cultivated was bound to be very powerful. "Then why don't you take action?" The Saintess fled with Yang Kai while sizing him up. "You look so relaxed. Why do you want me to take action?" Yang Kai couldn't help grinning, his heart filled with helplessness, guessing that this time he wouldn't be able to borrow a knife to kill them. "Although I can't do it myself, I can help you. If you're afraid you aren't their opponent, you don't need to worry," the Saintess hurriedly said. "How are you going to help me?" The Saintess didn't say a word, suddenly sending out a soul skill into Yang Kai's soul avatar. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The moment this soul skill penetrated his body, he couldn't help feeling a strange sensation, as if he had formed some kind of connection with this Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess. It was as if she had bestowed some kind of strange blessing upon him. Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy was rapidly becoming stronger. Moreover, there were also some mysterious thoughts flashing through his mind, a variety of secret arts he had never heard of before flowing through his mind. Yang Kai felt like he could freely use these secret arts. This feeling was strange and completely baseless, but Yang Kai firmly believed it. Suddenly coming to a halt, Yang Kai stood in place and took a deep breath, his eyes flashing brilliantly. The 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess also hurriedly stopped and stood behind Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes staring at him nervously. "Little brat, I want to see where you're going to run now." Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Qing roared. Although these two juniors weren't as strong as them, they were still able to run very fast. If they hadn't taken the initiative to stop, it was likely they wouldn't have been able to catch up. Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Qing both had a belly full of anger as murderous intent flashed across their faces. Yang Kai slowly turned around and stared at them, his brow furrowed, seemingly still immersed in the confusion he had just experienced. After a moment, Yang Kai slowly raised his hand and sent out a burst of spiritual energy, summoning a giant golden sword midair. This giant sword was formed purely from Yang Kai's spiritual energy and was several dozen meters long. The golden sword gave off a scorching aura that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. An unparalleled sense of oppression descended from the sky, causing Hai Wang-gu and Old Man Qing, who had been glaring at Yang Kai with malevolent eyes, to tremble. Under this oppressive pressure, they felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making them feel as if they were about to be crushed to pieces. They couldn't even muster up the will to resist, their hearts instantly filling with fear. The 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess' tender body also trembled slightly, her pretty face filled with a look of disbelief as she stared towards Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had just discovered some kind of great secret. Yang Kai stared at the giant soul sword for a moment before waving his divine sense and sending it down towards Old Man Qing. A violent shockwave swept out and Old Man Qing didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he disappeared under the giant sword. Hai Wang-gu, who had been standing nearby, was also sent flying by the shockwave, his footing unsteady. "Is that the profound heavenly sword?" Yang Kai frowned, turning to the saintess and asking. The latter nodded unconsciously, "Yes." Chapter 754. Old Man Qing had been killed in a single blow and Hai Wang-gu, who had luckily escaped, was now like a stray dog, desperately trying to escape from Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced over at him faintly but didn't move. The giant sword that had just killed Old Man Qing transformed into a rope and caught up to Hai Wang-gu. No matter how he tried to escape, he couldn't avoid it and was directly tied up. Yang Kai waved his hand and the rope that was binding Hai Wang-gu suddenly pulled him back. "Is this the imprisoning heaven chain?" Yang Kai asked the 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess. Interesting, how did I suddenly become proficient in these soul skills?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "Also, my spiritual energy seems to have become much stronger. What did you do to me? Can we talk about that later?" The saintess' eyes flashed, seemingly unwilling to answer. Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't ask further. The 2 soul skills he had just used were things Yang Kai had never seen before, but he was able to use them freely and proficiently, as if he had been cultivating them for a long time. It was impossible for him to know all of this for no reason, so the only explanation was that this woman had done something to him. It was as if she had directly instilled these 2 soul skills into Yang Kai, allowing him to instantly gain insight into these 2 soul skills. Moreover, the spiritual energy Yang Kai displayed wasn't too strong. Normally, he would only be able to fight evenly with Hai Wang-gu, but with this saintess' help, he was able to kill Old Man Qing in a single blow. Yang Kai's heart was filled with doubts and dissatisfaction. "What do you plan to do with this person?" The saintess pointed to the bound Hai Wang-gu and asked. "What else can I do?" Yang Kai grinned and the rope binding Hai Wang-gu suddenly burst into flames. With a scream of despair, Hai Wang-gu's soul avatar was incinerated, not even leaving behind a single trace. In the entire soul battle hall, only Yang Kai and the saintess of 9 Heavens Holy Land remained. They looked at each other. Under Yang Kai's intense gaze, the saintess seemed a little uncomfortable and avoided his eyes. "What's your name?" Yang Kai asked. "Enling. What about you?" Zhang San. Enlinger's pretty face immediately turned green. Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude really annoyed her. However, due to his identity, he couldn't flare up, so he could only be angry inwardly. "Now, can you tell me what you did just now?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "That move of yours seemed very strange. Do you have to know?" Enling pursed her red lips. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "If I don't figure it out, how do I know if it will harm me? You don't have to worry about that. It won't do you any harm. Furthermore, I have no motive to harm you. I still want to be clear about this." "Good." Enling took a deep breath. "Since you insist, I'll tell you." After saying so, she fell silent, as if she was sorting out her words. After a while, she continued, "You should know about our 9 heavens holy land. Every holy master is brought back by the saintess. We use some special methods to find a suitable candidate, and if they pass the test, they will become the next holy master of the Holy Land. As for what method we use to find a suitable candidate, please forgive me for not being able to explain. I can only tell you that it has something to do with the secret art I cultivate." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Presumably you've also heard that before the Holy Master is found, there are many different kinds of Holy Masters. There are many different kinds of people. Their aptitudes vary greatly, but once they enter the Holy Land and become the Holy Master, they will undergo an extraordinary transformation. You will be reborn and achieve extraordinary achievements. This has a lot to do with us saintesses." "Oh? What do you mean?" "We're born to be the Holy Master's cultivation furnaces. Everything we cultivate, everything we master, is prepared for the Holy Master. Find him, bring him back to the Holy Land, and instill all the knowledge we have learned over the years into him. This is the value of our saintess's existence. Moreover, because there was more than one saintess in the Holy Land, the benefits the Holy Lord could obtain were enormous. This was also why every Holy Lord had the ability to transcend the heavens and penetrate the earth. That was because he wasn't cultivating alone. Depending on the number of saintesses, it could be 3 to 5 people helping him cultivate. It could also be 7 or 8 people helping him cultivate. These people were all his furnaces, and the benefits they obtained from cultivating would all belong to him. With such a method of cultivation, it is difficult for the Holy Land's Holy Master not to become powerful. It's that amazing?" Yang Kai was stunned. "This is the Holy Land secret. Don't you dare reveal it to me," Enling warned seriously. "Don't worry, my mouth is sealed tightly." Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully. "So, the reason why I can master your 9 heavens Holy Land soul skills is entirely because you instilled everything you learned into me. And what you have mastered is what I am proficient in. The saintesses do not kill during their lifetime, but can use this special method to assist the Holy Master. On top of that, the benefits we bring to the Holy Master are not limited to just this. You also felt it just now. With my assistance, your spiritual energy will become much stronger." Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming strange. "I'm not the Holy Master, am I? How could you use it on me?" Enling sighed faintly, biting her red lips as she said, "Although I don't want to admit it, you probably have the aptitude to become the Holy Master." "Are you kidding me? It's true. I just wanted to help you improve your spiritual energy so you could fight those two. I had no intention of instilling the Holy Land's divine skills into you, but for some reason you were able to comprehend them. Let me ask you, how many divine skills did you comprehend just now?" "Just 2 of them. 2 of them is already quite amazing. Even with the help of our saintesses, it is not easy for a Holy Master to comprehend the Holy Land's divine skills. It is likely that he will need to try many times before he can thoroughly master a certain divine skill. You being able to comprehend 2 of them in an instant is already enough to explain the problem," Enling said with a look of admiration. Yang Kai's eyes darted around. "How many divine skills have you comprehended in total?" Enling smiled faintly. "Do you want to learn?" "As you wish." Yang Kai didn't comment, putting on a look of disinterest. "I can give you everything I know, but you must agree to one condition. Yang Kai's expression sank. He hated it the most when others haggled with him. Come back to the Holy Land with me. When the time comes, not only will I help you with the divine skill, but my other 3 sisters will also help. You will grow in the shortest time possible. You want me to go back with you and become a holy master? Yang Kai grinned. I think I've found the right person, although, you're a bit annoying, and Ling said truthfully. Not interested. Yang Kai chuckled and slowly shook his head. And Ling almond eyes widened, a look of shock appearing on her face. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to so bluntly refuse. The Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, who didn't want to be? The 20 to 30 islands occupied by the 7 Family Alliance were bustling with noise and excitement as foreign cultivators flooded in, all of them hoping the Saintess would take a liking to them. Once one was chosen, they would reach the heavens in a single bound. Wherever Ling went, the situation was similar to this island, overcrowded with people, young and old. But now, when she took the initiative to make this request, she was actually refused. And Ling couldn't help feeling like she was in a dream, staring at Yang Kai blankly, unable to speak. If I want strength, I'll cultivate it myself. Why would I need to rely on you women? Yang Kai snorted. Wouldn't that be the same as eating soft rice? Do you still not understand what benefits becoming a holy master brings? And Ling's brow furrowed slightly. Becoming a holy master not only means you will become an overlord of this world in the future, it also means you will obtain many things that most people would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. Wealth, fame, status, beauties, you can have anything you want. Does that include you? Yang Kai stared at her wickedly. And Ling's expression suddenly became somewhat unnatural, but she quickly nodded. I am the Holy Master's cultivation furnace, not only me, but also my 3 sisters. As long as you want it, no matter what you do to us, we won't resist. You can enjoy the blessings of having multiple lovers. Very tempting. Yang Kai licked his lips, a perverted expression appearing on his face, seemingly quite tempted. Then you, not going? Yang Kai sneered, his expression changing faster than one could flip the page of a book, shaking his head. There are always gains and losses. Becoming a holy master brings such great benefits, presumably the price one has to pay isn't small, right? And Ling's pretty face changed slightly as she stared at him deeply, gently nodding. There is a rumor in the Holy Land. Although there is no basis for it, I think it should be the price the Holy Master has to pay. Let's hear it. Every Holy Master doesn't live long. It seems that the one who lived the longest only lived for 300 years. 9 Heavens' Holy Land was a great force, and with so many saintesses as his cultivation furnaces, the Holy Master's strength would definitely improve rapidly. In just a few dozen years, he would reach the 3rd Order Saint Realm. The 3rd Order Saint Realm had long transcended the level of mortals, and their lifespan would be greatly extended. Only living for 300 years was obviously a sign of death. Even the 3rd Order transcendents of some great forces could live for several hundred years. When he heard that he had to pay such a price, Yang Kai no longer had any thoughts of becoming a holy master. 300 years might seem like a long time, but for a master who pursued the martial Tao, it was nothing more than the blink of an eye. Yang Kai believed that if he didn't become a holy master, after 300 years, he would still be alive and well. Perhaps he would even be wandering the world with Su Yan and his little senior sister, living a carefree life. How could he be willing to sacrifice himself for such a small benefit? But have you ever thought that by paying such a price, you can enjoy a lifetime of glory? This is something many people can't achieve in their lifetime. Ling still tried to persuade him. Yang Kai chuckled. After 30 years, I will be able to stand on equal footing with your holy master. 30 years. And Ling stared at him in shock. Your tone is quite big. Chapter 755. In order to stand on equal footing with the Holy Master, one would need to at least be a 3rd Order saint. And Ling didn't think Yang Kai could achieve this. She simply thought he was just a young man spouting nonsense. Just wait and see, Yang Kai chuckled, his face filled with confidence. You really won't consider it? There's no need. Yang Kai shook his head. However, the way you chose the Holy Master is a bit too hasty. How can the master of a great force decide on such a casual matter? It's not hasty. And Ling refuted with some excitement. The secret art we cultivate is related to finding a holy master. If there is a suitable candidate, as long as they are within a certain range, we saintesses can sense them and determine they are the most suitable candidate to become the holy master. Your situation is another type of selection. If we really can't find the first type of person, we can only ask the Holy Land to step in and find some young people with good aptitude. Through indoctrination, we can see if they can comprehend the Holy Land's divine skills. Although today's matter was an accident, you have passed my test and are eligible to enter the Holy Land. And your performance was particularly excellent, so you are quite qualified. Yang Kai sneered. Can you guarantee that the person you choose will be loyal to your Holy Land? And Ling nodded. After entering the Holy Land, they will change their views. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he wasn't clear about the inside story, he estimated that Nine Heavens Holy Land would use some special methods to brainwash the people they chose. Good, let's not talk about this for now. Yang Kai didn't want to continue inquiring about the secrets of Nine Heavens Holy Land. The more he learned about this kind of thing, the worse it would be for him. Saying so, Yang Kai sent out a burst of energy from his soul avatar and, before Ling could react, wrapped her up. What are you doing? And Ling pretty face changed. While she was talking, she suddenly found herself unable to move. The other party's soul energy was far stronger than she had expected. The energy that wrapped around her soul avatar contained a scorching aura. Yang Kai looked her up and down, his eyes flashing with a very complicated light. He nodded slightly and said, "Yes, according to my temperament, I should kill you to silence you." Kill me? And Ling beautiful face turned pale. Do you think you know too much? This is one of the reasons. Yang Kai nodded calmly. I know that much. Once you return alive, I estimate your Nine Heavens Holy Land won't let me go. Either you will capture me and make me your holy master, or you will directly kill me to protect your Holy Land secrets. Neither of these is what I want to see. Why are you so suspicious? And Ling frowned and looked at him faintly. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. And don't forget, I saved you before. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. Don't mention it. Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. In fact, I didn't know what to do with you. If I really killed you, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life and perhaps even develop a heart demon, but if I took you out with me, I wouldn't feel at ease. Hearing him say this, and Ling's tense demeanor couldn't help relaxing as she asked softly, So now you know what to do? Yang Kai grinned, stretching out his hand and grabbing towards her soul avatar. And Ling's face was filled with shock as she tried to struggle but was unable to move at all. Before the big hand could touch Ling, though, it suddenly withdrew. An irresistible suction force emerged from the giant hand and Ling's vision blurred for a moment before her soul avatar fell limply to the ground, extremely weak. Stubbornly raising her head, she glared towards Yang Kai with a look of hatred, gritting her teeth as she shouted, It turns out you've comprehended more than 2 divine skills. Sorry, in fact, it's 3. Yang Kai smiled. Is this one called Great Heavenly Attraction? And Ling pursed her red lips tightly, not saying a word. Profound Heavenly Sword, Imprisoning Heaven Lock, Great Heavenly Attraction. Yang Kai muttered to himself, Your 9 Heavens Holy Land's divine skills are really good, both convenient and practical. How is it convenient? This is the result of more than 10 years of bitter cultivation. Hearing his evaluation, and Ling was immediately enraged. Yang Kai didn't care and simply stared at the delicate mass of spiritual energy in his hand. This mass of spiritual energy had been stripped from Ling's soul avatar and was now sitting cross-legged on Yang Kai's palm, petite and dignified, motionless. This was Ling's soul brand. With this brand in hand, Yang Kai could control Ling's life and death at will. To be on the safe side, I'll accept your brand. I hope that after we leave this place, we'll never meet again in Sky Sea Pavilion. When the day comes that I can stand on equal footing with your holy master, I'll come to your 9 heavens holy land and return this brand to you, Yang Kai said as he took her brand into his soul avatar. And Ling looked at him angrily, unable to resist. Although she was also proficient in great heavenly attraction, her soul was not as good as Yang Kai's, so she couldn't resist. This man was really hateful to the extreme. She had clearly made a very beneficial proposal to him, but he didn't agree and even tried to control her. Hey, I really don't have any malicious intentions towards you, don't look at me like that. Yang Kai was helpless and kept shaking his head. You're hateful. And Ling ground her teeth and cursed, venting the grievances in her heart. Okay, I'm hateful, I'm the most hateful person in the world. You just need to rest, don't be angry, Yang Kai quickly comforted her. With her soul brand, Yang Kai also felt relieved. Although doing this would cause some damage to this woman, as long as she rested for a while, she would be fine. Yang Kai only took her brand and didn't harm her soul avatar. And Ling ignored him in a fit of pique. She sat alone at the side, looking extremely pitiful. After observing for a while, Kai Yang leapt up and flew out. This white world was indeed the interior of the soul-type artifact. Yang Kai also understood the function of this artifact. It was similar to the situation everyone had encountered. It could forcibly pull others' soul avatars into this magical space. For Yang Kai, this was a good thing. His current divine sense cultivation was stronger than his physical body, so once he encountered a powerful enemy, he could use the power of this artifact to force others to engage in a divine sense battle with him. In such a battle, Yang Kai would likely have a lot of advantages. So he really wanted to take this artifact into his own pocket. The more than 100 people who had come in before had examined this place several times but hadn't found anything special. The only place where there was a mystery was the one in the sky where the 4 words, Soul Battle Hall, were engraved. Flying to the location of the 4 words, Yang Kai carefully examined it, his expression extremely focused. As time passed slowly, Ling also recovered from her previous injuries and blinked her big eyes towards the sky. After a while, she flew up and stood beside Yang Kai and asked, "Are you looking for an exit, or do you want to refine this artifact? You're not angry?" Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. He found that this woman seemed to easily forget some things. This was also the case before. Yang Kai had repeatedly given her the cold shoulder, and although she had left in a fit of anger, she had come back after a while. "I'm angry." And Ling nodded heavily, "But I decided not to be angry with you for the time being. The most important thing is to get out of here alive." "Smart girl." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "I want to refine this artifact. Since it's a soul-type artifact, I can use my divine sense to refine it, but I haven't found a good way to do so. What do you suggest?" And Ling looked carefully and pondered for a while before saying, "You might as well try to refine these 4 words. They may be the core of this artifact. As long as you brand your divine sense into these 4 words, you should be able to refine it." "That's what I was thinking." Yang Kai nodded and sternly said, "You should stay away." And Ling glanced at him strangely, and although she was a little confused, she still obediently moved away and hid in the furthest corner. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai's soul avatar sitting motionlessly in the void, seemingly brewing something. Suddenly, a berserk and terrifying scorching aura spread out from his body. A dazzling golden light blossomed in that instant, and the entire divine battle hall seemed to show signs of shaking. The 4 words were directly wrapped in a raging fire and began to burn. And Ling's mouth dropped open as she stared in shock, her tender body trembling slightly. She had thought that Yang Kai cultivated some kind of special soul skill or possessed some kind of soul-type artifact, which was why his soul avatar was emitting such a hot aura. But now, after seeing the scene in front of her, she suddenly realized that he didn't cultivate a special soul skill at all. The reason his soul avatar was emitting such a hot aura was entirely because of his spiritual energy. A variant spiritual energy, a conflagrated knowledge, see? And Ling was thoroughly shocked. And from the looks of it, his ability to use his spiritual energy had obviously reached a very high level. No wonder he wanted to refine her soul brand. It turned out that it wasn't just because he had learned some of the Holy Land secrets, but also because of himself. He obviously hoped she could help him hide this secret. Now she might really be saved. The power of a conflagrated knowledge was no ordinary divine sense, and this young man's strength was also not to be underestimated. Even if this soul-type artifact wasn't low-grade, it likely wouldn't be able to withstand such a violent burning aura. While Ling was overjoyed, she was still thinking about how to make Yang Kai agree to go to the Holy Land with her. A holy master with a conflagrated knowledge. This was a precedent that had never appeared in the Holy Land before. With such aptitude and capital, once he became a holy master, he would be the most powerful holy master in history. Chapter 756. At the bottom of the ocean, somewhere in the ancient ruins. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, there were more than 100 cultivators lying on the ground, most of them dead. Only a man and a woman still exuded vitality, but they were still in a coma. In front of these cultivators, there was a glowing sphere that was exuding some strange energy fluctuations. As this energy fluctuated, the light it emitted flickered, as if it could be annihilated at any time. Suddenly, a trace of golden light flowed out from the glowing sphere, and when this golden light appeared, the surrounding air gradually became scorching hot. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the golden color quickly spread throughout the entire glowing sphere, turning it golden like a blazing sun. The scorching feeling in the air became even more intense. The sound of something breaking rang out. At the same time, two spiritual energy streams shot out from the glowing sphere, circled around it a few times, and then shot down. The golden glowing sphere gradually dimmed, and after a while, no more light came out from it. With a groan, Ling slowly and painfully opened her eyes, her hands supporting her tender body as she straightened her upper body and looked around. Not far away, she found Yang Kai slowly crawling up. The two of them exchanged a glance and smiled. Inside the Soul Battle Hall, after finding the right direction to refine the artifact, Yang Kai had been using his powerful divine sense to burn the 4 words. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it wasn't until just now that he had succeeded in subduing the artifact. After going through so many trials and tribulations together, Ling suddenly felt that Yang Kai was much more pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai also felt that this little girl wasn't bad, it was just that sometimes she was a bit silly. When he was refining the artifact, she didn't disturb him, instead just quietly watching from afar. After subduing the soul-type artifact, it was simple to leave. All Yang Kai needed to do was use his divine sense to open an exit and the two of them could escape. Their soul avatars had been away from their physical bodies for a long time, so they weren't quite used to it. Yang Kai was fine. After all, whether it was his spiritual energy or physical strength, he was much stronger than Ling. On the other hand, after confirming that Yang Kai had returned, Ling sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to adjust her breathing. Yang Kai also rested for a while, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with his body, he stood up and walked towards the location of the soul-type artifact. Now that he had refined it, this artifact naturally belonged to Yang Kai. Arriving in front of it, Yang Kai's divine sense swept it into his knowledge sea. Carefully inspecting the situation of this artifact, Yang Kai's spirit shook as he secretly praised it. Worthy of a treasure left behind by an ancient sect, this soul-type artifact was definitely saint-grade. Even after experiencing the endless flowing time Great Emperor, this artifact's power had not been reduced much. Now that it was being nurtured in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, it was only a matter of time before it was restored to its original strength. Yang Kai was very satisfied and felt that this trip had not been in vain. Obtaining a pill with pill clouds before had already made him overjoyed, but now he had obtained a soul-type artifact that was very suitable for him. It could be said that his harvest was greater than anyone else's. Taking back his divine sense, Yang Kai looked around and saw that Ling was still meditating while Hai Wang-gu and the others had already died. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before walking over to the corpses and taking all their universe bags. After searching through them, he kept the good stuff and threw away the rest. Standing in place, Ling waited for about half a day before slowly opening her beautiful eyes. After adjusting her breathing, she had finally recovered. Seeing Yang Kai seemingly looking after her, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess couldn't help smiling, a hint of sweetness filling her heart. Lightly stepping forward, she came over to Yang Kai's side and asked, "Should we go back now or continue exploring?" "I want to continue. There is one thing I want to figure out. As for you, do as you please," Yang Kai said faintly before stepping forward. Seeing Yang Kai's somewhat cold attitude towards her, Enling pouted and quickly followed without saying a word. Arriving at the main hall in front of them, after a brief search, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. This hall was originally protected by the Soul Battle Hall. Hai Wang-gu, Old Man Cheng, and the others had joined forces with more than 100 cultivator to break the invisible barrier and had originally intended to explore this hall and search for treasures. But unexpectedly, after the barrier was broken, everyone's soul avatars were pulled into the Soul Battle Hall, causing their original plan to fail. Now, when Yang Kai and Enling came back to take a look, they were surprised to find that this place had already been looted by someone else. The hall had been turned upside down, leaving behind nothing of value. Did someone else come here to explore? Enling guessed. Yang Kai nodded lightly, agreeing with her statement. Although more than 100 of them had been pulled into the Soul Battle Hall, there were still many others who were active throughout these ancient ruins. Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, but it was likely these ruins had already been thoroughly searched. After realizing this, Yang Kai didn't waste any more time and directly left the hall, following the direction of the source of the Yang attribute energy. Although it had been a month or two since they arrived at the seabed, the Yang attribute energy here was still constantly being produced. Yang Kai really wanted to know what was on the other side. Enling didn't say anything to annoy Yang Kai, simply following behind him obediently. Yang Kai knew that she still hadn't given up and wanted to persuade him to return to Nine Heavens Holy Land with her, so he deliberately ignored her. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai felt that he was getting closer and closer to the source of the Yang attribute energy, but amidst the fluctuations of this Yang attribute energy, Yang Kai was keenly aware of a special fluctuation. It was the power of the void. Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong, thinking that he wouldn't be able to gain anything this time. Sure enough, after turning a corner, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt and he frowned helplessly as he stared ahead. Enling saw his strange expression and quickly turned to look, but after a single glance, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "A void corridor?" Not far in front of them, about 10 meters above the ground, there was a dark hole. It was a void corridor. The Yang attribute energy and the power of the void that Yang Kai felt were all coming from this hole. How could there be a void corridor here? Enling was also surprised. Void corridors weren't very common. It was said that a long time ago, during a great battle between masters, they tore through space and left behind traces. However, there was also a saying that void corridors were naturally formed. Through studying the mysteries of void corridors, there were now some masters who were able to use the power of the void to construct something similar to void corridors, allowing them to teleport 10,000 kilometers in an instant. Soaring Heaven Sect's Chu Ling Xiao had such an ability. However, doing so consumed a great deal of energy, so even masters like Chu Ling Xiao weren't willing to easily construct them. However, these void corridors constructed by masters were very different from orthodox ones. Whether it was in terms of stability or distance, they weren't on the same level. Enling couldn't help but be a little surprised that there was a void corridor in the ancient ruins. Yang Kai didn't know where the other end was connected to. It might be some place in Tongxian realm, or it might be a separate mysterious small world. It was impossible to predict what would happen next. "Let's go back," Yang Kai said faintly. Although the source of the Yang attribute energy was very interesting to him, he wouldn't rush into a void corridor rashly. If he ended up teleporting to the star field, he wouldn't be able to find his way back. As he said this, he ignored Enling and leaped up. "Wait for me!" Enling shouted and hurried to catch up. A short time later, the pair arrived at the barrier of the ancient ruin, passed through it, and found themselves in the sea. In an instant, Yang Kai felt a huge pressure from all directions, as if it was trying to crush him to pieces. Under this huge pressure, Yang Kai quickly circulated his Yuan Qi to push aside the surrounding seawater, suddenly feeling much more relaxed. And Ling Er's eyes and hands were even sharper, directly jumping into Yang Kai's Yuan Qi barrier and staying by his side. "You woman!" Yang Kai glanced sideways at her. "What's wrong? Don't you saintesses boast of being noble and holy? Casually standing next to a man you're not familiar with, and even so close to him, is it really appropriate? Who's casually standing next to you?" And Ling O was unconvinced. "Didn't I tell you that you are fully qualified to be the Holy Master? If you don't have this qualification, I won't be with you even if I die. If you dare mention this to me again, I'll rape you first and then kill you." Yang Kai's expression was fierce. "You're just saying it, but you don't actually mean it." And Ling Er seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's nature and was not afraid at all. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, stared at her fiercely, and laughed coldly. "You like to provoke me, don't you? Do you believe that I won't take care of you right now? You dare." And Ling Er glared at him. Yang Kai smiled brightly and retracted most of his Yuan Qi. The barrier that was originally large enough to wrap around the two of them suddenly became small. And Ling Er cried out in alarm and quickly moved closer to Yang Kai, afraid that her body would be exposed to the seawater. Yang Kai continued to slow down the release of his Yuan Qi, and the barrier became smaller and smaller. The noble and holy saintess continued to move closer to Yang Kai, her small hands tightly gripping his clothes, her pretty face turning pale, and she secretly gritted her teeth, but didn't dare say anything. A moment later, and Ling Er's face turned red. As the defensive shield shrank, she had no choice but to cling to Yang Kai like an octopus, her two plump breasts being squeezed by Yang Kai's sturdy chest to the point where they were somewhat deformed. Even if she was unwilling in her heart, she had no choice but to maintain this humiliating position. "You bad guy, you're a demon." And Ling Er bit her red lips and breathed out in front of Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes watery. Chapter 757. Looking at Ling Er's embarrassed and angry appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, his mood suddenly becoming carefree. "Your Highness Saintess, how do you feel?" As he spoke, he purposely blew a breath of hot air into her delicate earlobes. And Ling Er's earlobes immediately turned red as if they had been dyed red. The sound of her heart beating like a war drum came from her chest. The saintesses of 9 Heavens Holy Land grew up in the Holy Land from an early age and were instilled with a certain philosophy. That was, their entire lives were dedicated to the Holy Master, and everything they had was prepared for the Holy Master. In 9 Heavens Holy Land, the saintess was a symbol of nobility and holiness. Never before had she been so intimate with a man. Feeling the majesty of his body, and Ling Er's heart was in turmoil, secretly regretting how she had provoked such a wicked man. Yet this evildoer managed to pass his test and comprehend 3 of the 9 heavens' divine skills at once. The heavens are really blind. And Ling Er bit her red lips and no longer dared to speak. Seeing her aggrieved appearance, Yang Kai no longer teased her and instead continued to fly upwards. After a long time, the two broke out of the sea and returned to the surface. And Ling Er, like a frightened rabbit, quickly broke away from Yang Kai, gasping for breath as she glared at him with resentful eyes. "I'll solemnly tell you about what happened on the seabed. It's best if you don't mention it in front of the people of 9 Heavens Holy Land, otherwise I'll really kill you. I can also promise you that I will never do anything to harm your 9 Heavens Holy Land, nor will I publicize your secrets. Like I said before, it's best if we never meet again from now on in Sky Sea Pavilion. This way, it'll be good for both of us." Yang Kai said seriously, "I understand, I won't mention it again." And Ling Er nodded lightly. "Pharaoh, I hope you find your holy master soon." Yang Kai smiled brilliantly and quickly left. Looking at his disappearing figure, Ling Er's expression was complicated. She had never thought that there would actually be someone who would refuse such a good thing. She had always thought that when she found the Holy Master, that person would be overjoyed and couldn't wait to return to the Holy Land with her as soon as possible to enjoy the riches of the world. However, Yang Kai's reaction and attitude had shattered her previous thoughts. When he left, he didn't have the slightest reluctance to leave. Clearly, he really didn't want to be the Holy Master. "Oh no!" And Ling Er was shocked again. She suddenly remembered that she had been missing for so long. Uncle Qian and the others were probably worried to death. The archipelago on the sea was in a state of panic. The people from the Seven Family Alliance and Nine Heavens Holy Land had scoured almost every one of the nearby 23 islands in the past month. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the whereabouts of the Saintess. Facing the wrath of Nine Heavens Holy Land, every member of the Seven Family Alliance was terrified. The leaders of the Seven Family Alliance gathered in a palace that was originally the temporary residence of Nine Heavens Holy Land's people, but now it had become a place filled with smoke. Qian Ning's face was gloomy to the extreme as he glared at the leaders of the Seven Family Alliance and roared, "It's been more than a month, yet you still haven't found the whereabouts of the Saintess. I'll give you 3 more days. If I don't see the Saintess in 3 days, I'll flatten all your islands. Protector Qian, please calm your anger. We will definitely send more people. No matter what, we will find Her Highness the Saintess." A First-Order Transcendent Cultivator nodded, constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Originally, the arrival of Nine Heavens Holy Land was a great honor for their Seven Family Alliance, but who knew such an incident would occur, causing them to be implicated? Protector Qian, could it be that the Saintess followed that group of people into the sea? Someone guessed. Into the sea? Qian Ning coldly snorted. How could the Saintess do such a senseless thing? But besides the sea, we've searched everywhere. Didn't the people who went into the sea return as early as 3 days ago? There was no trace of the Saintess. If she really went into the sea, she should have returned by now. But under the sea, there were also many casualties. Could it be that the Saintess has impudence? Qian Ning roared. What kind of character is the Saintess? Even you lowly people were able to return alive. How could something have happened to her? I don't care what methods you use or how many people you send. If I don't see the Saintess in 3 days, you know the consequences. Scram. The 7 leaders of the Seven Family Alliance were annoyed but didn't dare show it on their faces. In front of Nine Heavens Holy Land, a small force like theirs was nothing, so naturally they didn't have the courage to provoke Qian Ning. But before they could leave, a maid suddenly rushed over, a look of joy on her face as she shouted, Protector Qian, the Saintess, she's back." But Qian Ning raised his brow and hurriedly ran out to greet the maid, eagerly asking, "Where is she?" The maid turned around and pointed. Qian Ning looked in the direction she was pointing and saw An Ling, walking briskly over there. Qian Ning burst into tears, so excited that he couldn't speak, the big stone in his heart finally falling to the ground. When An Ling arrived, everyone quickly saluted, "Greetings, Your Highness Saintess." An Ling nodded lightly and said somewhat guiltily, "Uncle Qian, I've troubled you this time. I'm really sorry." "It's good you're safe," Qian Ning smiled, looking much more relaxed. "Were you injured?" An Ling slowly shook her head. "Where have you been these days?" "When I went out last time, I suddenly had some enlightenment and found a place to enter retreat. I never thought more than a month would pass," An Ling said softly, her expression somewhat unnatural. Qian Ning looked at her suspiciously, keenly aware that the Saintess was lying, but he didn't know why she would do such a thing. However, seeing her safe and sound was a blessing from the heavens. He didn't intend to pursue the matter and just nodded. That's good. Turning his head to the maid, he said, "Help the Saintess rest." N. Nodded quickly. The leaders of the Seven Family Alliance all glanced at each other and couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. On one of the islands, Yang Kai found a secret room and after paying a few crystal stones, stepped inside. This secret room was built by the Seven Family Alliance specifically for cultivators to use when they needed to enter retreat. The cost of using it was far lower than an ordinary inn. However, inside this secret room, there were many barriers arranged to prevent interference from the outside world, and the Seven Family Alliance was also responsible for the safety of those who entered, so it was definitely worth the cost. As such, it was very popular with foreign cultivators. A chamber like this could be found in most cities. After all, there would often be a martial artist who had a flash of inspiration and needed to go into seclusion. If they went out, it would be very convenient to have such a chamber. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai carefully inspected it and determined that the barriers arranged inside were not bad and were able to withstand a certain degree of impact while also having an early warning function. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai took out the pill with pill clouds and placed it on his palm, carefully examining it. Yang Kai didn't rush to leave here, partly because he couldn't wait to see how this pill was refined, and partly because he wanted to stay and monitor Ling Er's movements. It wasn't that he wanted to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but this matter was too important for him to be careless. If Ling Er sold him out, he would likely become an enemy of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Once such a behemoth was provoked, the consequences would be endless. Yang Kai had inexplicably learned 3 of Nine Heaven's Holy Land's divine skills, and Nine Heaven's Holy Land obviously didn't want such a secret art to fall into the hands of an outsider. Once they learned the truth, they would only have 2 choices, either kill Yang Kai to silence him or force Yang Kai to become the new Holy Master. Depriving Ling Er of her soul brand was really a last resort. Through this soul brand, although Yang Kai didn't know everything this woman did, he could still subtly perceive her mood fluctuations, making it the perfect tool to monitor her. Not thinking about it too much, Yang Kai immersed his consciousness into the pill in his hand. This was a saint pill. It was a saint-grade mid-rank pill. Alchemists who could refine saint pills were rare, no matter which era they were in. Even Du Wan, a famous character, was only a saint-grade low-rank alchemist. With his means, it was impossible for him to refine a saint-grade mid-rank pill unless his luck was incredibly good. Of all the people Yang Kai had come into contact with, only the old man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui, could easily refine a saint-grade pill. When an outstanding alchemist observed a pill, they could infer the level of the person who refined it through the traces and medicinal efficacies on its surface. Looking at the saint pill in his hand, Yang Kai was deeply shocked. Although his experience wasn't very rich, he could still see how easily the person who refined this pill had refined it. There was no trace of unnaturalness on the pill's surface and it was smooth and round. That person's alchemy level had obviously reached a transcendent level, perhaps even on par with Li Lao. However, too many years had passed, and Yang Kai didn't know which ancient great force had left behind this ancient ruin, so wanting to spy on the identity of this alchemist was somewhat unrealistic. What was most valuable was that this saint pill's pill cloud was filled with rich world energy. Not only did this cloud maintain the integrity of its medicinal efficacies, but it also constantly gathered world energy to nourish the pill as the flowing time Great Emperor passed. Now, however, the energy contained in this saint pill was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai estimated that even if a Saint Realm Master were to swallow this pill, they wouldn't be able to withstand the energy it released. For a single pill to become like this, it could be said to be a miracle. Yang Kai immersed his consciousness in this pill, carefully analyzing the technique used by the alchemist as well as the process of forming this pill. Faintly, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see the scene from countless years ago, but he couldn't see it clearly. Everything was shrouded in fog. Chapter 758. Time flew by and a few days passed. During these days, Yang Kai had been in retreat in his cultivation room, prying into the mysteries of this saint pill, but his gains were minimal. During these past few days of monitoring, Yang Kai found that Ling Er seemed to be very calm and had no intention of betraying him. However, for some unknown reason, the people from Nine Heaven's Holy Land didn't leave this place and instead stayed here temporarily. Yang Kai was certain that after experiencing the disappearance of their saintess, they didn't feel it was safe to set out now. Shaking his head, Yang Kai no longer paid attention to Ling Er's situation and instead focused all of his attention on the pill in his hand. After spending a few days, Yang Kai still hadn't been able to obtain much information from it. Now, there was only one method left. Perhaps this method would allow him to obtain some useful information, or perhaps he wouldn't be able to obtain anything at all. Either way, it was a gamble. That was to take it. Using his own body to feel the medicinal efficacies of this pill and feel the secrets of the pill cloud, he would be able to explore the process of forming this saint pill. However, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, not knowing whether or not he should use such a method. Pills with pill clouds were too rare. This pill was a mid-grade saint-grade pill. Once it was consumed, It would be impossible to find such a pill again. Moreover, because of the pill cloud that covered the saint pill, Yang Kai didn't know what this pill was for. Was this saint pill a healing pill or a cultivation aid pill? Or was it a cultivation enhancement pill? Or a detoxification pill? Yang Kai didn't know anything. The only thing he was certain of was that it wasn't a poison pill. Moreover, after experiencing the flowing time Great Emperor for so long, the energy contained in this pill was simply too great. Yang Kai was worried that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Although he had the unyielding golden skeleton which could accept an unimaginable amount of energy, the capacity of his meridians and physique was limited. Once too much energy entered his meridians and physique in a short period of time, if the unyielding golden skeleton couldn't absorb it in time, it would put a heavy burden on his body. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai's hesitant look gradually became firm. He decided to give it his all. This was such a great opportunity. If he didn't try it, he would always keep it in his heart. No matter how much time passed, he would always think about this problem. Rather than that, he might as well take it now and wait for the medicinal effect to dissolve, then everything would be clear. After thinking it through, Yang Kai walked out of the secret room and paid the person in charge of the secret room a fee of 10 days. He also told them that without permission, no one was to disturb him. The person in charge of the secret room naturally agreed. Returning to the secret chamber, Yang Kai reinforced the restrictions and barriers set up in the secret chamber, keeping them in perfect condition. Only then did he take a deep breath and sit cross-legged in his original position. Calming his mind, Yang Kai directly threw the saint pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately activated the true Yang secret art and waited for the medicinal effect of the pill to erupt. In just 3 breaths, a hot stream was born in his lower abdomen. This hot stream was like magma, burning Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. When this hot stream was first born, it was only like a small stream, not too strong, but in the blink of an eye, this small stream grew into a river, and then a fierce ocean. Kai Yang could even hear the movement of the huge amount of energy in his abdomen. It was like the rolling waves of the sea, extremely violent, and this violent energy was still being produced. His expression changing, Yang Kai's entire body seemed to be on fire. His yuan qi fluctuated up and down, and the pores all over his body opened involuntarily. Countless amounts of energy leaked out from these pores and flowed into the air. The true Yang secret art circulated even faster, and his meridians were filled with the medicinal effect of the pill, causing them to swell and ache. The medicinal effect was pervasive, following Yang Kai's meridians and penetrating every inch of his flesh and blood. At this moment, Yang Kai was like opening a door full of explosive energy. While he was enduring the baptism of this violent energy, he also had to see the hidden mysteries behind this door. Multitasking was extremely difficult. Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. The medicinal effect flowing through his meridians and flesh, following the circulation of the true Yang secret art, showed no signs of being absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Instead, it was all rushing towards his mind. When it rushed to his mind, it was as if it had entered an invisible black hole and was completely swallowed up. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and quickly immersed himself in his knowledge sea, his soul avatar manifesting. At this moment, a golden knowledge sea was continuously pouring in energy from the outside, and the burning flames of the sea were accepting and assimilating this energy. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly realized. It turned out that this saint pill was not a healing pill, nor was it a pill to assist in cultivation, but a pill to enhance one's soul. In that moment of absent-mindedness, as the surging energy poured in, his entire knowledge sea began to tremble. The soul battle hall and the demon eye of annihilation floating above his knowledge sea seemed to show signs of instability. That small heaven-grade high-grade divine soul sword was blown away by the storm and disappeared without a trace. Cursing in his heart, Yang Kai had thought that no matter how much energy this saint pill contained, with the special properties of his unyielding golden skeleton, he should be able to absorb all of its medicinal effects. But he had not expected that this saint pill was actually a pill to enhance one's soul. As a result, the unyielding golden skeleton had no place to use it. Although the space within his knowledge sea was extremely vast, there was a limit to how much it could hold. With such a huge amount of energy pouring in, sooner or later his knowledge sea would explode. Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he could only try to stabilize the turbulence in his knowledge sea while trying to think of a way to resolve the current crisis. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, his entire knowledge sea suddenly flashed with a 5-colored light. As this 5-colored light flashed, the energy pouring in from the outside gathered in a single direction and disappeared. Yang Kai was startled and quickly turned to look in that direction, a moment later grinning from ear to ear. What had helped him swallow that huge amount of energy was actually the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. When Yang Kai first obtained this soul-nourishing treasure, the old demon had said that the 5-colored soul-warming lotus could grow. As long as it was given enough time, it could grow to 6 colors, and eventually 7 colors. This process could be very long, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Once it reached 7 colors, the help that the soul-warming lotus could bring to a cultivator was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai had already obtained unimaginable benefits from the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. The reason why his spiritual energy was so outstanding, far exceeding his physical strength, was mostly because of the soul-warming lotus. Therefore, he could understand how much help the 7-colored soul-warming lotus could bring him. The old demon had also said that although the growth of the soul-warming lotus was slow, it could be artificially accelerated. After harvesting it, one could often take some soul-nourishing pills or precious treasures to accelerate its growth. Strictly speaking, this was a kind of investment. After the cultivator took these pills, they would share the effects of the soul-warming lotus. Although the benefits obtained in the short term would be divided, in the following time, the soul-warming lotus would return those benefits back to the cultivator. Since the beginning, every time Yang Kai took a soul-nourishing pill, a lot of energy would be diverted to the soul-warming lotus. However, all of this was done silently, so Yang Kai did not pay too much attention to it. Now, when this unimaginable amount of energy poured into his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus's effect was directly demonstrated. It frantically swallowed the energy, reducing a lot of pressure on Yang Kai. At least now, his knowledge sea was much more stable. Immediately refreshed, Yang Kai tried his best to drive the energy pouring into his knowledge sea towards the soul-warming lotus, while controlling his knowledge sea to accommodate the excess energy. However, he was still struggling. The amount of energy was simply too huge, so much so that even Yang Kai was a little scared. Without hesitation, Yang Kai quickly used his spiritual energy and began to spy on the mysteries of the true alchemic way. He had to constantly consume his spiritual energy to keep up with the current situation. The energy pouring in from the outside was divided into 2 general directions, most of which was absorbed by the 5-colored soul-warming lotus while the other was accommodated in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, supplementing his constant consumption. The soul-devouring insects on the 5-colored island also played a role. They lived by devouring this kind of energy, so now that such a situation had occurred, they were naturally happy to see it. After exhausting all his means, his knowledge sea gradually stabilized. With all kinds of assistance, the energy pouring in and consumption were basically balanced. Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. This time, he had taken the Saint pill without understanding its function, almost making a fool of himself. Not paying any more attention to the situation in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai diverted his attention and began to spy on the mysteries of the Saint pill through its medicinal efficacies. At this moment, Yang Kai's lower abdomen seemed to be hiding a small sun that was constantly emitting a huge amount of energy. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai was stunned. He found that the Saint pill's medicinal efficacies were only being released a little, and compared to the total amount of energy stored inside it, it was no more than 1%. However, when the pill cloud dissipated and the medicinal efficacies were released, Yang Kai was able to see some traces that he had not been able to see before. The selection of the pill's materials, the control of the flame, what kind of spirit array was used during the refinement, the mood and technique of the alchemy grandmaster at the time, and all kinds of other things could be figured out. Vaguely, Yang Kai's thoughts followed the traces of the pill that had been refined countless years ago and entered a new world. In that new world, all kinds of mysteries about alchemy were presented to him one by one. With a subtle mood, Yang Kai was intoxicated, imprinting every detail into his divine sense, allowing his understanding of alchemy to rise to a new level. Gathering all these traces together and gradually reconstructing the situation at that time, Yang Kai seemed to see the scene of the St. Pill's initial formation, covered by the pill cloud, appearing in front of him. Chapter 759. Back in the archipelago, in the palace where Nine Heavens' holy land resided, Qian Ning once again met with the Saintess and proposed that they continue on their journey. Since the Saintess returned, he had already proposed twice, but each time he was refused by Enling. This time was no exception. Qian Ning couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Although the status of the Saintess in the Holy Land was higher than his, he had followed Enling out this time not only to ensure her safety but also to lead the team forward. Young lady, finding the Holy Master is your task. You shouldn't remain here, no matter what your reason is. I know. Enling frowned, her pretty face slightly pale, but I don't know why. These days I've been feeling uneasy, like something big is about to happen. Something big? Qian Ning's expression changed slightly. What kind of big thing? Enling slowly shook her head and muttered, I don't know, I can't explain it. Qian Ning was stunned and stared at her suspiciously for a moment before slowly nodding. Since that's the case, we'll stay here for a while. When young lady has made up her mind, we'll leave. Looking at Qian Ning's departing back, Enling's forehead suddenly began to ooze large drops of sweat. What she said just now wasn't to deceive Qian Ning, she really did have such concerns. She didn't know why, but these days Enling had been having some bloody and unpleasant visions. She thought that this had something to do with Yang Kai depriving her of her soul brand, but after investigating it, she found that there was no connection between the two at all. Inside the secret chamber, Yang Kai spent a full 10 days in retreat before fully absorbing the efficacies of the St. Pill. He had managed to pry into the mysteries of the formation of the St. Pill and the mysteries of the pill cloud. Although it wasn't much, it was still a harvest, which made him very satisfied. Even his understanding of alchemy had improved a lot. After the St. Pill's efficacies were fully absorbed, Yang Kai felt as if his whole person had become somewhat different from before. His body was light. His knowledge sea was clear and his spiritual energy was undoubtedly much stronger than before, but there was also a strange feeling in his knowledge sea. As soon as this feeling appeared, it made it much easier for him to use his spiritual consciousness. Frowning, Yang Kai quickly immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea and carefully examined it. His soul avatar had just manifested. Yang Kai was stunned. During this period of seclusion, he had been prying into the mysteries of the pill cloud. He didn't pay much attention to the situation in his sea of consciousness. When he discovered the huge changes in his sea of consciousness, he couldn't believe it. It was only natural that the blazing seawater divine sense energy would become denser. The demon eye of annihilation and the soul battle hall were still floating in the air without any changes. The biggest change was the island formed by the multicolored soul-warming lotus. At this moment, the island was flickering with multicolored light. It was dazzling and exceptionally beautiful. Yang Kai took a closer look and was surprised to find that the island, which should only have 5 colors, now had an additional color. It had turned into 6 colors. This additional color was a little fainter than the other 5 colors. But it was truly born. The multicolored soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he threw his head back and laughed wildly. After obtaining the soul-warming lotus, he hadn't thought about it. In his lifetime, the soul-warming lotus would grow and evolve. After all, according to the old demon, the process was too long. But who would have thought that the absorption of the St. Pill's medicinal efficacies would directly cause the multicolored soul-warming lotus to evolve to a new level, only one step away from reaching its final 7-color form. With each additional color, the effect of the soul-warming lotus would double. Yang Kai could feel that the current soul-warming lotus's soul-nourishing effect was indeed much stronger than before. Moreover, this effect was constantly being produced. As long as Yang Kai possessed the soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy would continue to grow. The harvest this time was simply unimaginable. It took nearly 10 years to evolve from the multicolored lotus to the multicolored lotus. During this time, Yang Kai had taken a large number of pills, and this was not even counting the nutrients provided by the previous owner of the soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai didn't know if he would be able to see the soul-warming lotus evolve to its final form before his time was up. However, he was already satisfied. Looking at the island emitting 6 colors, Yang Kai couldn't help giggling foolishly, unable to control himself for a while. At this moment, a strange movement came from his soul. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he hurriedly investigated. A moment later, his brow furrowed. It wasn't that something was wrong with his soul, but the soul brand that belonged to Enling was emitting an unusual fluctuation. This woman seemed to have encountered something that frightened her, causing her heart to tremble. The soul brand gave off an extremely uneasy feeling. What kind of danger could she have encountered? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling puzzled. Although her strength wasn't too high, only a first-order transcendent like him, she was still the saintess of 9 heavens' holy land. Her status was revered in the outer islands. Who would dare harm her? Puzzled, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked out. After breaking through the layers of barriers in this secret room, Yang Kai had just walked out of the door when he heard a burst of mournful cries and screams. Not far away, there was also a series of loud noises, as if the entire world was trembling as a terrifying pressure pressed down on him. Yang Kai paled and quickly circulated his yuan qi to resist this tyrannical pressure. On the island, there was a mess as countless people rushed in one direction, as if there was something terrifying chasing after them. Hong, with a loud bang, Yang Kai almost lost his footing as the secret room behind him cracked and crumbled under the violent shockwave. Yang Kai glanced around, but couldn't find any trace of an enemy at all. Quickly releasing his divine sense, he detected an aura not far away in the sky that made him feel extreme dread. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a giant sword 1,000 meters long chopping down from the sky, carrying with it a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering momentum that almost tore space apart. Profound heavenly sword? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he recognized this as one of the 9 heavens' divine skills. He had also obtained the inheritance of this move from Enling, and had even used it before, but the profound heavenly sword he used was a soul skill while the one in front of him was a martial skill condensed from his yuan qi. Whether it was its attribute or power, the two were vastly different. As the giant sword slashed down, an island was split into 2 halves. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared closely at the beautiful figure in the void. The profound heavenly sword was displayed by this person. It was a woman in a spotless white robe, with a beautiful face and a graceful figure. The aura on her body was somewhat similar to Enlinger's, both exuding a noble and holy feeling, but in addition, there was also a faint death qi. It seemed that her vitality had been extinguished, and at this moment, she was nothing more than a walking corpse. Yang Kai felt a sense of horror for no reason. The giant, profound heavenly sword was held in the small hand of this woman, and with a few casual slashes, an entire island not far away was shattered and sunk directly into the sea. The people on the island, under her terrifying attack and tyrannical pressure, could not even muster the will to resist, and countless people died. The blue seawater was dyed red in an instant. This doomsday-like scene was horrifying. The woman stepped forward and arrived above another island, continuing to wave the profound heavenly sword in her hand. In an instant, another island was destroyed. In less than 10 breaths of time, 3 islands had been destroyed by her hand. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he watched this woman's anger spread to the island he was on. Not daring to remain, he quickly used his movement skill and flew away. His movement seemed to have attracted the woman's attention, and a ray of light shot out from her side, like a fanged snake, rapidly closing in on Yang Kai. Imprisoning heaven chain. Yang Kai was shocked and finally determined that this woman was from 9 heavens' holy land and was most likely a high-level figure. Otherwise, how could she have cultivated the 9 heavens' divine skills? What made Yang Kai feel even more uneasy was this mysterious woman's cultivation. Without a doubt, she was a Saint Realm master. The imprisoning heaven chain chasing after him was incredibly fast, and the yuan qi was also extremely rich, so Yang Kai was unable to escape. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai unfurled his wind and thunder wings and his speed suddenly increased several notches, disappearing from the spot like a bolt of lightning. The imprisoning heaven chain tried to bind Yang Kai, but it only managed to bind the afterimage he left behind as he moved. From a distance, the woman's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai's back, a look of suspicion appearing on her pretty face as her tender body flickered and she suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was not far behind Yang Kai. Feeling the murderous intent and chill behind him, Yang Kai's hair stood on end. Taking advantage of the woman not having time to act, he once again disappeared, at the same time hurriedly restraining his aura and flying off in a certain direction. The woman stopped midair and tilted her head, her eyes darting around as she accurately located Yang Kai's position. Although she had found Yang Kai, she didn't rush to take action and instead stared off in a different direction, her brow furrowed slightly, a look of pain appearing on her face. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed. He really didn't understand why such a powerful master was targeting him, but Enling should know something about this situation. The most important thing right now was to find this woman and ask her for an explanation. In front of the palace, the masters of 9 Heavens' holy land were gathered, all of them staring blankly towards the woman floating in the sky. Grandma Nan, Enling called out, her tender body trembling as large tears suddenly flowed out of her beautiful eyes, making her look extremely sad. Saintess Nan is here. Could it be, the Holy Master has fallen? Qian Ning's lips trembled as his face paled. Chapter 760. While these people were talking, Yang Kai had already arrived and rushed over to Enling, frowning as he stared at her. Enling, burst into tears as she glanced over at Yang Kai and anxiously asked, "Why are you here? Why haven't you left yet?" "I can't." Yang Kai calmly shook his head. "That woman's divine sense is locked onto me." Enling covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling as she stared towards Yang Kai with some sympathy. "Who is she? Why is she targeting me? Does it have something to do with you?" Yang Kai looked annoyed as he asked several questions in a row. You're that little brat who hitched a ride before?" Qian Ning squinted towards Yang Kai, his expression ugly. Originally, this kind of situation was enough to give the people from 9 Heavens' holy land enough headaches, but now Yang Kai had suddenly appeared here and was constantly questioning them. Qian Ning's anger suddenly showed signs of erupting as he waved his hand and shouted, "Scram, do you think you have the right to speak here?" Saying so, a yuan qi suddenly shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression remained cold as he didn't bother hiding his strength, casually waving his hand and dispersing Qian Ning's attack, his body remaining motionless while his expression remained calm. Qian Ning was stunned as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected that this little brat would be able to so easily resolve his attack. "I have no intention of becoming enemies with you, I just want to figure out why that woman is targeting me," Yang Kai said with an impatient look on his face as he shot a cold glare towards Qian Ning, indicating his position and attitude before turning his eyes back to Enling. "Uncle Qian." Enling raised her hand, stopping Qian Ning's restlessness before turning to Yang Kai and smiling bitterly. "You being targeted is your own fault." "What do you mean?" "It's probably because you've learned the 9 Heavens' divine skills." As soon as this statement came out, the expressions of the several transcendent realm masters from 9 Heavens' holy land all changed greatly as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Qian Ning was even more dumbfounded. "Look at Yang Kai." She then looked at Enling and exclaimed, How did he learn the 9 Heavens' divine skills?" The 9 Heavens' divine skills were something that only the highest echelons of the Holy Land were qualified to learn. Even Qian Ning had never learned it. "You're courting death." Yang Kai's face suddenly turned ferocious. He hadn't expected that Enling would reveal such a great secret in front of so many people. Once this secret was exposed, he would have no choice but to stand on the opposite side of 9 Heavens' holy land. "What does it matter?" Enling smiled bitterly. "They're going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter if they know." "Young miss, what's going on?" Qian Ning asked hastily with a shocked and bewildered expression. Obviously, he had some guesses in his heart. Just as you thought. And Ling wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and whispered, "The man in front of you. You've passed my test and comprehended 3 9 heavens divine skills at once." Everyone was flabbergasted, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. After a long silence, Qian Ning seemed to come back to his senses and said with difficulty, Then wouldn't he be the perfect candidate for the Holy Master?" And Ling nodded lightly. The look Qian Ning and the others directed towards Yang Kai suddenly changed, becoming respectful and expectant. "But it's too late now, Grandma Nan has already found this place." And Ling smiled bitterly as she listened to her. The expressions of Qian Ning and the others also suddenly became gloomy. "I don't care what Holy Master you're talking about. You'll have to explain this matter to me. Who is that woman? You should know her, right?" Yang Kai temporarily suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and pointed towards the woman standing mid-air who was staring towards them coldly. And Ling had already exposed his secret, so there was no point in holding her accountable now. Yang Kai only wanted to figure out who this woman who had suddenly appeared was and why she had chosen to kill so many people without saying a word, even locking her divine sense onto him. "It's Grandma Nan." And Ling replied softly. "Grandma Nan? The only surviving saintess of the Holy Land's previous generation." Yang Kai was dumbfounded and asked in surprise, "Is there some kind of internal strife in your 9 heavens Holy Land? Why would the previous generation's saintess be so hostile towards you?" And Ling shook her head bitterly. "Grandma Nan is very good to me. How could there be internal strife? And do you remember what I said to you? Well, as the saintess of 9 heavens Holy Land, she will not kill a single person in her lifetime. What does that have to do with the current situation?" Yang Kai was puzzled. "That's only the first half, there's another half." And Ling's voice trembled slightly, showing the panic in her heart as she muttered, "Not killing a single person in her lifetime, but after death she will slaughter 1,000,000 corpses." Yang Kai's expression was dull as he frowned. "What does that mean?" "The saintesses of the Holy Land really won't kill any living beings in their lifetime, but once they die, if their bodies aren't destroyed in time, they will fall into the Asura's path, slaughtering all living beings who can sense their Tao. This is probably a drawback of the secret art we cultivate." And Ling took a deep breath. "So after the death of every saintess, their bodies will be quickly burned to avoid a situation like this. Before we set off, Grandma Nan was fine, so how could she suddenly—" Yang Kai suddenly realized why he felt a faint death chi from this woman. According to what An Ling said, this previous saintess called Grandma Nan should already be dead. The dead could still move. Yang Kai had seen this before. The coffin-carrying man was one of the living dead. He had passed away many years ago, but there was still a strong obsession in his heart. His tyrannical cultivation and obsession supported him, so even after his death, he continued to fulfill his responsibility and search for a savior for the ancient demon clan. In other words, this saintess called Grandma Nan should also have a strong obsession in her heart, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to support her actions. Saintess Nan and Holy Master's hearts were tied together, probably because Holy Master fell. Saintess Nan. Qian Ning sighed heavily. "What the hell is your 9 heavens Holy Land doing? You actually released such a dangerous person." Yang Kai was furious. Being targeted by a Saint Realm Master made him feel like he was about to die, so naturally his mood wasn't very good. "What's the point of saying all this now?" And Ling glared at him. "Because we cultivate the same secret art, Grandma Nan has already found me. If anyone in this nearby archipelago can't resist her, I'm afraid they will all die. After killing me, she will go after my 3 sisters. Only when she destroys them will she stop her slaughter. Until then, she will regard any living being she encounters as an enemy." The most powerful person in the nearby archipelago was Qian Ning, a trivial third-order transcendent, so it was impossible for him to resist the previous generation's saintess who was a Saint Realm Master. No matter what, young lady and the future Holy Master must not meet any mishaps. Qian Ning's expression suddenly became firm as he stared at Yang Kai solemnly. "Little brother, although you haven't entered the Holy Land yet, since you have passed the young lady's test, you will become its Holy Master sooner or later. Please take the young lady and leave this place quickly. Even if you have to survive, the young lady will protect your safety with her life." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. Although Qian Ning's words made him feel somewhat moved, it was impossible for him to become the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. Qian Ning was simply playing the lute to a cow. "You two hurry up and leave, we'll hold them off for a while." "You think too highly of yourselves." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "You're courting death. Besides, where can the two of us escape? There is no place nearby where we can." Before he could finish his words though, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of a possibility, turning his gaze towards a certain location out in the sea. And Ling also seemed to have thought of this possibility and exchanged a glance with Yang Kai, both of them understanding what the other was thinking. While the three of them were speaking, Saintess Nan, who was hovering in the sky, had been watching with cold eyes, not in a hurry to act, a look of hesitation flashing across her face. Obviously, the reason she had when she was alive was preventing her from acting at this moment. But obviously this wouldn't last long as a cold, murderous intent gradually began to radiate from her body. "Little brother, if you die, it's fine, but if you survive, I hope you can go to the Holy Land and take over the position of Holy Master. The Holy Land cannot be without a Holy Master." Qian Ning patted Yang Kai's shoulder heavily and exhorted. Yang Kai was speechless. "Go, run as far as you can." Qian Ning took a deep breath and stared towards Saintess Nan in the sky. The expression on the other party's face was constantly changing, and gradually, the previous hesitation were replaced by a ferocious and violent one. A thick murderous intent overflowed from her body and the outer islands suddenly became like a ghost town. Yang Kai didn't dare to hesitate, grabbing in Ling and spreading his wind and thunder wings behind him, he shot off like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Saintess Nan waved her hand and unleashed a barrage of attacks at them. Qian Ning, together with the other masters from 9 heavens' holy land, all wore dignified expressions as they rushed forward. "Uncle Qian and the others." And Ling turned around and said anxiously, "They're dead." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he increased his speed, bringing Ling to the surface of the sea. Releasing his yuan qi, he wrapped the two of them in it and quickly sank into the sea. While sinking, Yang Kai glanced up and saw Qian Ning's group explode into a bloody mist midair. None of them had lasted more than 3 breaths against Saintess Nan. After killing Qian Ning and the others, Saintess Nan still refused to give up, waving her profound heavenly sword and quickly destroying the island where Qian Ning and the others had been standing. Large chunks of land sank into the sea, causing countless deaths and injuries. In the next moment, the huge profound heavenly sword was thrown out by Saintess Nan, breaking through the obstruction of the sea and chasing after Yang Kai and Ling. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as he pushed his true qi violently, pushing his speed to its limit, but he was still unable to escape. The giant sword continued to advance through the sea without any hindrance, directly splitting the dark blue water in half. Chapter 761. Looking up, amidst the blue water, a massive sword exuding a shocking energy fluctuation was chasing after them, the murderous intent radiating from it causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. Behind this giant sword, Yang Kai also vaguely saw the figure of the previous generation's saintess. She had also chased after them, seemingly determined to kill Yang Kai and Ling as soon as possible. As they dove deeper, Yang Kai hurriedly whispered into Ling's ear, "If you want to live, do something, now is not the time for you to grieve." Hearing this, Ling nodded quickly, sending out a strand of yuan qi into Yang Kai's body. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the flow of yuan qi in his body become much faster. The 9 heavens holy land saintess secret art allowed Yang Kai to enhance his combat effectiveness for a short time, which was why he had brought Ling along with him when he was escaping. As the yuan qi burst forth, the profound heavenly sword, which was also one of the 9 heavens' divine skills, also shone brilliantly in Yang Kai's hands. However, even with Ling's support, Yang Kai could only create a profound heavenly sword a few dozen meters long, far inferior to Saintess Nan's. The two nine heavens divine skills rushed towards each other in diametrically opposite directions and collided a moment later. A huge muffled bang rang out as Yang Kai's profound heavenly sword was instantly reduced to dust. The surrounding seawater churned violently, the resulting shockwave pushing Yang Kai and Enling down a great distance. Saintess Nan's figure also seemed to be hindered for a moment, but soon she was able to catch up again. "What kind of weakness does your nine heavens saintess have?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. "None, unless one is stronger than her, but I can try to stop her for a while." Enling grit her teeth and allowed Yang Kai to hold her as they fell, a burst of spiritual energy bursting out from her mind and rushing towards Saintess Nan. Yang Kai seemed to hear the sound of a song, one that seemed to originate from the depths of one's soul. Under the influence of this song, one couldn't help becoming lazy and relaxed. His expression becoming solemn, Yang Kai didn't dare act carelessly. Yang Kai secretly thought this soul skill. It should be similar to the one Enling had used in the soul battle hall and had a soothing effect. Saintess Nan was already a dead person, only her obsession was supporting her actions. Using this kind of soul skill to deal with her was undoubtedly the right thing to do. In his perception, Saintess Nan's movements had indeed been affected, and her speed had also slowed down. Moreover, the true essence fluctuations on her body were extremely unstable, as if she was suffering a great deal. "That's it. Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Withy. I won't be able to hold on for long." Enling's pretty face paled as she said softly. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and found that she was also wearing a pained expression. Yang Kai immediately understood that with her cultivation, using a soul skill to deal with Saintess Nan would definitely result in a backlash. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he tried to think of a way to stall for time. Yang Kai had many methods at his disposal right now, but the gap between his strength and his opponents was simply too great. Ordinary methods wouldn't work at all. The Soul Battle Hall would probably work. After all, it was a saint-grade artifact. However, once it was used, Yang Kai's soul would be dragged into that white space, engaging in a divine sense battle with Saintess Nan in such a place. Yang Kai wasn't certain he could win. The demon eye of annihilation was also extremely powerful, but Saintess Nan's soul couldn't break into his knowledge sea. The demon eye of annihilation was simply useless. In addition to purifying the spiritual energy that had broken into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, it could only absorb the soul of a dead cultivator. In other words, this Saintess Nan wasn't technically dead, otherwise, the demon eye of annihilation would have already taken effect. Thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't think of a way, causing him to feel anxious. At that moment, the song that had been ringing in his ears suddenly stopped. The moment the song was interrupted, Enling spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed into Yang Kai's arms, gasping for breath, looking extremely weak. Without Enling's interference, Saintess Nan once again regained her previous speed, closing the distance between her and Yang Kai. Fortunately, the huge, profound heavenly sword had disappeared, so until she reached a certain distance, Yang Kai was still safe. As he dove deeper and deeper, countless sea beasts and fishes swam around him, but Yang Kai didn't care about them. On the other hand, Saintess Nan, as Enling had said, wherever she passed, she cut down all life forms, killing all sea beasts and fishes. Although killing these creatures didn't take much effort, it did slightly slow down the speed of Saintess Nan's pursuit. Yang Kai had never felt time pass so slowly. Being chased by a Saint Realm master like a maggot, his life was in constant danger, making him feel like time was passing like years. When the brilliant light of the corals flashed below, Yang Kai couldn't help shaking his spirit and calling out, "We're almost there." Hearing this, Enling opened her eyes and asked weakly, "At this time, can you tell me what your name is? At the very least, if I die, I should know whose arms I died in, right?" Yang Kai frowned, really not understanding what kind of brain structure this woman had, actually asking such a boring question. However, this time he didn't give her a perfunctory answer and instead told her his real name. Enling pursed her lips and smiled bitterly. "If we can survive, will you follow me back to the Holy Land?" Scram. Yang Kai bluntly refused, If you keep nagging, I'll leave you here. Heartless bastard. As they spoke, they arrived at the barrier of the ancient ruins. Yang Kai directly rushed in, but the barrier didn't stop him in the slightest. After entering the barrier, without the obstruction of the sea, Yang Kai's speed finally recovered, the wind and thunder wings behind him bursting forth with the power of wind and thunder. Yang Kai and Enling shot out like arrows from a bow towards the void corridor they had found before, leaving behind afterimages along the way. It was as if there were countless copies of Yang Kai and Enling. Less than 10 breaths after the two of them rushed into the barrier, Saintess Nan also rushed in, her tender body flickering and disappearing into the distance, her speed no slower than Yang Kai's. Under her terrifying pressure, Yang Kai could only run away. He had no intention of fighting her. As they continued to move forward, the Yang attribute energy coming from the void corridor became stronger and stronger, indicating that the two of them were getting closer and closer to the void corridor. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, not daring to relax in the slightest. Suddenly, a burst of Yuan Qi came from behind him, causing Yang Kai's expression to change, realizing that Saintess Nan had made another move. Immediately becoming vigilant, he paid close attention to the surrounding movements. In front of him, a giant net appeared and enveloped him. Capturing Heaven Net. And Ling exclaimed, "Avoid it quickly, once you touch it, even your soul cannot escape." There was no need for her to remind him. Although Yang Kai didn't quite understand what this divine skill was, he was still an experienced fighter, so naturally he had already turned around and avoided the capturing Heaven Net's range. Failing to hit him, another shocking energy fluctuation came from behind him. High up in the sky, a jade white hand that seemed to have been magnified thousands of times slowly slammed down. When this giant hand entered Yang Kai's eyes, he couldn't help but feel as if the entire world was being covered by this giant hand. There was no escape, only darkness in front of him, no light at all. Heaven covering hand. And Ling muttered, her face ashen, the corners of her mouth curling into a bleak smile, her beautiful eyes slowly closing, as if she couldn't escape this time no matter what. In the end, she was going to die here. Become the demon race. Yang Kai's low whisper suddenly rang out, and in the next moment, the world trembled as an extremely violent demonic chi suddenly spread out from his body, transforming into demon crests and disappearing into Yang Kai's flesh. Yang Kai's blood force became extremely turbulent, and his aura soared madly. And Ling suddenly opened her eyes, her tender body trembling as she stared blankly at the man beside her who had not let go of her, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, she felt that Yang Kai seemed to have changed into a completely different person, full of evil, bloodthirsty, and cruel aura, but more reliable than before. That stalwart figure was like a towering mountain, and no matter how the wind blew or the rain fell, it would not budge. This towering mountain broke through the blockade of the heaven-covering hand, and before the devastating attack arrived, it found a glimmer of hope, bringing a glimmer of light. Inside the ancient ruins, countless houses collapsed, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's position, rushing out to the edge of the ruins, rolling up the seawater. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, his face pale. At the same time, Enling also felt the wetness on her face, reaching out to wipe it, only to find that it was actually the blood from Yang Kai's mouth. Obviously, he had not completely avoided the heaven-covering hand just now, but even so, he was still standing tall. Fuck! Yang Kai cursed in a low voice, quickly escaping from the scene while glancing at his abdomen. Following his gaze, Enling looked suspiciously and couldn't help covering her mouth as she cried out, "Heaven-punishing spear!" At some point, a dazzling divine spear had been inserted into Yang Kai's abdomen. This divine spear was also one of the 9 heavens' divine skills. In the chaos and shock, not only did Enling not notice it, but even Yang Kai was unable to avoid it, his body directly pierced through. Blood dyed his clothes red, and if one looked carefully, there was a faint golden light. And Ling suddenly burst into tears, feeling that this time there was really no hope. She knew the power of the 9 heavens' divine skills better than anyone, Not to mention this was displayed by Saintess Nan, not holding back in the slightest. No matter how extraordinary Yang Kai was, with such an attack penetrating his body, it was likely that his internal organs would have been crushed to pieces, not far from death. The reason why he had not fallen and was still running was because he still had one last breath left. Thinking of this, Enling's heart was filled with guilt and regret. Chapter 762. Enling felt that if she hadn't used her soul skill on Yang Kai back in the Soul Battle Hall, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the 9 Heavens divine skills. If he hadn't comprehended the 9 Heavens divine skills, he wouldn't have been targeted by Saintess Nan. Thinking of all this, Enling was naturally filled with guilt, feeling that she had harmed Yang Kai, causing him to die at such a young age. Damn it, you better teach me those moves, otherwise I'll suffer a great loss this time. Yang Kai's face was as white as paper, and while enduring the severe pain in his body, he anxiously cursed. He hadn't expected that the heaven-punishing spear would be able to penetrate his body. After becoming the demon race, Yang Kai's physique had become unbelievably strong, even able to resist the star field's storm head-on, but he had still been unable to block Saintess Nan's killing move. It was obvious how powerful this move was. If it had been any other transcendent facing this move from Saintess Nan, it was likely they would have been torn to shreds. At this time, you're still thinking about this. Enling stretched out her small hand and covered the wound on Yang Kai's body, feeling the blood flowing out from her fingertips, her heart filled with panic as tears continued to fall, soaking his clothes. Can you stop crying? You're making father feel uncomfortable. Yang Kai snorted disdainfully. How can you women not bear the pressure? Hearing him say this, Enling quickly stopped crying, but she couldn't stop the sobbing, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Around the corner in front of them, about 10 meters off the ground, a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared. Yang Kai smiled happily. We're here. Accelerating on the spot, Yang Kai leapt up into the air and rushed into the void corridor with Enling. Just as he stepped into the void tunnel, Saintess Nan's killing move had already arrived. Now that he had reached the final juncture, how could Yang Kai lower his guard? Directly throwing Enling into the void corridor, Yang Kai turned around. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a huge black dragon suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The dragon's maw was ferocious, facing Saintess Nan's killing move head-on. Hong Long Long, energy raged and the world energy aura became chaotic. The jet black flood dragon was only able to resist for a moment before it was scattered, allowing Saintess Nan's momentum to continue onwards towards Yang Kai and into the void corridor. Yang Kai grinned miserably as blood dripped down the corner of his mouth. Demonic chi filled with an evil aura surged wildly as it shot out in all directions. The void corridor that had existed at the bottom of the sea for who knew how many years could not withstand such an explosion of energy. Finally, it shattered, and the void force that erupted from it dissolved Saintess Nan's attack while simultaneously sweeping towards Yang Kai's body. In the next moment, Yang Kai's to fend to the Saintess to Yang. Yang Kai nearly fainted. Forcing himself to focus, Yang Kai tried to keep his mind clear. A moment later, the darkness in front of him was swept away and a scene of white clouds appeared above his head. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the blue sky, but there was a faint heat in the air. This kind of aura. It made Yang Kai feel very comfortable. Yang Kai felt like he was constantly falling. He should have been teleported to another place through the void corridor because he could no longer feel Saintess Nan's aura around him. Moreover, before he left, Yang Kai deliberately destroyed the void corridor so that even if Saintess Nan had extraordinary skills, she wouldn't be able to find this place in a short time. Considering all this, Yang Kai breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Being chased by a Saint Realm Master really wasn't a fun thing to do. On top of that, Saintess Nan should be at least a second-order saint. She was much stronger than Ice Sex Genyu. In front of her, Yang Kai didn't even have the strength to fight back. His falling body was suddenly hugged by a pair of jade arms. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Enling, who had arrived ahead of him, smiling at him, her face still wet with tears. Yang Kai struggled for a moment before jumping down from her arms and landing on the trunk of a large tree, gasping for breath as he swept his eyes around, a dumbfounded look appearing on his face. He and Enling were currently standing on the trunk of a towering tree. They were about 300 feet above the ground, surrounded by a dense forest. In this vast forest, life was full of vitality. Moreover, Yang Kai also discovered a very strange phenomenon. The trees here seemed to be somewhat different from the ones outside. Not only were they shaped differently, but there was also a faint yang attribute energy flowing from their trunks. Simply put, these trees seemed to possess a yang attribute aura. Yang Kai was puzzled. These trees should just be ordinary trees, not some kind of precious spirit grass, so how could they give off a yang attribute aura? Looking up at the scene in the sky again, Yang Kai frowned and muttered weakly, "A mysterious small world? Only mysterious small worlds had no suns, moons, or stars, such as the one the ancient demon clan lived in. A mysterious small world?" And Ling was obviously taken aback, but her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. She had never been to a mysterious small world before and had only heard about its existence from rumors. Coming to this place for the first time, she couldn't help feeling a bit curious. This should be a sealed-off mysterious small world. Yang Kai nodded lightly, coughing violently as he spoke, blood flowing from the wounds on his body again. "You should rest quickly." And Ling anxiously supported him. Yang Kai's injuries this time were extremely serious. Not only had he been pierced by Saintess Nan's heaven-punishing spear, but when he had destroyed the void corridor at the last moment, he had also been struck by the explosive force of the void. His clothes were in tatters and his body was riddled with terrible scars. Even his flesh was missing a great deal, making him look extremely miserable. With such injuries, an average person would have died several times already, but Yang Kai still had the strength to speak and leisurely observe his surroundings, causing Enling to not know whether to laugh or cry. Saying so, she took out a bottle of pills from the universe bag at her waist and handed it over. "These are my Holy Land's healing saint pills. Take them quickly." Yang Kai nodded lightly, also feeling like he was about to collapse, so he took the pill bottle and poured out a few pills before swallowing them directly. Before he had time to refine the medicinal efficacies though, Yang Kai suddenly felt a hot energy shoot towards him from all directions like a rope, wrapping around him and Enling. The two of them were caught off guard and were quickly tied up before falling to the ground. After landing, Yang Kai found that he couldn't move. Already an arrow at the end of its flight, Yang Kai directly fainted. "Damn, how did I get caught again?" With this last thought lingering in his mind, Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly. The two times he had entered a different mysterious small world, he had been caught both times. The first time, he had been captured by the coffin-carrying man, and this time, he had broken in on his own, but before he had time to figure out the terrain, he had encountered such misfortune. Hateful demon race people. Before Kai Yang lost consciousness, he vaguely heard a muffled curse. In front of his eyes, there seemed to be a few silhouettes moving. Soon after, he lost consciousness. In the pitch-black darkness, Yang Kai slowly woke up. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't aching. Even with his powerful physique, such a wound couldn't be ignored. Not sitting up immediately, Yang Kai quickly checked his current situation. After a while, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Just as he thought, his Yuan Qi and Knowledge Sea had both been sealed. If he wanted to break through the Yuan Qi seal, it would take some effort, but it wasn't impossible. It should have been a master whose strength surpassed his. As for the seal on his Knowledge Sea, Yang Kai was confident he could easily break through it, but in order to avoid attracting attention, he still didn't dare act rashly. He didn't know where this place was, nor what kind of master existed, so if he acted rashly, he would likely end up in a very miserable state. However, what made Yang Kai somewhat concerned was that this seal gave off the same aura as his Yuan Qi, a Yang attribute energy. On top of that, the Yang attribute aura here was much denser than outside. The energy he felt in the ancient ruins should have seeped in from here. Yang Kai's injuries were almost healed, and from the extent of his recovery, it should have been at least 3 days since he fell unconscious. There was someone nearby, but it wasn't Enling. Where did that woman go? This woman could be considered a heavenly beauty, so if she fell into the hands of someone with bad intentions, her fate would be worrying. Yang Kai was a little worried. His current location should be a prison cell. The walls of the prison cell were constructed with special wood, which appeared to be extremely sturdy. After a while, after adapting to the light in front of him, Yang Kai slowly sat up. The noise he made spread outside, and soon a person came over and said in surprise, "Hey, you brat, you're not dead yet? How are you so tough? Where is this place? Who are you?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked, "You talk too much. Be careful not to pull out your tongue." The man coldly snorted, his attitude unfriendly. He opened the door of the cell and said, "Get out here, my leader wants to see you." "Leader?" Yang Kai frowned. "You'd better behave yourself, or I'll bury you right now and use you as nutrients for the divine tree." The man tilted his head and glanced at Yang Kai, then walked in front of him and said, "Follow me." Yang Kai's expression changed, but he didn't say anything, quietly looking around as he followed the man. The dark and damp corridor was surrounded by the cells Yang Kai was in before, separated from each other. There were many people in each cell, and after hearing the noise, they all looked over with strange eyes. Yang Kai's face was filled with suspicion as he secretly observed the people imprisoned here, feeling that something was not quite right. The aura emitted from these people seemed to be different from ordinary people. Strictly speaking, there should be traces of demonic qi, and every one of them was like that. Among these people, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of Enling, so he didn't know where she went. Chapter 763. Soon, Yang Kai followed the man out of the dungeon. After arriving outside, the man glanced back at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to say something, but after seeing Yang Kai's current state, his expression couldn't help changing as he pointed at him dumbfoundedly. Your body. Is there a problem?" Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. "Weren't you about to die? How come your body?" Before, Yang Kai's body had lost a lot of flesh and blood and had even been pierced through, so his clansmen all thought that he would soon die. But now, he seemed to be completely unscathed, causing the man to be somewhat surprised and unable to accept this. "My restorative ability is much better than the average person's. That's a bit too amazing." The man stared at Yang Kai with a look of distrust before suddenly shouting coldly, "Boy, do you have some kind of healing pill or medicine? If you do, quickly take it out so you don't suffer." "I don't have such a thing." Yang Kai shook his head indifferently. The man swept his eyes over Yang Kai, seemingly trying to find traces of his universe bag, but in the end, he couldn't find anything, obviously a bit disappointed. Gritting his teeth, he pushed Yang Kai aside and led him into a large hall. There were many people inside the hall, all of them with ruddy complexions and radiant auras. These people all exuded different levels of intensity, but all of them were clearly burning hot. Everyone here, whether male or female, old or young, actually cultivated yang attribute secret arts just like Yang Kai, and their cultivations weren't low either. The weakest among them was an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, while several of them were transcendents. Inside the hall, more than a dozen people had gathered, led by an old man who exuded a powerful aura. This old man had a head of red hair and was radiating a dignified aura, giving him a youthful appearance. Beside the old man stood a young man with a square face. He wore a gray shirt. The faint yuan qi fluctuations coming from his body were also quite powerful. This young man. He should be a third-order transcendent. When Kai Yang arrived, this group of people seemed to be in the middle of discussing something. As soon as they saw him arrive, everyone cast surprised gazes towards him, no longer continuing the previous topic, instead showing a strong interest in him. "Leader, I've brought him here." The person who led Yang Kai here cupped his fist and said. The old man sitting at the head of the table nodded lightly and waved his hand. The man respectfully withdrew, but before leaving he gave Yang Kai a warning glare, hinting that he'd better behave himself. "Ifeng, this is the human you captured?" The old man stroked his beard and nodded, his deep eyes looking at Yang Kai. As he spoke, Yang Kai clearly felt a burning aura seeping into his body, inspecting him from the inside out. "Yes, leader," the young man standing to the side quickly responded, looking at Yang Kai with a strange expression. "Didn't you say this human was about to die? How come he's standing here now?" The old man asked again. Yifeng scratched his head and frowned. I don't know. When I captured him, he really looked like he was about to die. I thought he wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days. Hey little brat. What's going on with you? Yang Kai looked at him, then at the old man, frowning. From the tone of your voice, it seems you're not human? Only creatures of other races would refer to humans as such. Impudence. Yifeng's expression became cold. Answer whatever I ask, you have no right to speak here. Saying so, he waved his hand and a burst of energy shot out from his hand, striking Yang Kai like a whip. With a bang, a bloody mark appeared on Yang Kai's body. With his Yuan Qi sealed, he couldn't resist such an attack. Yang Kai didn't move, grit his teeth, and glared at the young man with a ferocious expression. You've got some backbone. Yifeng sneered, his Yuan Qi surging out from his hand, seemingly wanting to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Enough, Yifeng. The old man suddenly raised his hand, stopping him from whipping Yang Kai, turning a slightly curious look towards Yang Kai and smiling. Human, you have some skill. If I'm not mistaken, your physique isn't inferior to an average saint, right? Is that so, leader? Yifeng's expression changed as he said in surprise, but his cultivation is only at the first-order transcendent realm. He must have persisted in tempering his body, which is why he has today's achievements. He actually has such a strong body at such a young age. It's amazing. The old man had a look of praise and then asked, how did you do it? Being whipped 10,000 times a day, anyone can do it, Yang Kai grinned. It's a stupid method, but it makes sense. The old man didn't know if he knew that Yang Kai was just being perfunctory or not, but he didn't pursue the matter and simply said, because you are a human, I spared your life and didn't kill you on the spot. If you were from the demon race, you wouldn't have been so lucky. Saying so, the old man's expression became cold as he quickly said, boy, I'll ask you some questions. If your answers satisfy me, I can let you live a few more days. If not, you know the consequences. Under the eaves, Yang Kai could only nod. Do you have some kind of relationship with the demon race? No relationship. No relationship? Then why are you here? Where did you come in from? The Seabed. In one of the ancient ruins, there was a void corridor. My companion and I were being chased by a master and had no choice but to enter that void corridor. After we recovered, we found ourselves here. When Yang Kai was speaking, the old man stared at him closely, seemingly wanting to see if he was lying. After he finished speaking, the old man frowned and said, tell me what happened to you in detail. Under the other party's intense gaze, Yang Kai didn't hide anything and recounted his previous encounter. This old man's strength was unfathomable and Yang Kai didn't know if he had some kind of special ability. Lying at this time could be counterproductive. Escaping from the hands of a Saint Realm master? The old man looked surprised. Your skill isn't small. It was just good luck, I almost died. The old man nodded lightly, agreeing with Yang Kai's explanation. Why do you think I have something to do with the demon race? Also, where is my companion now? What is her situation? Yang Kai asked. Boy, you ask a lot of questions, Yifeng coldly snorted. The old man also frowned, apparently not very happy with Yang Kai asking so many questions, but he still said, because only those from the demon race can enter this place, you are the first humans to arrive here. As for your companion, you don't need to worry, she is fine, only her freedom has been restricted. Saying so, he turned to Yifeng and said, go investigate the place where you found them, see if there is another entrance. If you find one, destroy it immediately. Yifeng was about to agree when Yang Kai cut him off. There's no need to investigate, I destroyed that void corridor before we arrived. Just because you say so? Yifeng glanced over at Yang Kai contemptuously before quickly leaving, apparently taking his people to investigate the situation in the forest. After he left, the old man continued, do you cultivate a Yang attribute secret art? Yang Kai nodded. The old man chuckled, there aren't many humans who cultivate a Yang attribute secret art, but looking at you, it seems your secret art isn't bad, right? Yang Kai's expression became slightly cold, thinking that the old man was interested in his true Yang secret art, but the old man didn't seem to have any intention of asking, instead just saying, but even if it is a good secret art, it is still far worse than ours. The old man spoke as if it was a matter of fact, while the others also wore proud looks, as if they all thought Yang Kai's secret art was trash. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he asked, "You all seem to cultivate a Yang attribute secret art. What race are you, and where is this place?" The old man stroked his beard and muttered, "We can be considered humans, but we also aren't." Yang Kai frowned, listening to the old man's words in confusion. "Our ancestors were humans, but our generation has become somewhat different from them," the old man lightly said, not explaining further. The old man said lightly, not explaining too much, "This is where we have always lived. You outsiders should call it a mysterious small world. I saw a lot of people imprisoned in that dungeon. Those should be members of the demon race, right? What kind of hatred do you have with the demon race? Little brat, you really have a lot of questions. It seems you aren't afraid of death." The old man glanced at him coldly, but then grit his teeth and said, "The hatred between us and the demon race is absolutely irreconcilable. Sooner or later, we will eradicate all the demon race. As for you, I won't kill you for the time being. Your body looks a bit different from the rest. It should be of great use." Saying so, he swept a malicious look towards Yang Kai and waved his hand, "Take him away." A person immediately rushed out from the side and took Yang Kai away. After he left, the people in the hall began to talk at once. "Leader, that little brat's physique is extraordinarily good, and what's more is that he cultivates a Yang attribute secret art. If he can be transformed into nutrients for the divine tree, I'm afraid the divine tree will be stable for a while. The divine tree has become more and more unstable recently. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't have a place to shelter ourselves. Capturing those demon race isn't a long-term solution. What we need to do now is find a way to solve the problem of the divine tree. If the divine tree is gone, I'm afraid our clan will suffer a catastrophe." "Shut up!" the old man shouted. "Do you think this old master doesn't want to solve this problem? It's just that I haven't been able to find the root cause, so how can I solve it?" Hearing this, everyone's faces became gloomy. After a while, the old man ordered again, "Su Qiu, you go and tell our clansmen to take good care of that little brat, give him the best food, lift the seal on his body, and send him a fruit from the divine tree. I want him to recover his peak strength as soon as possible." "Yes." The master named Su Qiu quickly got up and walked out. Hearing this, everyone's spirits shook, knowing that their leader was making plans for the near future, so they couldn't help secretly looking forward to it. Chapter 764. In the same dark and damp dungeon as before, Yang Kai was brought here and locked up in another cell. Inside the cell, there was a somewhat bleak-looking figure curled up in a corner, sobbing sounds coming from inside. After hearing the movement, this person looked up and in an instant, her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise as she called out, "Yang Kai." Shouting like this, he hurriedly stood up and staggered over here, paying close attention to him. When he found that his injuries were basically healed, he also seemed a little surprised. After being brought here, Ling had been separated from Yang Kai. Like the others, she had thought that with the injuries Yang Kai had suffered, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. But now that she saw him again, he was actually fine. Yang Kai signaled to her with his eyes, indicating for her to calm down. After the two outsiders who had escorted him here left, he pulled her to the corner of the cell. "How are you?" Yang Kai glanced at her and found that this little girl's clothes were neat, but her eyes were a little swollen from crying. And Ling shook her head. "I'm fine, they didn't embarrass me. What about you?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai smiled. "Where is this place? Do you know who those people are? Why did they capture us?" "I'm not sure. But they don't seem to be from the human race, and they seem to have a great hatred for the demon race." While speaking, Yang Kai looked around the cells on both sides. Inside, there were pairs of eyes curiously looking at him and in Ling, each of them exuding a demonic aura. These people should be members of the demon race who had been captured and brought here. "We just escaped the wolf's mouth only to enter the tiger's den," and Linger's face was gloomy, seemingly in a bad mood. "Relax, at least that Granny Nan won't be able to find this place for a while." Yang Kai sat down. Compared to being chased by the previous generation's Saintus, this place was much safer. At the very least, Yang Kai felt that he wouldn't lose his life if he didn't use it for a while. Hearing him say this, and Ling Er's mood suddenly improved. She sat down with Yang Kai and snuggled up to him. Yang Kai didn't pay any more attention to her. Instead, he looked at the people from the demon race on the left and right. They should also have had their Yuan Qi and divine sense suppressed. Moreover, in this kind of place where yang energy was rich, their demonic qi would also be suppressed to varying degrees. There were at least a dozen people from the demon race locked up here, and their strength varied. As for what kind of cultivation they had, Yang Kai couldn't feel it. Since his sea of consciousness was sealed, he didn't dare to use his spiritual consciousness to spy on others. While he was observing, a person suddenly appeared outside the cell. Yang Kai's face turned cold. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the man. Yang Kai had seen this person before. It was the one sitting in the front of the hall. He should be one of the masters here. He stood outside the cell, looking at Yang Kai with an indifferent expression. A moment later, many of his clansmen came in carrying some things. "Open the cell door," the man ordered. Immediately, someone unlocked the cell door. These people filed in, bringing with them an enticing aroma. Yang Kai was surprised because he found that these people were actually bringing in some very exquisite food and several pots of wine. "Boy, consider yourself lucky. The head ordered us to take good care of you." The man coldly snorted and waved his hand, sending a stream of Yuan Qi into Yang Kai's body. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt the seal on his body being lifted. The Yuan Qi once again flowed through his meridians, restoring his original strength. However, he did not act rashly. Since the other party had lifted the seal so easily, it was obvious they were not afraid of him causing any trouble. The fine wine and food were placed in front of Yang Kai one by one, but the master just stood in place, staring at him coldly. "What is the meaning of this?" Yang Kai frowned. The attitude of the people here towards him was not good. For no reason, not only had the seal on his body been lifted, but they had also provided him with such good treatment, so he could not help but be a little vigilant. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. "Nothing." The man sneered and slowly walked over. Flipping his palm, a pale yellow fruit about the size of a fist appeared in his hand. The moment this fruit appeared, Yang Kai felt a rich yang attribute qi and a fragrant aroma fill his nose. Raising his brow, Yang Kai stared at the fruit. "Humph, this is a bargain for you. Digest it properly." The man casually tossed the fruit over. Yang Kai caught it and looked at him suspiciously. The man did not say anything more and simply led his people away, locking the cell behind him. A moment later, this group of people disappeared. Looking at the fruit in his hand and the fine wine in front of him, Yang Kai was puzzled, but he could not understand what was going on. From the cell on the left, a burst of strange laughter suddenly came. "Human boy, you are quite lucky, being able to eat a full meal before you die. It seems you are of great value to them." Yang Kai frowned and glanced sideways at the man, but the light was too dim so he could not see what this man looked like. Rolling his eyes, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Friend, we are all people in distress, so there is no need to be so sarcastic. Would you like some?" "No need, you can count on your own luck." The man snorted and no longer spoke. "Will this be poisonous?" And Ling asked worriedly. "You think too much." Yang Kai shook his head. If they really wanted to kill him, there was no need for those people to play such a trick. Judging from the strength they had displayed, they were fully capable of killing him, so why would they put poison in his food? On top of that, the fruit that person had given him was also extraordinary. Yang Kai didn't recognize what kind of spirit fruit it was, only knowing that it was at least a spirit-grade top-rank fruit and that the yang attribute energy it contained was extremely rich. A single spirit fruit like this was enough to allow a cultivator like him to completely recover. "Eat, it won't get in the way." Yang Kai smiled, picked up a plate, and stuffed it into Linger's hand. Yuan Qi and spiritual energy had been completely sealed, and with the previous shock, Ling really needed to replenish her strength, so she did not hesitate and began chewing slowly. Yang Kai ate like a whirlwind, quickly replenishing his strength, not even letting go of the fruit, directly eating it. Soon, several drops of yang liquid appeared in the dantian. Over the next few days, someone delivered food every day. The food was exquisitely prepared and the taste was quite good. Yang Kai took things as they came, and after a few days, not only had his injuries healed, but his strength had also improved a little. Cultivating the true Yang secret art in this place with rich Yang attribute energy was really a heaven-sent opportunity. Every time he and Enling received this kind of treatment, the prisoners of the demon race on the left and right side of the prison cells felt uncomfortable for a while. Although they were all prisoners, the difference in treatment was too great. They did not know what relationship Yang Kai had with the foreigners here. In the cell on the left, the demon race prisoner who had spoken before thought that Yang Kai would soon be killed, but over the past few days, not only did these people not cause trouble for him, they even continued to provide him with various benefits, leaving him speechless. About 5 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating in his cell, suddenly felt that the Yang attribute energy in the air was somewhat unstable, as if something had happened to the source of this energy. Frowning, he carefully examined it, but was unable to find any useful information. On the contrary, when the prisoners of the demon race on the left and right side of the prison cells felt this, their expressions changed greatly, and they all became silent. Uneasiness and irritation gradually spread, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. What happened to them? Enling shrunk timidly beside Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Yang Kai shook his head, a dignified expression on his face. There was a soft creak, followed by a burst of rapid footsteps. Several people quickly rushed in from the outside, and at the same time, all of the imprisoned demon race people began to curse loudly. All of them were extremely agitated, and it seemed as if they were ready to fight for their lives. But with all kinds of methods used to imprison them, they did not have the strength to fight back. With a burst of banging sounds, several of the demon race prisoners were quickly caught and thrown out. With a bang, the door of the prison cell was locked again. The rest of the prisoners were still shouting and cursing, but they did not get any response. Enough, all of you shut up. What's the use of shouting here? In the cell on the left, the demon race prisoner who had spoken to Yang Kai before angrily shouted. Everyone was silent. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. This person seemed to have some reputation and prestige in the demon race, otherwise the others would not have obeyed him so much. After about an incense stick worth of time, the chaotic energy fluctuations in the air gradually calmed down and became stable. A feeling of sympathy for the death of a rabbit like the fox began to spread. All of the demon race people were dejected. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, secretly thinking that they should know more about this place than he did. Perhaps it was possible to obtain some information and clues from them. A day later, someone brought food and wine to Yang Kai's table again. Yang Kai didn't wolf down the food like before and instead walked over to the demon race man next to him and called out, "Friend, would you like to join us for a drink? The taste of this wine is not bad." In the darkness, a pair of eyes slowly opened, overflowing with light. A moment later, a sneer came from the other side, revealing a sense of disdain and ridicule. Although I am a human and you are from the demon race, the relationship between humans and demons has always been bad, but there is a saying that the enemy of an enemy is a friend. What do you think? Yang Kai said with a pleasant expression on his face. The man's smile slowly disappeared, and after pondering for a while, he said in a deep voice, "Humph, you humans are treacherous, but you know how to be flexible." Saying so, he stood up and walked to the middle of the two cells, sat down cross-legged, and snatched the wine jug from Yang Kai's hand, drinking it in large mouthfuls. After a few breaths of time, the jug of wine had gone down his throat, and Yang Kai took out another jug and handed it to him. Seeing him so tactful, the demon race prisoner couldn't help but nod and say with disdain, "I look down on you humans the most, bowing to the strong and overbearing to the weak, insidious and cunning." Yang Kai was not angry. Drink first, we'll talk later. Chapter 765. After eating and drinking for a while, everything was quickly consumed. The demon race man didn't seem to have the slightest understanding of the situation and instead continued to stare at Yang Kai contemptuously, as if he was looking down on an ant, his eyes filled with disdain. "What do you want to ask?" The man snorted, clearly seeing Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai chuckled, first introducing himself before asking, I haven't asked for this friend's name yet. The man frowned, seemingly reluctant to report his name, but after thinking about it for a while, he still replied, Go Che. Yang Kai sniffed but didn't respond, but Ling was startled for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and exclaiming, What's wrong? Yang Kai turned to look at her. You're Go Che? And Ling looked at the man from the demon race with a surprised expression. Heavens, you're actually Go Che. How did you end up here? Is he very famous? Yang Kai looked at Ling in surprise and asked. Go Che snorted and curled his lips. You little human brat, you looked quite smart before, so how come you're acting like a fool now? Sorry, I've never heard of you before. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Ling pursed her red lips and whispered, Although I've heard of Go Che's name, it's not very famous. The famous one is his father. One of the 4 demon generals, Go Cheong. Your father is a demon general? Yang Kai was also taken aback. He had long heard of the demon general's name. Back in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's evil cavern, he had even killed a demon general's soul clone. After coming to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai learned from Shui Ling about the terrifying strength of the demon general, so he was well aware of what kind of character the demon general was. My father is my father, I am me. Go Che proudly declared, not willing to borrow his father's name. If you have such a powerful father, how did you end up being captured here? Yang Kai was also shocked. Go Che's expression became awkward as he glared at Yang Kai fiercely before sighing heavily. Capsizing at such an easy task, there's no need to mention it. Once I leave here, I'll definitely gather my people and raze this place to the ground. I hope your wishes come true, Yang Kai casually said before asking, How much do you know about this place? Not much. Go Che shook his head, no longer rejecting Yang Kai as much as before. He probably also felt that the enemy of an enemy was a friend and intended to join forces with Yang Kai to see if they could find a way to survive. All we know is that the people here call themselves the Sun Clan. They seem to have originally been a part of the human race, but because of their secret art and the divine tree, their physique has become somewhat different from that of the human race, so they decided to call themselves a new race. Divine tree? Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering that when he had just woken up, one of the Sun Clan's clansmen had brought him to the main hall and mentioned something about a divine tree, saying they would turn him into nutrients for it. It's the Sun Clan's foundation. Didn't you see a somewhat different tree when you came here? The reason why the Yang attribute energy here is so rich is entirely because of that divine tree. If not for that, how could our demonic chi be suppressed? The demon race called the energy in their bodies demonic chi, which was the same reason why human cultivators called it yuan chi. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He really hadn't seen any divine tree. Probably because he and Ling had entered this mysterious small world from a different entrance. That divine tree is very strange. It can produce Yang attribute energy on its own, but it's said that in recent years, the divine tree has had some kind of accident, causing it to become somewhat unstable. In order to maintain the divine tree's health and stability, the Sun Clan began to capture people from the outside and bring them in. The only entrance to this place is in my demon land. So, those who are captured are all from my clan. You two are quite strange. How did you end up being captured? There's more than one entrance here, we just accidentally broke in, Yang Kai explained casually. Oh, no wonder. Go Che nodded lightly before continuing. That unusual energy fluctuation just now, presumably you also felt it. That was the divine tree having some kind of problem. Every time this happens, the Sun Clan will capture a few people and turn their blood and flesh essence into nutrients for the divine tree in order to appease it. Then the people who were captured, dead. Go Che sneered, and it won't be long before it's our turn. As you can see, there aren't many people from my clan left here. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly. There were only about a dozen people left in the cells on either side of him, and there weren't many people in the other cells either. Every time something happened to the divine tree, they would have to sacrifice a few people as a blood sacrifice, so it wouldn't be long before everyone here died. The Sun Clan here always captured people from the demon race from the demon land, so after a long time, it would definitely attract attention and vigilance. Presumably, the demon land would also be on guard, making it impossible for them to succeed. The fruit you ate a few days ago came from their divine tree, Goche frowned. Seeing you eat it with such relish, and the aura on your body is so disgusting, you should be cultivating a yang attribute secret art, right? Yang Kai nodded lightly. Then you can live a carefree life. Before everyone here is killed, they won't touch you. That divine tree likes people like you the most as nutrients, so they'll save you for the final moment. Goche said, a gloating look on his face, sneering meaningfully, causing Enling to shiver slightly. Many thanks for telling me. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Goche grinned wickedly as he stared at Enling meaningfully. Little brat, if I were you, I would take advantage of this moment to enjoy myself. With such a beautiful woman here, you don't seem to have any problems with her, right? You can't be like this, you'll only disappoint her. As soon as this sentence came out, the remaining demon race people burst into laughter. Yang Kai's face went black, suddenly feeling this guy was a bit hateful. And Ling tightened her clothes even more as she glared at Goche hatefully before hiding behind Yang Kai. After talking with Goche that day, Yang Kai had learned a little about the current situation and was somewhat mentally prepared. After tasting the delicious wine, Goche also became somewhat shameless. Every time the Sun Clan people came to deliver food, he would always take 2 jugs of wine from Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't mind and even shared the food with him. After more than 10 days of getting along, Goche was no longer as arrogant as before. Although he hadn't reached the point of calling Yang Kai a brother yet, his attitude had become much better. However, what made Yang Kai speechless was that this rascal would always try to instigate him to take care of Enling. Every time this happened, Enling would blush and stare at Yang Kai with a weak expression. Being imprisoned here, they were constantly on edge, never knowing when they would lose their lives. This group of unscrupulous demon race people naturally wanted to have some fun. Over the past 10 days, Yang Kai had felt 2 unstable yang attribute energy fluctuations, most likely caused by the divine tree. Without exception, both times, a member of the demon race was captured and never returned. As the days passed, the number of demon race prisoners in the prison grew fewer and fewer, causing everyone's mood to gradually become heavy. The day of their deaths was not far away. Everyone was aware of this problem. The atmosphere was very dignified. Only Yang Kai and Goche seemed indifferent, one seemingly not worried at all while the other seemed to have completely disregarded life and death. During his free time, Yang Kai had been cultivating, not letting go of any opportunity to improve his strength. He knew that the day he was captured would be the day he had to give it his all. In this mysterious small world, whether he could survive or not depended on a little bit of accumulation and hard work. Yang Kai didn't put anyone below the saint realm in his eyes, so if he was provoked, he would release his soul-devouring insects and cause this entire mysterious small world to become a living hell. Presumably, the Sun Clan's elders wouldn't be able to accept such consequences and would use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with their masters. So, Yang Kai didn't show any panic. This was his trump card, one he wasn't prepared to reveal until the last moment. A month passed, 2 months passed, basically every 5 days someone would be captured, and as time passed, Yang Kai felt that the frequency of the divine tree's instabilities seemed to be increasing. There were only a few people left in the dungeon. In addition to Yang Kai and Enling, there was only Goche and the 2 remaining people in his cell. Next time, it would be their turn. This feeling of their lives hanging by a thread made everyone panic, even Goche somewhat unable to remain calm. One day, while drinking with Yang Kai, Goche suddenly asked, "Friend, I can see that you're a man. If death really comes your way, won't you resist?" "Do you think I have a chance to resist?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "They didn't imprison your Yuan Qi, so your chances are better than mine. If that's the case, I certainly won't just sit still and wait for death." "Good, when the time comes, Father will help you. If you can really escape, please go to my father and tell him about the situation here so he can avenge me." Saying so, Goche's expression became fierce. Let them know that the people of the demon race are not to be trifled with. Yang Kai glanced at him thoughtfully, faintly feeling that this rascal should still be hiding some means so he wouldn't be so powerless to resist when he was captured. However, this rascal's means should be limited. From the tone of his voice, it was clear he didn't think he had any hope of escaping. With his help, perhaps there really is a chance. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Just as he was speaking though, a chaotic fluctuation appeared in the air. Yang Kai, Go Che and Enling's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise as they glanced at each other. "It's here." Go Che took a deep breath and quickly said. The divine tree had once again become unstable. At this moment, besides them, there was only one person from the demon race left in the dungeon, so this time it was likely they wouldn't be able to escape. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk the sound of hurried footsteps came from the outside, accompanied by a light creaking sound as several Sun Clan members entered from the outside, their expressions cold and gloomy. Chapter 766. The one leading this group was the master who had previously lifted the seal on Yang Kai, his expression gloomy and helpless. After entering, he waved his hand and several of his clansmen immediately opened the cell doors on both sides. "Little brat, it's time for you to die," the man coldly declared. "You've enjoyed so much to eat and drink for so long, now I want to see just how much of a role you can play." Saying so, he once again sealed Yang Kai's Yuan Qi and shouted to his clansmen, "Take them all away." Go Che and his clansmen immediately cursed out loud, but were met with a flurry of punches and kicks before they were taken out of the cell. Yang Kai and Enling didn't resist, so they were spared such a fate. Walking down the corridor of the dungeon, Go Che didn't seem to be willing to cooperate, constantly stopping here and there, resulting in him being whipped quite a few times. By the time they left the cell, Go Che was covered in blood from head to toe, but his backbone was firm and he didn't utter a single word, instead spitting out all kinds of obscenities that irritated the ears of those who heard him. The Sun Clan master sneered, "Curse all you won't have a chance to do so later. I heard you're the son of some demon general? I think your father is nothing more than that. His own son is about to die, yet he doesn't even know how to come and save him. If you have the guts, let me go. I'll go back and call for reinforcements so my father can wipe you all out." Go Che clamored. "Idiot." The man spat disdainfully. As Go Che spoke, he constantly winked at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to take action. Yang Kai quickly responded, motioning him to remain calm. This was the time when the master was most vigilant. Even if Yang Kai was at his peak, he couldn't guarantee he could successfully escape, let alone now that Yuan Qi and his knowledge had been tampered with. Yang Kai had to wait for an opportunity, find the best time to release his soul-devouring insects and control a large number of Sun Clan clansmen. Seeing this, Go Che no longer said anything and instead stared at Yang Kai suspiciously, wondering what he was planning to do. The more he was escorted forward, the more Yang Kai felt. The stronger the Yang attribute energy fluctuations became. The more he felt, the more uneasy he became. They seemed to be very anxious, and the speed of their feet was also extremely fast. Not long after, they came to an open field. There was nothing in the radius of a few thousand feet here, except for a giant golden tree that was 1,000 feet tall and had a lush canopy that took root here. Yang Kai could feel all the Yang energy. They all came from this giant tree. It was like a protective umbrella, its huge canopy spreading out and radiating energy into the distance, forming a semicircle visible to the naked eye that covered the Sun Clan's residence. As soon as he arrived here, the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body showed signs of restlessness. His flesh and blood also began to wriggle, and many of the restrictions placed on his body were destroyed. Yang Kai's eyes lit up in astonishment. Yang Kai hadn't expected such a strange tree to exist in this world. This should be the divine tree that the Sun Clan spoke of, the foundation of their clan. Because of the cultivation method, as long as they had this divine tree, their strength would increase rapidly. They didn't need to be like Yang Kai. They needed to search everywhere for Yang attribute precious treasures and places where world energy gathered. This was simply the paradise that Yang Kai had always dreamed of. Looking up, Yang Kai could see the giant divine tree. Vaguely, there were some fruits hanging upside down, the kind that Yang Kai had eaten before. There were quite a few of them, some of which seemed to be ripe, some of which were still in their tender state. Not far from the roots of the divine tree, the Sun Clan's elders were all waiting. When they noticed the arrival of Yang Kai's group, they all turned to look at him, their eyes filled with expectation when they saw Yang Kai. The divine tree also seemed to be giving off some unusual fluctuations, actually conveying a kind of desperate message. Visible to the naked eye, pure Yang attribute energy transformed into ropes that stretched out from the divine tree and wrapped around Yang Kai's body. Seeing this scene, everyone's spirits rose. The leader smiled and stroked his beard, nodding. It seems that the divine tree likes this human very much. We're saved. With this human, the divine tree should be able to remain stable for a while, giving us plenty of time to find new nutrients. Being able to become nutrients for the divine tree is your honor. The master who had escorted Yang Kai and the others here sneered. I don't think it's an honor, Yang Kai snorted, but didn't try to break free from the divine tree's energy chains. Not only did these energy chains not restrict his movements, but they also made him feel very comfortable. Continuing forward, not far in front of them, the ground was littered with bones and dark red blood. These bones were obviously the remains of the demon race members who had been dragged here as a blood sacrifice. As far as the eye could see, it was like a sea of bones. It was a ghastly sight, truly a bit horrifying. And Linger's pretty face paled, thinking that she would soon become like this, her heart filled with panic. Kacha. The group continued forward and stepped on these bones, breaking them and emitting a series of bone-chilling sounds. Go Che's eyes were filled with anger as he gasped for breath, his eyes gradually turning red as an aura of resentment slowly spread from his body. These bones and dried blood were all left behind by his clansmen, so Go Che was naturally angry. As they approached the divine tree, Yang Kai's expression gradually became strange. He seemed to be able to sense some indescribable information from the divine tree, and for a time, he couldn't help immersing himself in it. A moment later, the group was escorted to the divine tree's roots. The Sun Clan didn't seem to intend to waste any time and directly began the blood sacrifice to appease the divine tree. The leader stared at Go Che with scorching eyes and coldly said, "Let's start with him." Immediately, someone stepped forward and pressed Go Che to the ground. "Little brat, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?" Go Che suddenly shouted angrily at Yang Kai, his body suddenly swelling as his physique filled with explosive power, instantly shattering the seal placed on his body. Without hesitation, Go Che stretched out his claw-like hand towards the nearest Sun Clan clansman and thrust it straight towards his heart, intending to kill him in one blow. All the Sun Clan clansmen's expression didn't change as they all stared at Go Che like he was a clown. The old leader simply waved his hand and Go Che's movement stiffened. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Cold sweat gradually dripped down his forehead as Go Che's red eyes flashed with unwillingness, but in the face of absolute power, he was powerless. "You seem to want to fight to the death?" The leader chuckled. "How naive, do you think I'll give you a chance? You old bastard." Go Che ground his teeth and cursed, the veins on his forehead bulging as he unwillingly circulated his yuan qi, but was still unable to escape from this predicament. His strength wasn't low, having reached the third-order transcendent realm, but in front of a Saint Realm Master, he still couldn't resist. What's more, this was the divine tree's foundation, so in front of the rich yang qi, his demonic qi had been suppressed to the lowest possible level. Even a Sun Clan clansman of the same level as him could easily deal with him. "Kill him," the leader coldly ordered, his face filled with impatience. The two Sun Clan clansmen who had been holding Go Che down before grinned fiercely and raised their hands, their yuan qi surging as they prepared to kill him. Wait. Seeing that Go Che's blood was about to be spilled, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Little brat, what do you want to do?" The leader stared at Yang Kai gloomily. "Do you want to die in his place?" As soon as the statement came out, Go Che's expression became a little strange. Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully and said, "Sorry, my friendship with him isn't that deep. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me." "Then why did you say something to stop him?" "I just thought that I might have a way to resolve the current problem and appease your divine tree." Yang Kai smiled lightly. All the Sun Clan people's expressions changed, the leader's expression becoming even colder as he stared deeply towards Yang Kai. Little brat, you're young and frivolous. I can understand if you want to show off, but if you dare play tricks on us, I'll make sure you taste a fate worse than death. Whether I'm bragging or not, just let me try. You won't lose anything, Yang Kai said as his body shook. In the next moment, the yuan qi in his body surged. The master who had escorted him stared at him dumbfoundedly, seemingly not having expected him to be able to break his seal so easily. Don't be so surprised, it's not that I have the ability to break your seal, it's the divine tree that helped. Yang Kai chuckled, pointing to the energy wrapped around his body. Strange. The man shook his head, a puzzled look on his face. Then do you want to let me try? To be honest, if you want to kill me right now, I have no objection, at most I'll die, but if you let me try, you may find some unexpected surprises. And, if it really doesn't work, it won't be too late for you to act then, it's all up to you. Seeing him speak so calmly, as if he didn't know the meaning of death, the Sun Clan clansmen began to hesitate. The main reason was that the divine tree's actions this time had surprised them. There had never been a precedent of the divine tree wrapping its energy around someone before, not even the Sun Clan clansmen. As such, Yang Kai's words were somewhat credible. Perhaps, as he said, they would find some unexpected surprises. After discussing for a while, everyone turned their eyes to their leader. The old man hesitated for a moment, his eyes staring at Yang Kai with some distrust, but after a moment of silence, he nodded lightly and said, "This old master allows it. What do you want to do? Let's hear it first." "I can't say, just watch." Yang Kai chuckled, ignoring the Sun Clan clansmen's oppressive gazes and walked forward. "If you dare damage the divine tree in the slightest, I'll pull out your soul and torture you for all eternity." The leader threatened coldly. Yang Kai coldly snorted and didn't pay attention to him. Chapter 767. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai walked up to the huge divine tree. Both Go Che and Enling secretly broke out in cold sweat, not knowing what Yang Kai was planning. Standing at the base of the divine tree, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he slowly stretched out his hand and placed it on the thick trunk of the tree. In an instant, Yang Kai's body shook. The divine tree in front of him was simply a huge treasure trove. The divine tree contained a massive amount of Yang attribute energy that Yang Kai couldn't even fathom, and it was currently flowing through the veins in its trunk like a roaring river. Listening carefully, Yang Kai could even hear the sound of flowing water coming from it. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he thought to himself, if he could take this huge amount of energy for himself, just what kind of strength would he be able to grow to? But soon, Yang Kai secretly shook his head. After all, this was the Sun Clan's divine tree. In front of so many masters, it was impossible for him to absorb the divine tree's energy. If he really did so, he would become a corpse in the next moment. While Yang Kai was observing this, the divine senses of each of the Sun Clan's masters were locked onto him, as if the moment he made the slightest move, they would ruthlessly destroy him. However, Yang Kai acted quite tactfully and simply continued to investigate. After a long time, these people began to show impatient looks because the fluctuations coming from the divine tree were still chaotic and unstable, showing no signs of change. Yang Kai didn't waste any more time and once again shattered the seal in his knowledge sea. His soul avatar leapt out of his body and rushed into the divine tree's trunk. In a golden world, Yang Kai's soul avatar seemed to be swimming in a golden river. This river was composed entirely of Yang attribute energy, and following the source of this river, Yang Kai continued upwards. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at a mysterious place. This place should be somewhere inside the divine tree. Strictly speaking, it could be considered the heart of the tree. In front of him, there was a unique mass of energy quietly floating around the golden river. This mass of energy also exuded a hot aura. However, there were some subtle differences between this and the surrounding river. At this moment, a rhythmic pulse was being emitted from this ball of energy, making it look like a beating heart. Looking at it, Yang Kai was shocked. Sure enough, he thought to himself. When Yang Kai came here and saw the energy of the tree of God coiling around his body, he sensed it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was shocked. This immediately confirmed the guess in his heart. At the same time, he completely understood why the Tree of God was rioting and unstable. The Sun Clan didn't understand this and could only use blood sacrifices to provide nutrients to the divine tree. With a light snort, Yang Kai stared ahead without blinking. That ball of energy was still moving. He revealed a thirsty message to Yang Kai. This mass of energy was currently in a chaotic state, but Yang Kai believed that if it was given enough time and nutrients, it would become a mass of conscious energy. In the boundless universe, there were all kinds of strange life forms. The jade true spirit Yang Kai had encountered before was a kind of life form. The bone race he saw in Ice Sect was also a kind of life form, and this divine tree was also a kind of life form. However, looking at its current appearance, it seemed to be transforming into a different kind of life form. From an unconscious state to a conscious one. This mass of energy at the heart of the Tree of God was the place where its consciousness converged. Once this evolution was successful, this mass of energy would become the place where the divine tree's soul converged, becoming its soul avatar. Yang Kai was deeply shocked, never having thought that a giant tree could reach this point today. The instability and rioting of the divine tree was not because it was in some kind of condition, nor was it because it was nearing the end of its life, but because this kind of evolution required a lot of energy and nutrients. It was rooted here and couldn't absorb too much nutrients, so whenever it needed something, it would unconsciously riot. So when someone was sacrificed here, the divine tree would calm down for a while. After eating and drinking enough, it would naturally calm down. However, this kind of method only treated the symptoms, not the root cause, and when it once again craved something, the Sun Clan's people would be helpless. The amount of energy required to evolve was simply too great, and judging from the frequency of its rioting, Yang Kai secretly felt that it wouldn't be long before the divine tree's evolution succeeded. Thinking about this, Yang Kai quickly figured out the situation in front of him, but he didn't know how much the Sun Clan knew about this. Logically speaking, as long as they sent their soul avatars into this place to investigate, they should be able to figure out the situation, but judging from the uneasiness they felt towards the divine tree's rioting, it seemed they didn't know the reason for it. Yang Kai was a little confused and couldn't help feeling puzzled. I need to ask them about this carefully. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his soul avatar and returned to his body. As soon as he opened his eyes, the angry shouts of the Sun Clan masters rang out in his ears. They seemed to have become impatient and were about to sacrifice Go Che and his companions. What's the hurry? Yang Kai glanced over at them and said lightly, I've already made some progress, just wait a little longer. The Sun Clan leader glared at Yang Kai and coldly declared, I'll give you half a cup of tea's time. If you still can't stabilize the divine tree, all of you will die here today. Half a cup of tea's time. Yang Kai chuckled, that should be enough. Saying so, his figure leapt up into the air and disappeared into the dense foliage, disappearing from everyone's sight. The Sun Clan masters weren't worried though. Although they couldn't see Yang Kai, with their divine senses locked onto him, they weren't worried about Yang Kai playing any tricks. Atop a huge tree trunk, Yang Kai estimated the distance and felt that he should be in the same place as the mass of energy his soul avatar had seen before. Stretching out his finger, Yang Kai opened a crack in the tree trunk. Immediately, Yang Kai released a drop of yang liquid from his fingertip and dripped it into this crack. The yang liquid directly seeped into it and disappeared. Waiting quietly, Yang Kai's heart was in turmoil and he didn't have much confidence. What he was doing now was just to give it a try. He wasn't sure if it would work. He still remembered that when he was still very weak, he had used his yang liquid to cultivate yang attribute spirit grasses and spirit trees, so he knew that his yang liquid had a very significant effect on promoting the growth of such things. Spirit grasses and spirit trees that had been growing for several years only needed 1 or 2 drops of yang liquid to fully mature in half a month. Now, this divine tree needed energy to evolve. Giving it a drop of yang liquid was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, Yang Kai's drop of yang liquid was very different from before. The difference in energy contained within it was tens of millions of times greater. Perhaps it could meet the divine tree's requirements. It was only a possibility, but if it didn't succeed, Yang Kai would have no choice but to give it a try. Waiting nervously, Yang Kai's heart was in his throat, not because he was afraid of fighting with the Sun Clan, but because he was full of anticipation. He was looking forward to the effect his Yang liquid would have on the divine tree. He really wanted to see what this divine tree would look like when it evolved into a sentient form. Suddenly, the divine tree's already unstable fluctuations became even more chaotic and violent, as if it had been stimulated by something, its yang attribute energy raging. A scorching hot wind swept up from the ground. "Little brat, what did you do?" One of the Sun Clan clansmen who had been waiting down below immediately roared and flew up to deal with Yang Kai. "Wait!" The Sun Clan leader waved his hand to stop him, his brow furrowed as he carefully probed the situation. "Leader, that little brat must have done something to the divine tree. Please let me kill him." "I told you to wait." The leader swept a dignified glance over him, causing the man to immediately shut up. "On the tree trunk." Yang Kai heard the other party's words. However, he didn't panic at all and instead showed a happy expression. The divine tree was really thirsty for yang liquid. Its riot wasn't because it was uncomfortable, but because it had tasted something so delicious and was unconsciously asking for more. The crack on the tree trunk that Yang Kai had made before had actually opened up on its own. The divine tree seemed to think that it could obtain more benefits by doing this. Its consciousness was now in a state of chaos and ignorance, like a growing fetus. It was somewhat sensitive to the outside world, but it couldn't distinguish too many details. The opening of the crack on its own was a direct manifestation of its consciousness. Yang Kai grinned and dripped a drop of yang liquid from his fingertip into the divine tree's trunk. A moment later, the divine tree's violent aura suddenly calmed down. At this moment, the faces of the Sun Clan clansmen all showed strange expressions. The leader's expression also changed, a cold light flashing across his eyes. As time passed, the divine tree's aura gradually stabilized, as if it was being smoothed out by an invisible hand. Everyone waited at the bottom for a while before they saw Kai Yang jump down with a pale face. After landing, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged without saying a word and began circulating his secret art. No one dared to disturb him. Even the Sun Clan clansmen held their breaths and waited quietly, wondering what kind of method he had used to calm the divine tree's riot. Go Che and Enling glanced at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this time they had luckily escaped disaster. After a long time, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Although his complexion was a little ruddy, anyone could see that he was quite weak at the moment, and the yuan qi in his body seemed to have been completely exhausted. His expression was also quite gloomy, obviously not in a good mood. Yang Kai was indeed in a bad mood. This time, in order to provide nutrients to the divine tree, he had consumed a total of 20 drops of yang liquid before finally stabilizing it. It was a big loss. "Little brat, what method did you use?" The Sun Clan leader quickly asked. "How did you manage to calm the divine tree?" "Do you think I'll tell you?" Yang Kai sneered. "Little brat, you don't know what's good for you. If you don't speak, we'll let you taste all the torture in this world." Someone immediately threatened. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing any fear. "It doesn't matter, this time's pacification was just a stopgap measure. If you don't want to completely solve the divine tree's problem, you can try to kill me. I promise you, even if I lose a single hair, the next time something happens to the divine tree, I will absolutely stand by and watch." Chapter 768. Yang Kai's fearless appearance made the Sun Clan's men feel somewhat troubled. The Sun Clan leader let out a strange laugh, whether it was out of ridicule or admiration, muttering, "Little brat, your courage isn't small. Do you think we won't dare attack you? You only have one life, so you'd best cooperate." Yang Kai stared at him indifferently, not saying a word, making it clear that he wouldn't reveal the truth even if he was beaten to death. Now, if he wanted to take the initiative, he could only remain silent. Once the Sun Clan found out what he had done, they would likely treat him as a long-term nutrient for the divine tree, forcing him to constantly produce yang liquid and feed it to it. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. However, listening to their tone, Yang Kai faintly felt that they really didn't know the divine tree was evolving. Frowning for a moment, a thought flashed through his mind and he suddenly understood. The reason he could detect this was because his soul avatar had entered the tree trunk and could easily see what was happening. Their soul avatars obviously didn't have this ability. Inside the tree trunk, rich and hot yang attribute energy flowed, so once their soul avatars entered it, they would likely be incinerated to death. They didn't have conflagrated knowledge Cs, so they could ignore this kind of heat. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart calmed down and he became more and more confident. As long as they didn't know the inside story, he could completely seize the initiative. The Sun Clan leader stared deeply at Yang Kai, his brow furrowed as his expression fluctuated, but after a while he chuckled and nodded. If you don't want to say, then don't. Even if you don't say anything, I'll still have a chance to figure it out. This was their territory and his cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's, so naturally he felt that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to hide it for long. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, not denying this. Since you have the ability to appease the divine tree, you have some value to us, so we won't kill you today. But I warn you, don't play any tricks or you'll have to bear the consequences. Yang Kai chuckled, don't worry, I know my limits. As long as you don't hurt me and my companions, I will cooperate. This kid is interesting. The leader laughed strangely. Yang Kai's flexible attitude was an eye-opener for him. But before that, I have a few requests that I need to tell you. Don't push your luck. You dare to make demands of us? You don't have the qualifications. Don't you know where you stand? The leader coldly snorted, his expression becoming gloomy. I'm not making this request for myself. This is for the sake of your divine tree. If you want your divine tree to recover as soon as possible, it's best that you listen to me. It's fine if you don't listen, it's up to you. The Sun Clan's people all frowned as they stared at him with some distrust. Speak, the leader said with a sullen expression. First, starting today, I want all Sun Clan members to stop absorbing Yang attribute energy from the divine tree. If he wanted to cultivate, stay far away. Why? I can only say that this has something to do with the divine tree's rebellion, Yang Kai said perfunctorily. The divine tree needed nutrients to evolve, so he had to use his yang liquid to help it evolve. Yang Kai didn't want the divine tree's energy to be divided up by the Sun Clan again, as doing so would only worsen his own consumption. What kind of joke is this? You think you can make my entire clan stop cultivating with just a few words? A Sun Clan master shouted. That's up to you to decide, I don't care, I'm just making a suggestion. How long must we stop? The Sun Clan leader asked. Yang Kai frowned and asked, how long ago did your divine tree start acting up? The leader replied, about 3 years ago. At first, it wasn't very obvious, but recently it has become more and more frequent. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In other words, the divine tree's evolution had begun 3 years ago, so his inference was correct. As long as the conditions were met, it wouldn't take long for the divine tree to complete its evolution. At that time, it would develop its own consciousness and become a higher-level life form. If that's the case, then you only need to endure for a year at most, maybe half a year, maybe even less. Acceptable. The leader nodded and agreed to Yang Kai's request. With him saying so, even if the other Sun Clan masters were somewhat unwilling, they couldn't refute. At worst, they would just have to endure for a year. Second, I need something to supplement my Yuan Qi, preferably the divine tree's fruits, the more the better. Yang Kai said lightly. As soon as this statement came out, all the Sun Clan members wore strange expressions. The leader chuckled and said, the more the better? Do you think the divine tree's fruits are inexhaustible? Each of the fruits here has been growing for hundreds of years, even we don't have the opportunity to consume them easily. Who do you think you are, daring to ask for such a treasure? Aren't there a lot of fruits on the tree? Yang Kai's face also sank. These people were really stingy. There were a lot of ripe fruits hanging from the divine tree, at least a few dozen of them, each of which emitted a strong fragrance, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely envious. These are the treasures my clan has accumulated over thousands of years. How can we allow outsiders to consume them? The leader looked reluctant. Even if you don't have such fruits, Yang attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines are fine. You should have enough, right? Yang Kai said impatiently. The wool comes from the sheep's back. He was providing the yang liquid for the divine tree's evolution, so naturally the Sun Clan would have to supplement his consumption. As you can see, I need to consume all my yuan qi to appease the divine tree. If I don't replenish it, how can I recover? The leader heard this and could only nod. Good, we'll do as you say, we'll provide you with something to supplement your yuan qi, you don't need to worry about that. Thirdly, little brat, we don't have the patience to discuss conditions with you. The leader looked displeased and directly interrupted Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. I just wanted to say, since you need me, shouldn't you provide me with a better environment? I can't escape from here, what's the point of keeping me locked up in this dungeon? Good. There's also my female companion, N. I've been getting along quite well with those two friends from the demon race. If it's convenient, arrange for them to be with me. Go Che couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai in surprise, his expression changing slightly, seemingly a little grateful. I agree. The leader was already impatient to the extreme, his expression slightly ferocious. Your conditions. I'll satisfy you. But if you don't, you know what will happen to you. Very well, Yang Kai nodded lightly, his face filled with a bright smile. Take them away, arrange for them according to his requirements. The leader waved his hand and ordered. The master who had escorted Yang Kai and the others here immediately stepped forward and escorted them away. After they left, one of the Sun Clan's elders wore a gloomy expression. That little brat is simply rude, daring to make so many demands. Why did you agree to his demands, leader? What's wrong with agreeing? In any case, it's just a small matter. I'd like to see how he appeases the divine tree next time. Send someone to monitor them. Especially that young human, let's see what he's up to during this time. Yes. Inside a palace, Yang Kai's group of 4 was led here. After arranging their accommodations, the Sun Clan man who had led Yang Kai and the others here left. However, whether it was Yang Kai or Go Che, both of them could feel that there were many powerful masters monitoring them from the periphery of this palace, their divine senses seeping in. Obviously, they wouldn't give them a chance to escape. Changing to a more comfortable environment. Escaping from the jaws of death again, the group of 4 felt some lingering fear. In particular, Go Che and the unknown man from the demon race couldn't understand why Yang Kai would take such good care of them. Inside a private room, the 4 people gathered together, Go Che looking at Yang Kai with a somewhat complicated expression, hesitating several times before finally asking the question in his heart. Yang Kai chuckled, it's nothing special, it's just that now that we've all fallen into this predicament, it's not a big deal. Isn't Brother Go Che thinking too much? Go Che's expression became awkward as he scratched his cheek awkwardly, suddenly saying in a serious tone, no matter what, this time I, Go Che, owe you my life. I will remember this kindness. If we can leave this place, I will definitely repay it. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's unexpected actions, he would have already been sacrificed to the Sun Clan. Brother Go Che is too serious. Yang Kai waved his hand lightly. Whether or not we can leave this place is another matter altogether. If things go wrong, we may still die here. When that time comes, I'll fight them. I've already experienced that. And this palace is a bit big, you can find a room to stay in. For the time being, no one will be in any danger, I need to quickly restore myself. Then brother, I won't disturb you any longer, have a good rest. Go Che said before quickly leading his clansmen away. And Ling, didn't leave, just staring at Yang Kai thoughtfully with her pair of beautiful eyes. What else do you want? Yang Kai asked. You lied. And Ling, frowned. I can feel that you didn't save Go Che out of kindness, you must be plotting something. If you know too much, it's easy to be silenced by others. Yang Kai grinned wickedly. I'm not afraid of you, you're just talking nonsense. And Ling, spat disdainfully, seemingly having already seen through Yang Kai, hesitating for a moment before asking, what exactly do you want from him? What can he possibly give you? It's nothing, Yang Kai smiled, what I want is for him to be grateful. What good is that for you? Here his gratitude can't save you. It really can't save me here, but what about outside? Yang Kai stared at her meaningfully. Outside? And Ling Er's brow furrowed, seemingly puzzled. Idiot. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. They say women have big breasts but no brains. It seems that's true. And Ling blushed, quietly lowering her head to look at her towering peaks, grinding her teeth as she asked, "Where are they big?" "I don't think they're small, they've developed quite well," Yang Kai said with a lewd expression. "Shameless bastard." And Ling shouted angrily, her neck flushed red. Chapter 769. Inside the room, after listening to Yang Kai's explanation, Ling finally understood what Yang Kai was planning. If his guess was correct, after leaving this mysterious small world, they would arrive at the Demon Land. The Demon Land was the territory of the demon race. Since ancient times, humans and demons had never coexisted. In Tongxian realm, except for the neutral zones, once creatures of different races met, they would inevitably fight. If Yang Kai, a human, suddenly appeared in the Demon Land, he would definitely be hunted down by the demon race. At that time, even if he had extraordinary skills, he would not be able to escape. But with Go Che, things were different. This guy's father was the demon general Go Qiong, a powerful master, so as long as he could shelter Yang Kai and Ling, they wouldn't have to worry about such matters. That was why Yang Kai had decided to help him in order to gain his gratitude. Hearing this, Ling stared at Yang Kai with a contemptuous look. "So you're trying to extort me for my kindness? Why do you have so many tricks up your sleeve?" Yang Kai snorted, "I'm just thinking further ahead than you. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that we can leave this place. If we can't leave, even if we become sworn brothers with that rascal Go Che, it won't help us. Can we leave?" And Ling pursed her red lips, her brow furrowed uneasily. "I don't know, everything depends on effort." Yang Kai also shook his head helplessly. Right now, he didn't dare make any guarantees and could only say he would do his best to create a way out. "I wonder how the Holy Land is doing," and Ling sighed faintly. Saintess Nan had suddenly become like this, and the old Holy Master had likely fallen. It was likely that the entire Holy Land was in chaos right now. "I don't know what's happening to your Holy Land, but I think your 3 Saintess sisters are most likely dead." And Ling beautiful face went pale as she exclaimed. Thinking about it carefully, she suddenly felt that what Yang Kai said was indeed possible. Because they cultivated the same cultivation method, Saintess Nan could easily find the location of the other saintesses, and Ling had managed to escape the calamity on the archipelago. However, her 3 sisters might not have such good luck. There was no Saint Realm Master in the Saintess Patrol team, nor was there anyone capable of resisting the previous generation Saintess, who was only a second-order saint. It was very likely that before Saintess Nan pursued Ling, she had already killed 1 or more of those 3. Yang Kai's words made Ling's joy from escaping from the jaws of death instantly sink to the bottom of the valley. Her pretty face faintly paled. "Just pretend I didn't say anything. The situation may not be so bad." Yang Kai secretly regretted his words. He had already thought of these things. He had just casually mentioned it, but who would have thought that it would make Ling so sad? "It's all your fault. I was in a good mood." And Ling glared at Yang Kai with reddened eyes. She covered her face and ran out. Yang Kai could only shake his head helplessly, feeling that trouble often came from careless talk. The Sun Clan people were relatively trustworthy. Not long after Yang Kai and the others settled down, they sent him a large number of pills. Thus, he sent over a large number of spirit pills and medicines, all of which were of the Yang attribute. This place was rich in Yang attribute energy, so naturally it was very suitable for growing herbs of this attribute. The Sun Clan probably had someone skilled in alchemy, so these herbs were all refined into pills. There were a total of 10 bottles, each containing 10 pills, all of them spirit grade low rank. Not high grade but not too bad either. 10 bottles of spirit grade low rank pills. It took Yang Kai less than half an hour to swallow all of them. The Yang liquid he had consumed was basically replenished. However, Yang Kai was still not satisfied and was preparing to take advantage of this opportunity. He wanted to properly extort the Sun Clan. After all, he would need to replenish the Divine Tree's Yang liquid many times in the future, so how could a trivial 10 bottles of pills satisfy him? After 3 days of peace, Yang Kai once again requested pills from the Sun Clan, causing the eyes of the Sun Clan person in charge to almost pop out of their sockets. 10 bottles contained a total of 100 pills, enough for any one of their clansmen to consume for several months, but Yang Kai had consumed all of them in just 3 days. However, under their surveillance, they also knew that Yang Kai had been meditating in his room and had not taken even half a step out. He also didn't have a universe bag storage artifact on him, so naturally it was impossible for him to hide these pills. After a series of dissatisfied scoldings, the Sun Clan person finally brought another 10 bottles of pills for Yang Kai and advised him to use them sparingly. Even for their Sun Clan, refining these pills was not easy. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, but secretly snorted disdainfully, still swallowing these pills like they were beans. Spirit-grade low-rank pills. If he wanted to refine them now, he could easily refine 10 bottles in less than 2 days. It could only be said that the standard of the Sun Clan's alchemists was simply too low. Time passed day by day, and everyone in the Sun Clan thought that after this time's appeasement, the divine tree would remain stable for a while, but after 5 days, the divine tree once again began to emit unstable energy fluctuations. When he noticed this, Yang Kai had already made preparations. Sure enough, a moment later, someone came and led him to the divine tree. This time, Ling and the others didn't follow and instead remained in the palace. Under the divine tree, the Sun Clan's masters, led by their leader, were all waiting. After seeing Yang Kai appear, all of them locked their divine senses onto him, seemingly wanting to take this opportunity to figure out what kind of trick Yang Kai had used to appease the divine tree. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. Even if they probed his methods, there wouldn't be any problems because in this world, besides him, there was likely no one else capable of such a feat. As such, he wasn't worried at all. Arriving here, Yang Kai didn't waste any time and directly jumped onto the divine tree's trunk, still searching for the crack he had previously opened, condensing a drop of yang liquid at his fingertips and dripping it down. Each drop of yang liquid contained Yang Kai's yuan qi, and with his current cultivation and meridian's toughness, the amount of energy contained in this yang liquid was already enormous. Even so, when the drop of yang liquid seeped into the divine tree, it disappeared and was completely absorbed by the divine tree. A burst of rapid fluctuations began to spread from the divine tree, more unstable than before, obviously in desperate need of more energy. Yang Kai didn't become anxious and continued to drip yang liquid into the divine tree 1 drop at a time to appease its unconscious fluctuations. The Sun Clan's masters were watching closely from below, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on and couldn't help frowning. Although they could feel a huge amount of energy leaking out, it would quickly disappear, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on. One after another, all of them frowned. They wanted to go up and take a closer look, but were afraid that Yang Kai would turn hostile, so they hesitated. About half an hour later, the divine tree's aura stabilized. Yang Kai's soul avatar flew into the divine tree and inspected it, quickly discovering that this time the mysterious energy was somewhat different from the last time. It seemed to have become more solid. Nodding to himself, Yang Kai felt that it wouldn't be long before this energy mass gained its own consciousness. When Yang Kai jumped down again, the Sun Clan's masters found that he was the same as last time, his face pale and the yuan qi in his body completely consumed. Looking at each other, all of them were very satisfied. Regardless of what method Yang Kai had used to appease the divine tree, from his performance, it was clear he had done his best, which was what the Sun Clan wanted to see. After waiting for him to recover for a moment, everyone came forward. The Sun Clan's leader said, "Little brat, I heard you consume pills very quickly. Do you take my Sun Clan for fools?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, pursed his dry lips, and said weakly, "I consumed so many pills, and although I had some gains in the end, the one who benefited was still your divine tree. Let me tell you this, of the energy I absorbed from those pills, 90% was fed back to the divine tree. I think you can also see this, all I obtained was a small benefit. Do you really want to bicker with me over such a small amount?" The Sun Clan's leader frowned. Although he felt that Yang Kai's words were somewhat untrustworthy, he couldn't refute them. "Since you've brought this up, I have to make a serious declaration to you. Provide me with a large number of pills, a large number, do you understand? Otherwise, the next time something happens to your divine tree, I can't guarantee I'll have enough yuan qi to deal with it. Everyone's face sank. Yang Kai's attitude being so arrogant made them feel a little uncomfortable. If it's really for the divine tree, I can provide it to you. But your consumption is too fast. If this continues for too long, I'm afraid we won't be able to supply it. The Sun Clan's leader said calmly. If you don't have pills, I'll refine them myself. Yang Kai took a step back. You also understand alchemy? The Sun Clan's leader looked at him with slight surprise. That's none of your business. Yang Kai snorted. Good, I'll have someone prepare it. The Sun Clan's leader nodded. Right, why did the Divine Tree's rebellion come so quickly this time? Shouldn't you explain it to us? What do I need to explain? You don't think that after my pacification, the Divine Tree will stop rioting, do you? I don't think so, I just think the cycle should be longer. Idiot. Yang Kai sneered. The faster its frequency, the better. Once it reaches a certain level, it won't riot anymore. If possible, I hope to come here once a day to appease it. There's no need to wait for it to show any signs of trouble. Once a day? Everyone showed a surprised expression, their faces full of confusion. This request can be satisfied. Rest assured, as long as you wholeheartedly devote yourself to the Divine Tree and my Sun Clan, we will definitely not treat you unfairly. Perhaps we will even give you many benefits. Since you cultivate a Yang attribute secret art, my Sun Clan has some martial skills that are very suitable for you. Seemingly feeling Yang Kai's sincerity, the Sun Clan's leader's expression became much more amiable, immediately promising him a great deal of benefits. Yang Kai was overjoyed on the surface, but in his heart he was disdainful. From the way they treated him, it was obvious they only regarded him as a laborer. Even if they opened martial skills to him, they would only offer him some low-end stuff. Yang Kai really didn't care about these things.